Sedgwick doesn't want to give it up.
Certainly doesn't. The outside groove right now is working fairly well. Uh-oh. He's going to give it up now.
Missed the wall.
No, he didn't.
No, he got it right on the end. Ha. What a bummer.
Well, the caution is out.
Just what we talked about. The racing line is dry, we heard Kenny Schrader say, but when you get up off of it and get onto the black stuff, which they can see, that was Schrader's take on it. Yeah, you can see it, seeing it and resisting the temptation.
There we see him go on the outside of Sprague, and he gets in the corner just a little bit too hard, and he can't get the truck back down. When he gets up in the black, it is a little damp up there. He loses it, and it looked like he was going to come down, and all of a sudden, he let off the brakes. He
stayed on the brakes another split second. He'd been okay. 20/20 hindsight. He is 7th ranked in the series point standings, but Jack Sprague has been bitten by the dampness on the racetrack here. Watch the brakes. Watch the rear wheels.
Sedgwick. Oh, me.
Back to green at Martinsville. Skinner holds the lead. 10th race this year that he has led. We've got trouble on the front straightaway. Darrell Waltrip spinning and coming to a halt against the inside wall. And one of the fastest trucks out there, Kenny Wallace, was able to get by him and continue. We ended up with just one truck involved.
Well, Kenny Wallace has got some pretty heavy damage to the Red Dog truck as well. Here we see, there's the 90 truck, the Red Dog truck on the inside, and Darrell is going by on the outside. No, I'm sorry. That's Kenny Wallace came off the wall and clips Darrell in the rear and sends him in the wall head on, and he spins down and backs in. I guess that was T.J. Clark on the inside. He and Kenny Wallace had made some kind of contact as they came off the corner, and that's what got Kenny slowed down.
The face here in the BC Racing entry.
Yes. And
up trouble.
Barry Bodine has looped the starts the Exide truck. It's not the Exide truck. It's just a Ford truck. It's one of his dad's, Jeff Bodine's trucks.
I thought they put an Exide. They put Exide paint job on it for sure, but yeah, I guess you're right. They even had it listed on the entry.
Barry and Sedgwick. And Sedgwick goes in the corner, and the car just pushes right up and touches the left rear. Barry Bodine really didn't do anything wrong in that.
Barry was a victim there. A 17-year-old victim driving his first real vehicle race. He's a North Carolina oval track go-kart champion, but he's never driven anything bigger than a go-kart until he climbed in this big old truck, and he's given her a decent run today. His dad, of course, is the owner. We'll be right back.
And you see Kenny Schrader on the outside. He just moved to the outside and felt like, look, if I'm going to get to the front, I'm going to have to do it. Oh, there's contact. And Schrader on the outside, no place to go.
That's a bad gamble, as it turned out. He saw Butler work as well. Schrader decided to go up there. Butler got stuffed in the wall, and Schrader drilled him. So we're under yellow again. It's the 5th caution.
They come off the corner. And I think Butler's going to get it. I mean, Straight's going to get it sideways. He does. Straight got just a little bit sideways. When he turned it back to correct it, he runs into the side of Butler and just kind of knocked the wheel straight. He hit the left front wheel and knocked the wheel straight. Normally that damage would not be that bad. See, when he straightened it out, he just catches that left front. And then Schrader comes along and catches the right rear.
Schrader with nowhere to go, and Butler a sitting duck, and as a result, Butler comes away with heavy damage. Schrader will be beat up a bit in the nose. Roush out to do some business.
I would think so. There we see Hermie Sadler in the 00, the DeWalt truck, and there's Bob Strait around, and no caution still, and Strait is losing positions even as we speak.
Liberal with the cautions here today. Let's see how this one happened.
There we see Hermie Sadler running in the back of the 89 as the trucks try to stop, and they split him, leave Strait sitting there, and one more. I guess Scott Lagacy was the truck right behind Bob Strait. But he gets it going in the right direction, and no caution flag, but he did lose several positions.
No caution.
Petroleum vehicle, and there we see Jeff Bodine is closed in. Bodine has a great run going today. Oh, Bodine! Oh, my goodness.
Sprague got involved, Corelli is involved, Bodine is involved, and I'm not sure where that started, but it's definitely ahead of them.
Corelli said, I'm okay. I think that was Corelli's voice said, I'm okay, because he pounded that ball hard.
That one's going to have to come behind the wall.
Corelli talking to the chest round team. Got it.
There we see Barry Bodine is going to spin. He's going up and hit the wall. Now Corelli's trying to go by, and bam, look at this.
Man.
Oh, man, it almost goes over. And also Sprague is involved, and
Frank
his
Davis.
dad missed him. Jeff Bodine, I believe, is going to be able to stop in time. Let's one more look.
But the trouble is in front of him.
Yes.
Corelli sees it. Whack. That's a hard hit. If we take another look at this in real time, you'll get a better sense of the impact that Corelli took. Time he radioed back to the crew, "I'm okay," which is the wall, and I believe we're also able to offer you the flagman's view. Is what he saw and heard. Wow. Yeah.
Here's a replay. What happened? That's Jeff Bodine in the 7, and the 84 is trying to get alongside Hornaday. And there is contact between Hornaday and Jeff Bodine. The NASCAR officials were quick to give Hornaday the black flag for that contact.
So, the Hornaday and Bodine love affair. Here's how the crash happened.
Ever see Massey coming off, just gets on the gas a little too hard, spins, Clark goes by, but Davis comes along and in the middle of that smoke, runs into it.
Almost got it stopped.
He probably had no idea anyone was there until he hit something.
Here's a look from Speedy, the speed shot, speed camera. There you get an idea of the smoke. Somewhere back in there is Davis. And he arrives to find Massey still there. It's a fan cam angle. Just the exit throttle was the whole problem. A little too much throttle.
My question is, do we have any replays on who was in front the lap preceding, the 7 or the 84? Do we have a shot of that going down the start-finish line? Because that's going to figure out who starts in second spot between Bodine and Joe Ruttman.
I get the idea that Bodine may not agree.
Time to use it.
We've got trouble up in turn 3 and 4. Looks like Kenny Allen has gone around, and Michael Bakken again. Look out, Michael. The leaders are coming. Yellow is out. Ooh. Man. Both guys trying to spin the truck around and get it going the right direction, and they were doing all that right in front of the leaders, which has brought out the yellow. Dokken apparently.
Bodine already looking on the inside. Already. There's some contact between Bodine and Skinner. Skinner goes high. Bodine will take the lead, and Ruttman will try it.
Ruttman had a shot at him there, but Skinner got it back down into the groove ahead of Ruttman. Bodine made the run on the inside. And now Hornaday has spun.
But no caution yet.
He just barely.
We can see that Hornaday is just way, way high. He got out of the groove and nailed the gas, comes down, and does not hit a thing. So
he was 3 wide there for a moment. You can't do that at Martinsville. He tried. He was on the outside.
He's trying.
Man, he had him a little loose. And Bodine's got to be thinking, what's Hornaday going to do? Oh, there he comes alongside contact. Bodine spins.
And they both spin. And here comes Ruttman.
Ruttman's going to get by on the bottom. Is Ruttman going to win the race? He'll take the white flag. Skinner didn't come clear around. Managed to keep it straight enough to continue. Bodine has spun at turn 4. And it looks like Ruttman's going to win the race. Wow. Oh, the yellow is out. The yellow and white.
Now this race can't end on a yellow. Wait a minute. Checkered flag.
Yeah, they're throwing a checkered flag. They throw the checkered flag on Ruttman.
And then we see the 18.
To an end. Hornaday, a lap truck, then the leader, Bodine and Skinner.
And Skinner goes in. They make some contact. He gets on the inside of Bodine, and they once again makes contact. And both of them spin. Actually, Skinner never went all the way around. Bodine did. Skinner was able to get his truck going again, but here comes the 84 truck by the line. And I said that the trucks do not race back to the caution flag. They don't. But Ruttman took the white flag. He took the white flag before the caution. Right now we got some trouble down in turn 1. We've got Bob Bree back in the 31, spun around. That's Lance Norick in 90.
That Ronnie Newman and the other, the black truck up here at the top.
And Walker Evans in 20. So 4 trucks involved.
And that's pretty typical of this joint, too, guys. When you do get rubbing fenders and truck, it doesn't look like anybody hit anything very hard. See if we can get another look at it here and figure out how this all developed.
Well, I don't know how in the world all that stuff started. We see
Brevac and Norick maybe got together first.
Well, this is on down in the corner. There's a lot of dirt going in the corner in the middle of the racetrack, so evidently someone got in the grass going in the corner.
Nobody in the brief history of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series has held that big a point lead, and that is largely a function of bad luck for Jack Sprague, the championship contender in the last couple of races. So Newman has spun for the second 7 qualifying spot, has climbed to second. We've got a truck in the wall. That would be the number 55 of Kevin Grubb. It looks like he may have slapped her pretty good. The yellow will come out again. The Grubb brothers. This is the younger of the two. Kevin is 18 years old and finished 18th at Richmond, where these guys qualified up a storm, and both actually ran pretty well until they ran into trouble.
Inside away, and Grubb says, "I'm going to pass that car." What happened, Kyle?
He just gets in way too hot, man. There's no way he's going to blow that thing down. You can see the tires are spinning already. And when he hits like that, and like you said before, when the rear end comes up out of the air like that, he's hit a ton. And you saw when we came back, they were hauling it off with 2 records.
Meanwhile, and in fact, almost simultaneously, watch the blue number 16 of Ron Hornaday.
And I don't know what he's motioning. He's motioning like he's motioning Skinner to go outside.
Go high. Go high. Keep coming.
Must be a spin right there. Yes, there is.
Big trouble down turn 3 and 4.
And
Walker Evans may be facing the wrong direction. And that will bring out the
first
caution
flag, guys.
again.
Get ready. It won't be a penalty. Get ready. Get the signboard out.
Got a flag for this.
That's Sprague going on the outside.
And Walker kind of bounced up into him and touched him with the right front.
What happened? Walker Evans went down and hit the curb with the left front tire, didn't he?
Yeah, and he just stood on the brakes to keep from running over Sprague. Yeah. Because once he got on the curb and bounced up, he just jumped on the brakes right there, and it jumped out from under him. You know, he spins, but he did a really good job of not wrecking Sprague in the deal, because he...
Gosh, it did fly just as he cranked it up and got rolling again. So TJ has brought out the, what is that, 5? Good caution of the day here as we follow the trucks to Martinsville, Virginia. 19th of 24 races on the tour. Of course, Saturday needs college back to the restart. And racing through a snowstorm down there.
Lots of oil drying. Mike Bliss is fun down in turn 3 and 4, but he gets the truck righted. He's off and running. Then he spins again.
Ooh, bad play.
Finally got her down out of the way just as the leaders came. How he got that way. Here's what the videotape shows. That's him up on the outside.
Yeah, he went high, started passing people, and got in that loose stuff, didn't he, Kyle?
Yeah, it just looks like it just jumped out from under him. There's stage dry all over this racetrack. And this, like I said before, when this thing's cold, your tires don't hook up, and they don't hook up in the stage dry either.
There's the on-truck view of it. Goes up alongside George. Zip and gone. And that's when the fun started, because he tried to restart and get back around in front of us. Spun it again right in front of the leaders. We'll take a break and come back with more. Bobby Hamilton, the leader from the start as he can. Come on, man, let's go. Uh-oh, trouble.
Walker Evans has spun out. Also, the Newman vehicle truck has spun once more.
That's his 4th, isn't it?
And still no caution flag. They're going to have to go.
Got me.
There it comes. Yellow is out.
And now the 90 of Norick goes down, makes some contact. Around goes Walker Evans. And there's the 71 of Newman getting on the grass, and that does not adhere very well, so he spins.
This will be from Walker's viewpoint of the same. I'm going to be interested to watch all the folks go by here. Hello. Nobody got into him. He slid down out of harm's way. Walker Evans rejoins the fray. Meanwhile, at the other end of the track, Mendon Jennerstown Speedway, some of those great Pennsylvania tracks. 3-time Winston Racing Series champ. We got trouble at the exit of turn 4, and it involves Bunke and Corelli. Both end up facing the wrong direction.
Looks like some pretty good contact there. We see some pretty heavy damage to the left front of Bunke's truck. Wow. See if we can see what happened.
The 75, something happened to Butke's truck. He's trying to get to the pits. He comes down and drives right in front of Corelli. Wow.
I'm not sure what happened there because it looks like he's high out of the groove, like he got up out of the groove. And I'm not sure whether he was trying to come down in the pits because he's on the brakes trying to do something all at the same time.
Check up. Good job, good job.
Les managing to miss it all. Corelli, I'm sure, is very unhappy about that. Maybe we could get Butke's 500 tours of this joint. Pick up that race for 12th again, but now we've got Mendenhall facing the wrong direction in turn 1 for the second time. He'll get it on the pavement, loop it around, and continue.
And the yellow is out.
It did come out, didn't it?
So now that ties your record.
13th caution of the day. Equaling the previous mark for 1996. Give us an opportunity to get the commercials done after 220 Renfro had here because he is going to be a retiree. Take a look out the back of Mike Bliss's truck. There's Renfro. Up against the outside wall and apparently effectively completely out of brakes. And so now we get back for the restart. He had run his he's chased him, he's battled him, he nicked him. Now we got trouble. Dokken has spun at turn 2.
Trucks in the Miller racetrack. Caution is out. Be clear when you get there.
We will break the record for cautions. Now, as you get outside, take a look at it from here. See how Hensley got into the side of Dokken. And Mike Bliss just squeaked by on the outside. So, we'll go with a green flag and then gone.
White flag for Mike Skinner. Here we go. Hornaday trying to get by Sprague.
A battle among championship contenders there. Hornaday would love to put Sprague down one more position. Skinner is going to gain the ground in terms of the championship here as they turn 3 and 4 for the final time. Skinner brings it home, his 7th victory of the season. Miller will hang on for second. Waltrip took one last shot at Hornaday and came up a little short. So in terms of the championship, all 3 of the
rest of the year. He's going to be a Dodge truck racer next year, full season. Not yet determined when. Here's trouble for Lockhart. He brings out the first caution of the day. Or is that Brian Refner? Yeah, that's Refner. That's more than one white truck with no sponsorship on it. This is Brian's first appearance in that truck. And Refner spun it, but didn't appear to tear it up.
They're trying to get on the inside of Lonnie Rush. And when he has to back off because he don't want to get in the side of Rush, guess what? Brett Bodine behind him makes a little contact in the rear, and around goes Brian Refner.
So Refner will have to regroup here, and the former Cintas Rookie of the Year will under caution, and this was pretty spectacular. Which spin do you like best here?
Bobby Hamilton, here's where the damage to the rear tailgate on Borisset's truck. Hornaday dives to the inside and gets by. Now, we see Bobby Hamilton trying to get by. Jay Sauter runs in the back of the 44. They come off the corner, and once again, Borisset runs Bobby Hamilton up in almost in the wall. When he go down the corner, Bobby says, Boris, come on, man. But in doing so, spun himself out.
That's one spin. Now watch this. Yeah. And from the copter cam. Wow. See how this is as close as it looked. Yeah, I'd say it was close.
Shane Lockhart almost got it. Andy Houston had to go across the grass.
Man. Patience is a virtue. Who's that guy?
Pull up the air and caution on the track.
And we see the right front is flat on B.A. Wilson's truck.
Left side.
And we see Compton is trying his best to get that lap back, and he does.
Compton got back to the line ahead of the leader as we anticipate possible pit stops. Here's Rutman slipping and sliding.
Ever see B.A. Wilson, 85 truck, going in the corner. He's still on the lead lap. And all of a sudden, the right front tire just goes flat.
Setzer chose the right lane that time because he was one truck behind that, and if he'd taken the outside, he could have gotten caught up in that very easily. There's Jack going back out, and here's how it all started. Lower left, that's, I think, Barfield, isn't it? Getting into the side of the 90 there and turning him around. Lance Norrick ends up facing the wrong way.
There's two people fighting for the same place on the racetrack.
Terry Cook had this onboard view of it. Yeah. Terry says I can miss him and keeps on trucking. So that's Zawinski gets beat up a bit. Brushed the wall. Well, he's
someone ran in the back of Zawinski.
He may have brushed it with some help. Huh?
I think he jumped into the wall there, and when he came off the wall, I think Rutten might have got into the back of him a little bit.
Yeah, we see the heavy damage to the right side of the truck. Watch him hit the curb. Just enough to drive him up in the side, and here comes Bliss. Around he goes, and man.
You know, either Bliss jumped out of the gas or Bliss got hit in the rear. He got hit in the rear by someone.
This is Bliss.
This is a restart, down in 1 and 2. Now they accelerate off 2.
This is a little fresher, and that looks like very good strategy as he takes the white flag. 1 to go. Hornaday is going to have his hands full, perhaps, as Compton and Vick will come after him with a half lap to go. Is that time to make a move? It'll be tough. I think Hornaday should be able to hang on from there to 3rd place. But here's the winner, ladies and gentlemen. Jay Sauter brings the Good Ranch Chevy home a victor, the 9th different winner in as many races on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
I can't believe ESPN's crazy enough to put a camera on the outside of a truck in Martinsville.
Jack Sprague has a problem.
The right front.
He's hit the wall with this GMAC equipment, looks like. The right front tire is flat. I guess
Sprague
goes down the corner right behind Bliss. He starts going the outside, and all of a sudden we see the right front tire go flat. And I tell you what, he was lucky to stop that vehicle.
He was blessed to stop that vehicle, but you see how good the brakes are. He went in the corner, the thing went down, and instantly he jams the brakes, and it stops the thing.
So Jack Sprague, who came into this race 4th in the points, actually tied for 3rd, is going to drop a few spots today because he's going to lose a lot of time getting this one fixed. And this is something that we were all interested in finding out. We're going to find out now from Jack Sprague just how many laps can show you what happened. Watch for the 44 and the 25.
We'll see the black truck of Randy Tolsma, and there's Ernie Irvin in the 44, the Federated truck.
Gave him a little bump there, let him know, hey, I'm back here.
That's a little bump. He had his rear tires lifted up off the cliff.
He just goes in the corner, but and David Starr also sitting down there. Another truck that spun.
The last truck to make it in under the provisional. All the way from Dallas, Texas, still looking for some sponsorship to be able to make more. Let's go back and take a look at Dennis Setzer, see what happens as we go back.
There we see the 2 trucks spinning, Hornaday and Starr, and watch Dennis Setzer. He jumps across the curb on the grass and goes by those 2 trucks.
Man, that is 4 wheels off-road, guys. Take a look from this angle. Does he do any damage to that front end of the truck? Ooh, look at that spin.
Looks like that synchronized swimming. That'll be an Olympic event for this. Synchronized spinning.
And it's going to be tough to see whether Setzer has any damage, because I'm going to tell you, that curb's about 4 or 5 inches.
And here Bush comes down, and that's what caused him to spin. He comes down, and Dennis Setzer gets in the left rear. Oh, I guess that was Kurt Busch saying, oh, I didn't appreciate you hitting me in the left rear. So that's what happened after he got the truck going again. I see.
That's the Craftsman truck stealing when you shouldn't run very hard. To be easy on those brakes. There's a look at Sprague again out the back of Setzer's Dodge. Whoa!
What's fun? High up on a wall. Stay to the bottom down here. Yellow's waving. Yellow's waving. That's good. We'll get her left now. We'll get her left now.
And the truck number 28 has spun, bringing out caution for the 3rd time. That is Michael. That is actually Conrad Burr. It's Michael Conrad Burr out of China Grove, North Carolina.
Conrad must have moved. He used to live in Concord. They're listing the address of China Grove, so I guess he's moved.
We can see what happened to bring out the 3rd caution flag. Did he get a little help?
No, he goes in the corner. Yes, he did get some more. The other truck, let's see as he goes by, the 31 of John Young went down in the corner, hit that curb once again with the left front, and it just shot his truck back up in the side of Conrad Burr's truck.
All right, working 3rd for the 4th time today. There's the Caterpillar Chevrolet. Just got a little bit of a bump from behind a moment ago, Benny, and that's the reason for the caution flag.
Yes, and Houston.
The pits are open, Andy. Get in here, left side.
Went in the spin cycle.
Image in the left rear of the truck will show you going into turn 3, BP.
Never see Refter in a 3, and he goes in and just drives right in the side of the 60, who goes up and almost runs in the back of Kenny Martin in the 98. Wow, and there's Scott Riggs in 84. Had that great qualifying run, started 5th. Once again, watching it, goes in the corner. And Kenny Martin almost got spun out with a truck sideways.
And Jack Sprague able to get down on the inside of the racetrack. Terry Cook almost became a victim there. And from Dennis Setzer's onboard, Mopar Dodge onboard, looking right back at what happened.
I guess that was Terry Cook who said Kenny Martin that almost got spun out.
And that
First carrier, 5,500. There's a truck stuck in the bottom of the racetrack. Give room to come up. There you go.
All right, Thomas Carey. And there's the 20 truck, the MBNA America machine of Coy Gibbs. His first Grassman Truck Series venture, and he signed up to run for Rookie of the Year, and he's stuck in the grass over there and a little bit of the wet grass from some of the rain and trying to get that truck off the curbing and the grass next to the wall.
We saw one of the cars. Oh, there's the 10 truck of Tom Carey. He gets a bump from Rick Corelli in the 66. He goes around and gets the truck going in the right direction and drives away. As the 10 is sitting there, where's Coy? Where's Coy? Oh, there he is. I guess he got a bump from behind from the John Young truck, and around he goes.
And from the Team ASC onboard camera, let's show you in slow motion. Look to the left side of your screen. There's the 20 truck being tapped from behind.
No, I don't think he got hit. I think he just locked up the brakes to avoid the 10 truck and spun the MBNA truck out all alone. I don't believe he got a tap.
All right, so we're working caution for the 5th time today. Coming
Hamilton on the outside end of the truck spun. Andy Houston spun off the corner.
And as thus far, no yellow. We do not see the yellow flag waving from Roy Selby, so we will stay green. Andy Houston is becoming the cue.
Corner. That's the 14 of Rick Crawford, and he just gets in there. Looks like he gets in the curb, and around he goes. And I guess someone came along behind Steve Grissom and ran in the right front.
And made that pass look pretty easy.
Oh, we've got a spinner. That's Rob Morgan down in 46. So far, no caution. Can he get the truck going again?
We'll get our chance.
Now he is across that yellow curbing down there between turns 1 and 2.
Yellow's waving. Yellow's waving.
And
I'm sorry, Jerry. Kenny Martin also looks like he's in the outside retaining wall. Looks like some pretty good damage to that right front of his truck.
Kenny Martin, the rookie who would run a place, can be mean to man and machine. Let's show you what happened to bring out the 8th caution flag of the day.
Well, we see the 98 truck there and Rob Morgan. And I don't know if there was contact that might have punctured the right front tire. Let's see going down in the corner. Now this is Kenny Martin when his right front tire goes flat and he goes in the turn 3 wall.
And from Schrader from the Federated Auto Parts truck, and the pieces and parts are flying. He just go by. You see Morgan's truck had spun there. And up to the right of the screen, Kenny Martin has already tagged the wall. There is Kenny Martin's truck still. This one coming off that great 4th place finish at Bakersfield. Whoa, trouble. And a whole bevy of trucks have come together up in turn 4.
Kurt Busch and Terry Cook have gotten together, and obviously the left front tire is flat on Busch's truck, and the caution flag waves.
And the 31 truck has also looped it around up there. That is John Young out of Woodside, California. Here on this 9th shoved in, and we'll show you what happened just a moment ago to bring out caution number 9.
There we see Cook spinning, and as he goes around, there comes the 99 of Busch into that right front, and we don't see John. We don't know exactly what caused Terry Cook to spin up in the corner.
And Kurt Busch was just a victim there. He was trying to go around. Here's from Schrader's Federated onboard camera, Federated Auto Parts.
Oh, Schrader just barely got by. Never see the 31 truck go in and just. That must be oil. I wonder if there's oil up in that corner is why Terry Cook spun originally, because there was no reason for John Cook to spin there.
White flag is out.
White flag, one more lap. There is Bobby Hamilton, 42 years of age from Nashville, Tennessee. Hamilton comes down on a turn 4 for the final lap and will win the Napa 250 at Martinsville. Here's the scramble for second spot. Wallace, Sprague, Setzer, Grissom, Rudman, and Tolsma in that order. Second through seventh, less than a second and a half separation. When we come back, we'll talk to Bobby Hamilton, who dominated.
We'll go ahead and complete the pass.
And the number 19, that is Ricky Sanders, son of a short track ace and former Winston Cup competitor Ronnie Sanders. A TruckTricks.com machine. That Ford is tagged the wall, and it will bring out caution number 2 here on at home. What happened a moment ago to Ricky Sanders, a 34-year-old from Georgia.
Looks like he was way up high out of the groove. Looks like he might have had a problem, might have run over something to cut a tire down because he went up and pancaked the right side of the truck. Fortunately, nobody else involved.
That truck owned by Jim Murphy, TruckTricks.com, the sponsor. They make truck accessories like brush guards and front grill guards.
Any indication it was going? Yeah, it did. I told the guys there that it was starting to change vibration, and they just, I mean, what are you going to do? You know, you just had to keep going, but sure enough, it broke, and like I said, the guys, as long as they don't hurt themselves, we'll fix it and get back out.
I have a feeling these guys will be back out on the track as the caution is now out as the 73 truck has made contact over in turn number.
Anticipated, but he's back out running.
Scott Riggs, our points leader. A little bit of damage on his Team ASE Cart West Dodge. We go back to the green flag being waved against again by Ron Selby.
Got a crash right in front stretch.
And a lot of trucks heavily damaged on the restart. Tolsma gets it from the front and the rear. Chuck Hosfeld's involved. Kenny Schrader is involved.
There's Larry Gunzelman in the white and the red truck, the 63 truck.
Michael Dawkins, 31.
I think that was really caused by the 31 truck. You see Chuck Hosfeld in the 50 truck with a tremendous amount of come up to speed. He'll be on the right of your screen, and that just created a traffic jam. There's the 12 truck going by the 31 truck. The 81 gets in the back of the 63, the red truck, and then from then on, it's just a chain reaction.
Schrader trying to get woed up there, and there was Tolsma behind him. Hosfeld behind Tolsma.
Another look at here. The 31 truck is on the inside. He doesn't get up to speed, tries to get out of the way, then the 12 truck turns to try to go around him and gets into the 63 truck, turns him to the outside, right in front of Rick Corelli. Tough, tough break.
Well, Jason Tom out of Ontario, Canada, making his very first NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series start, right along with Kenny Schrader. Saw what he saw. Boom!
You heard him get in the throttle real hard, then tried to get woed when he saw something coming, and it just wasn't enough time to do it.
And looks like that car Harry Gant won with a few years ago up here in Winston Cup.
Got a spin. Larry Gunzelman was turned around between 1 and 2, right in front of the leaders.
Gunzelman involved in the incident on the restart back on lap 94. That's what produced the damage on his truck, and he will try to get it righted, but it will bring out caution number 6 on the day. Gunzelman, the rookie competitor here, former Winston West campaigner. 10 years at Winston West.
Go down on the inside. Came down, did not know that Rick Corelli was coming on the inside. Came down and a little bit of contact, and around he went, but some significant damage to the left rear quarter of Rick Corelli's truck.
That's the Waterloo Tool Ford, where the truck got loose or something, but Wapple right behind him.
Here we see another look at it. You see the truck. You see Jack got a little bit sideways, turned back to the left to try to catch it. Travis got into his left rear quarter, and around he went. Looks like Jack kept it running.
Now take a look from Sprague's roof camera. You see you spin around, there goes Quapple and Cook by.
That noise we were talking about, that happened in the corner. So I think what happened was he didn't go. This thing started making noise. It would not go. That's why Travis ran into the back of him.
It looked like he just all of a sudden sputtered, stopped. Yeah, hesitated there.
From the speed shop there we see, again, a little bit late on the contact, but I'd say...
There's a lot of trucks out there, several laps down, and they know the big picture is the championship as we have another spin out on the track.
And that's Brian Repner, who got a little bit of a tap, or got a significant tap from behind by Joe Rutman. Repner was running in fifth spot, had a great run in the Menard Chevrolet. And those fresh tires for Rutman, and there is contact from behind, and that will bring out caution number 8 here on lap 205.
Joe had a good run on Brian coming down in the start-finish line. Joe on the inside has a good run going. Brian comes down. Joe wasn't quite up to his rear tire, and around he went. But fortunately, no more contact from Ted Musgrave, who did a great job getting Woe there on the outside.
Different angle from the onboard camera. Is there fault in an accident like that on the short track? I mean, it's really hard to say who could have been where, and it's almost like, as you see, Timmy Cahuth and company have brought here, and Ronnie Hornaday has had troubles.
Tough break for Ronnie Hornaday. He had a great run going, was in 11th place. There's his dad, Ron Hornaday Jr. I was just talking about, just thinking of this Ronnie coming off of turn 4. You could see the right front tire go down and made pretty hard contact. Unfortunately, came off the wall and just got hit by a little bit on the left side by Nathan Hosley. Not too much damage there, but some pretty significant damage on the right front, unfortunately.
Is there anything as a driver you can do when that happens, Phil?
Really?
Come down this time for the white flag from Roy Selby. We could have our second first-time winner in 4 events in the year 2001 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Got a little bit of traffic in front of me. Wants to be able to negotiate Jason White without any trouble. Comes off turn 4, coming down for the checker flag for the biggest day of his career.
Scott Ridge wins the Advanced Auto Parts 250 at Martin. From Crawford. Crawford slides right in front of Mike Bliss. And Darrell Waltrip spins down on the inside of the racetrack here on lap 3. And that will bring out the caution flag. First caution flag today in the Duckhead Footwear Dodge. Darrell gets it.
Carlos Contreras. Yeah, contact right there. It's a little early to make it 3 wide. Morgan jumped on the inside. Darrell was already on the inside of Carlos Contreras. They ran out of room, made contact, and around Darrell went. But fortunately, no contact with the inside wall. You saw Morgan Shepherd right against the inside wall, so he really couldn't turn left. Once he committed to the inside, he really couldn't turn left to get away from Darrell, so that's why they made contact.
Coy Gibbs' truck spinning out of turn 4. He spun around. He might have had a little help from behind in getting tapped. And here's what happened behind him. Randy Tolsma getting slowed down. He gets tagged from behind by Matt Craftons, who spins Tolsma around. Tolsma slowing down to try to avoid the Coy Gibbs spin. And the bad part was that Gibbs and Tolsma both getting righted, but Musgrave came by and put both those trucks a lap down. Let's check.
Watch out, Kenny.
And Schrader gets sideways, and he gets tagged by the aid of Bill Lester is involved, and that will bring out caution for the 3rd time today. Kenny Schrader's Federated Auto Parts.
Okay, Fat Boy, what's the damage here?
Trying to make it by before they get to the corner, does not quite make it, makes some contact, slides up into Randy Tolsma, and Randy who never could correct the truck, and turned around, and Billy Lester with nowhere to go ran into Kenny Schrader.
Yeah, Lester had nowhere to go. He was pinned to the inside. There's Schrader trying to stay off of Tolsma. He gets the inside barrier, spins around, and that was the contact with Lester.
Saw the differential between Billy Lester and Carlos Contreras right behind him close up. Billy saw the accident again before in a chain reaction deal. Carlos actually pushed Billy into the accident. Again, nothing Carlos did wrong. It's just one of those things. Short track racing, Doc.
Absolutely. Short track racing, Martin. And caution being shown by Alan Porter now for the 4th time today here at Martinsville. We are just to the 38 lap mark.
Brandon McDonald turned around down turns 3 and 4.
He's done pretty well. All right, we are working caution for the 4th time today. We have yet to get to the 50 lap mark. This caution, the spin by the 72 truck. And our leader has spun up against the wall. Ted Musgrave's Mopar Dodge has spun down in turns 1 and 2. Musgrave whips it around, slims it back in gear, and he has some damage on that left rear, Phil.
He sure does, Doc. They're obviously going to have to make a pit stop and get that fender. That's Ted Musgrave right there. Oh, the 55 truck spun out. Ted Musgrave, oh, just got clipped by the 55, and around he went, backed into the wall a little bit. Here's Ted Musgrave from his onboard. You see him. He's going to see the 55 spin. He's going to try to go wide to get around him, and it just made contact, and around he went. There you see the contact with the outside wall. The good news for Ted Musgrave is that he did not lose a lap.
And from the onboard camera, Jason Leffler just goes to the low side of the racetrack and misses the spinning Tom Powers machine.
Terrific move by Jason Leffler to avoid that.
Good move for David Starr. He started back in 25th position. Now Starr being shown in 7th spot, and another spin. Randy McDonald loops it around once again in the Greenfield Truck Center machine, and that will bring out caution number 6 on the day. Had to have the wrecker service push him off here. Let's see what happened to Randy just to bring out caution number 6.
Just got in the corner a little bit too hard and lost the back end of the truck around it. Went no contact from anybody. But now, unfortunately, the truck stalled on Randy. He had to get a push.
And the Brendan Gaughan Napa Auto Parts Dodge.
Charlie and Robert Long forgot to thank them because they give me the opportunity to run the truck.
Okay, you guys, well, it looks as though he's out for the day. We had another spin out there, no caution. Well, that's a good thing. Oh, now we've got some trouble with Randy Tolsma.
That is the Team Marine Chevrolet for Tolsma, the Ed and Sam Renzi machine. Tolsma coming back after missing the first couple events of the year, looking to hopefully run full-time. As we have October of 1999. He is back full-time, and here is Randy Tolsma, who has spun the Team Marine Chevy around, and that will bring out caution for the 7th time today. And Tolsma used Team Marine Chevy up across the curbing down in between turns 1 and 2 here on lap 122. So we are 3 laps shy of the halfway point.
Doc, we're going to see all the rest of the guys pit. What Ray was talking about with Bliss and Dennis Setzer, Rick Crawford, Jason.
And that Sunday on April 28th, we got problems here in Martinsville as Brian Rose is going backwards out of turn 2.
He is definitely going the wrong way, Doc.
And Brendan Gaughan also has had some damage on his Napa Auto Parts Dodge.
Four side, he gets sideways. Nothing Brian Rose could do. He was on the outside, gave Brendan Gaughan plenty of room. Brendan got sideways on the inside and made contact with Brian Rose, and around Brian went, and Brendan also. Tough break for both these guys. You see Brandon on the inside, got a little bit sideways, got in the corner a little bit too hard, and as he slid up the racetrack, caught Brian Rose in the left rear quarter panel and turned him around.
And Ted Musgrave did a pretty good job. Boy, watch Ted Musgrave. He gets a whole windshield full of Brian Rose. There's Rose spinning. Musgrave, hang on, Ted.
Good job, Ted.
Nice job, Ted Musgrave.
I'm sure Ted would like a little less of this action he's seen.
Oh.
Very close.
He could...
Got a truck going around.
And
hold the brakes.
Michael Dokken goes around. Trent Owens goes beneath. Sawyer goes high. And caution will come out again for the 9th time.
Carlos Contreras racing Terry Cook back to the line to get a lap back.
Dennis Setzer, 3 of his 6 wins have come on short tracks, and we have a truck spinning around. That looks like Kevin Harvick in the 6th truck. KevinHarvick.com, and he put his fan club's name on the hood of that truck. He gets it righted, and we do not have a caution.
Right there, Coy Gibbs, the 20 truck, got into the left rear of Kevin Harvick, turned him around, coming off turn number 4. Another incident, Doc.
Lap. There are still 15 trucks on the lead lap. Carlos Contreras back in 15th spot, and there is Andy Petrie. Pretty heavy damage on the front of his green Craftsman Chevrolet.
You see the water right there, so he's obviously busted the radiator. Oh, yeah, a lot of... We're going down in turn number 1 right now. Andy got a little bit sideways. Oh, there's his contact with his buddy Ken Schrader. Ken used to drive for Andy.
Yeah, and they are great friends. And Kenny Schrader's, oh man, of all people to hit. And there's Andy Petrie climbing out. Great job, Andy. Didn't get to finish, but did a pretty good job. Back with more live coverage in just...
Backcraft has to race well to get by. Oh, Coy Gibbs around he goes.
Round he goes, spinning around, and caution will come out again. And that'll be the 11th caution flag as Gibbs gets the MB&A Chevy, has a flat left front tire, tries to get it refired, and he pulls across the racetrack. That'll bring out caution number 11. One more angle as they come off of turn 2. And the 20 goes around. Our record for caution flags was 15, set back in 1996. Mike Skinner won that race. We are working caution number 11. Just looking at another angle. Great camera work of this incident out at turn 2.
See Kevin get against him, and he never turns him loose, and finally picks him rear off the truck off the ground, and round Coy goes.
And Ray?
Well, Jerry, Kevin Harvick.
And for more, log on to ESPN.com. The Action Sports and Music Awards coming your way on Tuesday. And speaking of action, we got more here at Martinsville as the yellow is out again. That will make it the 12th time today as the 68 of Rodney Sawyers out of Ridgeway, Virginia, spins his Dodge around the Smirnoff Ice Blue Mist Water.
See Matt Crafton get run into from behind by Brendan Gaughan. Did a great job of saving the truck. Brendan had to go to the inside and miss Matt Crafton. Jason Leffler had already committed to the inside. They made contact.
You're keeping score at home at 62 into the 68, off the 2, into the
88. We got an 88 in there
88, yep.
Now there's some
come up and make a move. Quapple. As we got some action back in a turn, there is Brian Rose in the Ford truck again, the Sunclair Energies Dodge. And that will bring out caution number 13, putting us 2 away from tying the record. Not a record we want to tie, by the way.
Brian's going the wrong way again on the racetrack.
Automated Auto Parts onboard camera. There's Matt Crafton on the inside. Up, out. Yep. And Matt right in the S of Sunclear is where he got him. And now we know why the 4 pulled up across the racetrack and nosed up toward Matt Crafton. The history of the series, Jimmy Hensley started back in 30th in Nashville, Tennessee in August of 1998. Setzer started 33rd, and here is Bill Lester again. Having trouble in this Dodge.
God, no.
And the 75, David Starr goes around. 14th caution flag of the day. David Starr jacked up. Let's see if we can see what happened to Bill here a moment ago. Looked like
pretty hard contact with the outside wall. Looked like he came off the corner. Gonna watch for David Starr there. There's David. He looks like he might have got tapped by Robert Presley as they were trying to get back to the caution flag. Tough break for David Starr, who was well up into the top 5. There, just as we thought.
That's for 8th spot.
Side by side again. David Starr has pressure tires on Brendan Gaughan.
White flag at turn 5. Final lap. There is Setzer out of turn 2. Bliss in second. Crawford third. Down on a turn 4, 42-year-old Dennis Setzer wins at Martinsville Speedway. Setzer, Bliss, Crawford, Donner, and Terry Cook in the top 5.
Brother stepped in and did an awesome job all day long, but we know we kind of missed a few things that Bob has always been on top of and stayed on top of our program with, and it may hurt us a little bit today. Each day he's making more and more recovery, and I know he's at home watching right now, so we wish him the best.
I was trying to get that lap back for him. He lost it by about a minute.
Right there, saying he needs 4 tires. We'll take a look now at why caution number 2 came out. Robert Presley sliding up there. The Advanced Auto Parts number 59. You see
he
on
got
the
nudged
tailgate
by the Dodge of Jason Leffler. Gets on the inside of Robert and just kind of bumps him out of the way.
Yeah, that's all it takes too, just to see by.
Well, it's baseball season, and Jason's already got 2 hits for the day. So, but he's moving up. He's done a good job.
Oh, hemmed in. But if you do that here at Martinsville, somebody slips off the corner, you get in back of them, as we see right here, the 57s.
Yep. Brian Rose.
Spinning around.
He was right in front of the 52.
He got help.
Ken Schrader just moved him out of the way.
Yeah.
Let's head down
to him out of the way.
Let's go to the pits and Ray.
Well, guys, this is a big break for Kevin Harvick. These guys very, very happy about the fact that this caution came out because...
Caution number 4 is on the track.
All 4 cautions have looked a lot alike, haven't they?
They definitely have. Stands in turns 3 and 4.
This was T.J. Bell that got put around this time. He got help. I saw it.
And
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
Oh, trouble in the front straightaway.
Oh, the 91 truck.
91, John Stout. J.C. Stout got, I don't know if he got help there, but he spun right in front of everybody. It could have been a lot worse.
Bill Lester will get a lap back from his teammate. That's always nice when your teammate's leading and you need a break.
See if he lets anybody else get a lap back here.
No, I don't think. Caution number 5 here. You should take a look at the start. He got spun all by himself.
That was just a young guy mistake, you know, just jumped on the throttle too hard, didn't have any rear temperature, spun up the rears and got out from under him.
Dorsett looked like a track bar, or he broke an axle or something like that.
Could have been an axle too. We'll see it here.
I think something went out from underneath that truck.
Watch the right rear. You can see it move right here.
Yeah, leaned over bad, didn't it?
That tells you how fast you're going. He tore that truck up that bad on a restart. Was probably in second gear. Look how hard he hit.
Get all the way. Let's check in with Phil.
Our second place runner, Travis Quapple, is driving the we got trouble on the racetrack.
And again, the 78 of Charlie Bradbury having troubles in turns 3 and 4, Michael. I mean, we're seeing this as a regular occurrence here for cautions.
Yes, we are, and that's not cool. I mean, eventually you'd think we could work it out, but Charlie just kind of run into his demise right down there. He's the first one to really make any contact with the wall, though, so that's
DW.
No.
Well, kind of.
Rich Bickle, the 9, watch the 50, gets him right in the door, turns him. Now watch the 17. DW tries outside, but wrong place, right time, Michael.
Now, Michael, I want to ask you a question.
You can see again here.
Okay.
9 up underneath the 50.
Better look right here.
Looked like the 50 just tried to dime in the corner a little bit, and the 9 wasn't expecting it, and DW got punted into the wall.
Okay, back to my question.
Let's hear it.
You got 43 trained professionals tomorrow in your race. Now, we've run 100. He won't burn that much fuel, and if the truck were tight or something, he would burn a lot of fuel. They're calculating that, but I guarantee you he's not coming in. That's when you shake that thing around and get all you can. Black flag, Jody Lavender. I tell you, this kid's done a good job. He's a hot...
And,
saw it coming right here. We got a caution. Carl Edwards, he got into Brendan Gunn and spun him out.
When he got Quapple with him.
I was going to tell you that the 16 had the freshest tires of the guys up toward the front and looked to be in good shape to get to the battle for the lead, and then had to stop in that red.
I was looking right at that, and
in the air too. There, that's exactly what he did, Michael. He tried to get down there to not try to hit him. You know, he tried to not hit him, and in doing so, jumped off the curb and went right in the side of him.
That curb's to keep him off that grass. That curb was for when Ron Hornaday ran this truck series, because he had hooked that left front tire and go right around it like a train.
And poor Travis Quapple, I mean, he had nothing to do, nowhere to go.
But he got out of it unscathed, at least. He just lost some spots.
Let's take a look. We're on board with Bobby Hamilton now, and it's just behind him. There you see Carl Edwards trying to get inside. He just got pinched down up on the curb, bounced into Brendan Garr.
I think Carl realized late in the going that he didn't have room to complete the pass, so he tried to bail, hit the curb, ran into him. Bad deal.
Bad deal for Travis Quapple. We'll be back with more racing after this.
Unscheduled stop a while ago, guys, and lost a couple laps.
I couldn't wait to get to the front to race Dennis for the win, and lap truck there got us 3 wide one time. We hit the wall, come back. About 10 laps later, I got 3 wide with Darrell Waltrip, and I went over and told him after the race, so I said, we had some fun today. I said, but I beat and bang with the best.
You did based on what I'm
trying to do the 5 for me, and they 99 did it again. You know, look at that. Carl Edwards down the bottom hit the same curb and hit the 88 and got in him. That's twice in a row.
I don't think 5 wide is going to work here.
Well,
that
come
was
on.
3.
Look, see, there's room right here. But look, 99, same mistake as before, Michael. Same exact mistake.
He keeps getting pinched down, though.
No, that wasn't the same mistake because he didn't spin out that time.
That's right. Same technique then. Let's go with the technique.
Let's head down trackside and right.
Well, guys, I got a question for you. I want to know what you think about this strategy.
You've got so many good trucks right there. Dennis has got to clear a racetrack, but back to Darrell.
Petrie.
Petrie, yeah. He spun out in turn 2.
First time we've seen that today.
Yeah.
We don't need these caution flag laps. Darrell
1 and 2.
He tried to 5 wide, see? Didn't work. That was Terry Cook that got in the back. Stacked everybody up.
Brendan
Gaughan got into the back.
Brendan hit him, and now Brendan's gone, see?
Brendan's gone.
They're working with Dorsey, though, Barry.
They're trying for it. They've got to save me, boys, please.
They were going for it right there. Just ran,
the 5 wide. Call us, Michael.
Well, the 29 gets into the back of the 72 of Terry Cook. Terry Cook gets in Randy McDonald. Everybody's going along nicely, but then the 29 lost his momentum, bunched things up, and it's the 5 back theory. Usually when something goes wrong, about the 5th truck back winds up getting in trouble because it gets bunched up to that person.
Guys, this green-white checker's looking good.
Oh, here comes Robert. He did it.
He got it back.
Go ahead.
And it's stacked up behind him.
Keep going up. Come on.
He did it.
Tell you what, that was smart for Dennis Setzer.
That thing dropped down. Boom.
Don't you wheel, baby. He's coming back at you.
White flag just flew, gentlemen.
White flag.
Dennis Setzer out in front as he has a straightaway and a half to go. Dennis Setzer in the Axiom Chevrolet looking to repeat his win here a year ago, as well as go 2 in a row on short tracks. It's Dennis Setzer taking the checkered flag.
Tip of the hat to those guys. I mean, strong, very strong in Bakersfield.
Whoa, trouble in front.
That was actually his teammate, the 08, that got into the 07 and turned him around, Bill Manful.
And so we're under caution number 2 at Martinsville Speedway. And Schrader able to go on the inside of that accident.
Race starts, it's really easy. You make so much incidental contact during the race that you have to be careful, and just, there's the contact that happened the first time, and Steve Park said, I really didn't appreciate it. Driving down into the corner, he gets set, so we'll probably call this maybe a little bit of payback.
Well, obviously something had happened that Jack Sprague did to Steve Park, because Steve Park was banging on the door of Jack Sprague coming down the straightaway and then got in behind him to spin him around in the corner.
Another view of it right there. There's the contact, and around goes Jack. And here comes the 50 truck. John Wood, an innocent bystander, is going to make some contact right there with Jack Sprague.
Sprague also backed into the 18 of Chad Chaffin. So a few trucks involved in this, the third caution of the day at Martinsville.
With Jamie McMurray in the 2 truck when Brendan got spun, and the penalty wasn't reciprocal to the 2 truck. Right here we see the Jamie driving in and getting in the back of Brendan and spinning him out. Spinning Steve Park out. Brendan expected a penalty from NASCAR on Jimmy Smith's 2 truck, which did not happen.
Better.
Out of necessity, it'll have to.
Another black flag being shown. Oh, and problems for David Starr in the 75, as well as Mike Skinner. I believe
Mike had such a good truck, too.
The luck continues to be bad for Mike Skinner.
With Skinner and David Starr.
David drives. Almost looks like David ran out of brakes or something like that, Chad, didn't it?
It looked to me like the right front was either locked up or he had a brake problem, because the smoke started well before the corner. Mike Skinner was a victim, just sitting out there, had nothing to do with it.
He's on the inside of Johnny Benson, and he just drives down the corner. You see the smoke. It's almost looks like he didn't even hit the brakes. Makes hard contact with Mike Skinner, puts him in the outside wall, and then David backs into the outside wall. A lot of damage to both of those trucks.
We'll have to follow up and see if there was a brake problem, because that is what it looked like, that he just didn't have any brakes as he went down into that corner.
So this is going to be many, many laps. 07 is in the wall right in front of Hamilton's pit here in the center of turns 1 and 2. So this may help a little bit if we slow down under caution. A caution will help.
Unfortunately, all he had was a flat tire in the spring, and he finished 31st. So Bobby Hamilton, as long as it's going to take to change the radiator, is going to be relegated to a finish somewhere again, more than likely, in the 30s. That's just
after pit right there in 13th position with Dennis Setzer right behind him. We'll have to see how long it takes him to work their way back up to the front.
Oh, Kelly Sutton gets spun around, and right behind her was the 46 of Dennis Setzer. I think he made it through. We see David Rudeman having problems.
As the 18 of Chad Chaffin on the inside.
I know Dennis Setzer was right beside Kelly Sutton when she got sideways.
Ted Musgrave was very, very close to that accident, along with Dennis Setzer.
The 21 of Hank Parker Jr. also involved, and serious damage to the front of that truck.
And he was running real here.
Outside, that's Dennis on the inside. They make a little contact. He's clear of it. Charlie Bradbury makes some contact. You see Musgrave, he got in the back of Charlie Bradbury, and all these other trucks came along with nowhere to go.
Started down in the middle of the turn, actually, with Kelly getting turned sideways.
Bobby Jr. barely gets by in the 59 truck. Ted Musgrave gets in the back of Charlie Bradbury. We need to take a look at the front end of Ted Musgrave's truck to see how much damage he may have.
Let's take a look from the onboard camera of David Rudeman. This is coming out of turn number 4. You can just see, Phil talked about at the start of the race, this is the chain reaction. When you're running this close together, together, the guy 4 or 5 back, there's nothing he can do.
See Bradbury, the 78, gets in the back of Kelly. Right there, you see the quarter panel bow up. The 59 goes by, Bobby Jr. 99, Carl Edwards barely gets by. Now then they start spinning. Hank makes hard contact. David Ruderman, no place to go. Chad Chaffin, no place to go. Ted Musgrave gets by on the outside, but only after making contact with the 78 of Charlie Bradbury. Let's see if we can take a look at Ted Musgrave's truck.
Kicks back to all over the back of Quapple. We see a little contact right there.
A lot
He's
of
not
contact.
done yet. Spins him around, and they're both wrecked into the wall.
Into the wall.
Unbelievable.
First and second, Jack Sprague, Travis Quapple. Quapple backing down
the
backstretch.
We talked about keeping a cool head, and that to me right there that was nothing but someone just not wanting to be patient. He was all over Quapple, and he decided now's my chance.
Going into turn number 1, there's Jack on the inside, right behind him. Travis slid the left front tire a little bit. Jack makes some contact, makes some more contact, gets him completely sideways, make more contact.
I wouldn't be surprised if, that doesn't look like something a Sprague would do at this point in the race. I wouldn't be surprised if he's having some brake problems right there. Pedal went down to the floor and he couldn't get the thing slowed down.
Well, you don't hit the brakes off the quarter, Jack.
I'm trying to give him a little benefit of the doubt here.
Well, and we could hear the engine revving on Travis Quapple. He did an incredible job trying to save this. Right here, he hits the accelerator, but there's nothing he can do when the right rear tire was completely off the wheel.
And the problem was Jack was right there in the inside. He started going forward, but then he ran into Jack's truck, and that turned him back into the outside.
It's in the lead with just a few laps to go.
Take a look at this latest caution.
The 6 truck of Matt Crafton gets in the back of the 10 truck of Terry Cook, turns him around. Here comes Andy Houston, nowhere to go, smoke everywhere, runs in the back of Terry Cook. Tough break for both of those guys. They've had a great run going. Both of them were right knocking on the door of the top 10. Another look here, you see all the smoke. Drivers can see nothing. Bobby Hamilton Jr., the 59 truck, just trying to pick his way through there.
You really are helpless at that point because you can't see anything. Your spotter's telling you where to go, but really your spotter can't see anything at that point either.
Todd Bodine narrowly avoids Terry Cook as he gets by on the inside. Andy Houston, unfortunately, not quite so lucky.
Riding along with Johnny Benson, we'll take another look.
Johnny runs in the back of Robert Huffman. Whoa, whoa. Was that Bill Davis?
That is spotting at its finest right there.
Just stop, Johnny. Stop.
Don't go high, don't go low. Just
terribly disappointed with this second place finish.
Coming by the start-finish line, the white flag flies. Jamie McMurray, just over a half a mile to go before he gets his first ever Craftsman Truck Series win. Ultra Motorsports has led 126 laps between Jamie McMurray and Ted Musgrave. Musgrave led 101 laps of this race, and Jamie McMurray wins the Kroger 200.
Than they saw yesterday in happy hour.
Oh, problems early on. Bill Lester getting spun around in the 22 in turns 3 and 4, and that creates a bottleneck as they all try to get around the 22 Toyota of Bill Lester. He keeps it moving. The caution flag flies on lap number 1.
Now,
down, take it easy.
Lap number 1. Let's take a look.
well, this is kind of rude here. Andy just closes in on the 22 and spins him out. First lap of the race, I know Bill was hoping for a little bit more courtesy than that. Then look at the trucks piling in there trying to figure out which way to go. You can see DW slipping through here. See if we can talk to Daryl. Hey, Daryl, that's a close call. What happened? How'd you get by that?
I don't know. All I know is we go down the back straightaway, and the next thing you know, we're 3 wide with the wreck right in front of us. So a little early to be driving 3 wide, but I guess that's part of it. I wouldn't have done it that way, but.
Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway. Ken Weaver gets spun around in the 08 in turn 2, and that brings up caution number 2. Coming out on lap 25.
I'm not sure Ken Weaver didn't have a tire going down. He came off of turn 4, got really sideways and went down in turn 1 and 2 and turned the thing around. So he obviously had a serious handling problem, if not a flat tire.
A lot of guys were happy to see that caution, huh, Phil?
Yeah, Carl Edwards, one of them, we looked at him during the break. He was right before the center of the corner. So around he went. We've got some great trucks right now on pit road. Carl Edwards did, as Wendy mentioned, Cowboy brought him in the pits. They're making some adjustments, topping it off with fuel. There's Carl right there.
He brought his Ford to pit road, and Ruderman was in as well. As you can see the NTN truck there following him out. So these guys just knew that...
Chief Danny Gill said, don't worry, set 3 is what we'll put on next, and they'll be much looser. We have a big spin right now on the racetrack, and I believe this will set up our first round of pit stops.
Big spin, Ray mentioned, and a big problem for the 18 Dickies Dodge of Chad Chaffin. He got some serious body damage as he was caught up in that accident.
In the back of the 75 of David Starr, that in turn knocks him into the 18 of Chad Chaffin. Now everyone's just trying to find a way out.
Oh, and he didn't keep his brakes locked, like Rick says, trying to get the thing in a position so he wouldn't lose a lap. Could get on his way back right in front of the 22, I think.
I think it was Robert Huffman, maybe the 12 truck. We saw the damage there. Another bad break for Robert Huffman. He's had nothing but Bradley. Another shot up it there. You see Andy driving the corner, gets into the 75. Watch now, if he just held his brakes right here, he wouldn't back down, and that is 12, Robert Huffman.
12. But Andy just, Andy overshot that turn and ran into the 75.
Steve Park also involved in that, trying to come to a stop, but got in behind the 18 of Chad Chaffin.
Here comes all the leaders down pit road.
Bobby Hamilton leading the field down pit road right now as they will get a big stop taking place. DW just had a close call. Let's take a look.
You can see there he's got his right front tire wrinkled, front wheel all wrinkled up.
Oh, and problems in turn 4. Steve Park, and it looks like Brad Keselowski in the 29.
Caution is out.
So caution 5 comes out before the close call that we're going to see of DW. And so that brings out it.
Oh, man, it stuck my goofing throttle.
Coming to the start, you see he gets spun around. He said it stuck his throttle.
He just went in the corner way harder than he was going to be able to make because the throttle hung because of his drink bottle. And unfortunately, when stopping on the backstretch to try to get the drink bottle from under the throttle, he lost a lap in the process. So
he was already down 4 laps. So obviously
run a Shane Meal a little bit, it looked like, and Shane was in the hole and it turned the 31 around.
Nice 360, kept on going straight down the straightaway.
Trucks go by without incident. Caution flag flies as Tina Gordon slides up in turn number 1 and comes to a stop. And so our 7th caution comes out at lap 144.
Just over 100 laps to go. Are these guys going to pit now and say
with 90 laps to go?
I don't think it is at this point, but man, I'd hate to think I was going to try to bite off another 20 laps or so.
Joe Armindi gets spun around in the backstretch. We've seen that before. This time the caution flies.
Created a lot of smoke. I think that's why they had to throw the caution. See Andy Houston, the 2 truck on the inside. Much like the contact with Darrell earlier, Joe just doesn't use the whole racetrack, and Andy's forced to try to get off the corner to use some racetrack. Joe was kind of crowding him a little bit. There they make some contact and just created a big smoke screen in the racetrack. I don't think anybody else had any damage, but NASCAR had to throw the caution flag because people couldn't see back there.
Take a look at this caution from Andy Houston's onboard, the smoke that he went through. Once that caution came out, everyone decided to pit. And here, Carl Edwards about to come out of his pit after his stop. And take a look.
Caution.
Bobby Hamilton made some contact with the 50 truck of John Wood. I think he thought he had a problem anyway. And then John made some contact and the left front went down. There's Kevin Love, the 67 truck. Turned around on the racetrack over between turns 3 and 4.
And so caution number 9 has come out for Kevin Love on lap 192. We'll be back to clear it all up at Martinsville. Let's take a close. Ken Weaver, and that's the 10th caution to come out.
Now, you don't think that goofing water bottle got loose again, do you?
I think he got rid of the goofing water bottle, so I am not sure.
Here's a great race for 12th and 13th. Andy Houston, and whoa, right in front of him. That's Dana White in the 72 getting spun around. And so caution number 11.
Had a problem. He slowed way down and then cut low. And Steve was just on the inside of him, really didn't have anywhere to go. Steve had just moved that 62 truck into the top 10. Just gotten around Carl Edwards and Travis Wapple, had driven up to the top 10, and then unfortunately got in an accident there. He's lost a couple of spots. Have to see if he can get them back.
That 72 truck locked up his brakes, getting into turn number 3.
Take a look at on board of the 11, Darrell Waltrip.
Darrell had driven right up on the back of this battle for 10th. I mean, from 10th all the way back to 16th was gathering up to be a great battle, and the caution flag kind of put an end to that for the time being, at least. We still got 18 laps to go, though. We get a green flag here with 15 or so to go, and we'll have a good battle at the end.
Standing by with Danny Gill is over the last 2 laps. Crawford has picked up 0.3 of a second on Rick Crawford. 4 laps to go, and Steve Park into the wall in turn number 2 has come to a stop, and that brings out our caution.
Oh.
Well, gentlemen, it's always green, white, checkered.
And see there, the tire's flat.
He did a great job of keeping from making real hard contact. I think he made some slight contact. There's a slight contact with the wall, but that could have been a lot of contact. As you lean on that right front tire, so much going in the corner there. When it goes out from under you, there's really nothing to keep the thing from going straight into the wall.
For Dennis Setzer, Jack Sprague, Mike Skinner, and John Wood coming to the green flag here at Martinsville.
Dennis got a great start. He's to the inside.
He's letting Rick know he's there. Rick got off that corner. It was so critical to get off at turn 2.
Crawford putting distance between himself and Dennis Setzer as he comes by the start-finish line to see the white flag.
Darrell got spun out there over in turn 4. There he is. The caution flag is not out yet.
It won't come out. The white flag came out before that caution came out, so we will stay under green flag conditions. The checkered flag will come out. As he comes out of turn number 4, Rick Crawford is going to win the Kroger 250.
Oh, side-by-side battle for every spot in the top 10. Check it out. Big crash here at the start-finish line. I don't know what happened. Check that out. Bill Lester and Andy Petrie had a terrible crash here on the front stretch after coming to get the checker.
Taking the white flag.
Well, plus Darrell got going again. He just got in underneath Andy, or excuse me, is that Andy? Yeah, yep. Andy in the 2 truck, and washed up and got into him. Tried to keep it off of him, spun his truck out because of getting into it. He was going for the 11th spot. Just got away from him.
Pretty good run for Darrell, though, really. First time in a Toyota, and was just knocking on the door of a top 10.
And here is the Bill Lester Andy Petrie incident.
That's another view of Darrell and Andy Houston getting together. Darrell made some contact with the inside wall. But I'm sure he had a lot of fun. He did a whole lot of racing today anyway.
He did, and he was racing for...
What happened?
Coming off turn number 4 here, top of your screen. Right there, you see the 2 trucks get together.
It looked like Andy just got sideways. His truck got sideways on him, and in correcting, he got into Bill. Certainly nothing intentional, just racing hard for the checkered. It looked like maybe the Petrie truck got loose.
Yeah, and they were racing for position last year in the fall race, and it really took away that outside groove a little bit. We got trouble already.
Brad Keselowski gets spun around, taking up with him Chase Montgomery in the 18, the 50 of Todd Cleaver, the 8 of Deborah Renshaw.
Wow.
And it looked as though Brad Keselowski was coming into turn 1 and got on the brakes, and the rear brakes locked up and spun around on him.
Well, when there's not a lot of temperature in the brakes yet, that can happen.
29 as he makes his way down pit road. Be one of the smartest guys in the booth then, because I think you called this early on.
I'm not sure that I would be able to equal up to Bob Dillon.
No, they think he might have run over something on the racetrack, so his crew member is taking that right front tire to Goodyear right now to see exactly what happened to him.
Happy with his Chevy.
You know, Jack Sprague may not have ever won here, but he's finished 3rd 4 times. You have to have a pretty good truck and be pretty good at this racetrack. We got a spin on the racetrack. Casey Kingsland, the 24 truck. He had quite a bit of trouble in practice yesterday. They had a 2-hour and 15-minute practice. I think he spun out 3 or 4 times. Trouble.
Going sideways while on the racetrack. Yellow's out.
Problems again with the 24. That's Casey Kingsland spinning around, bringing out our 5th caution of the day.
Now, Phil, we've run 59 laps, but I would venture to guess half of them been under caution. What do you do if you're a crew chief? Do you bring them to pit road and get new tires, or you stay out?
I think if you need an adjustment.
Third caution for the 24 of Kingsland being brought out. This is the 6th caution of the day now.
Is this 3 strikes you're out?
Well, I'm not sure, but baseball they do that.
Well, he's kind of slow, so it might do him a favor by telling him.
We are under our 6th caution of the day.
3 wide. David Starr was in the middle. Terry Cook on the outside. The 24 truck on the inside.
Here comes the leader. Look at there. Had to jump the curb.
It looked like maybe the 22 truck was the closest to him. Maybe Bill Lester made a slight bit of contact, but certainly nothing. No fault of Bill Lester's. Hamilton tries to go in that same hole. See, he bumps into the curb, and every time you hit that curb, it shoots you out there, and he made contact with David Starr. If Bobby hadn't hit the curb, they probably would have went through there with no problem. But watch you see Bobby. He's going to clip the curb right there. Just pushes him out a little bit into David Starr. Unfortunately, David, the recipient of a spin here, and he tried to get back going, was not quite able to.
Here's Todd Bodine leading that field. Oh, bumping and banging going on. Terry Cook in the number 10 looked like he had some problems, and Sean Murphy getting spun sideways.
Right here on the front straightaway, the yellow flag will fly.
Caution comes out. That's the 10th different caution. Now Todd Bodine may be saying to himself, racing's all about, and this is what truck racing is all about.
Wow, these guys are serious about that spot.
Yeah. Oh, Bobby Hamilton's about to get turned around, and he does.
Bobby Hamilton spun around. He tries to keep the truck going, tries to stay green, but no, it doesn't. And they've got damage to the front of that truck. They're going to have to do a lot of work to get him back out and keep a respectable position.
See, Bobby, he ran into the back of Terry Cook, pushed him through the corner. They're trying to get by the lap truck. Then Bobby kind of turned back to the inside. Robert Huffman was there. They made contact. That's what turned Bobby Hamilton around. See if we can take another look at what happened from another angle. See Bobby there. Now Robert and Bobby are going to make some contact right there. Just a slight bit of contact, but it was enough to get him sideways. And then he had Robert Huffman had Mike Skinner right behind him, and he went ahead and pushed Bobby Hamilton around. Had he backed off, possibly Bobby Hamilton could have straightened it out, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Ray?
And the white flag will fly for Bobby Labonte. Just over a half mile to go before his first win in the Truck Series.
Ricky Craven pulled right up to Bobby Labonte's bumper. Bobby's got to stay on the bottom of the racetrack.
It's Bobby Labonte, Ricky Craven, Ron Hornaday coming through 3 and 4. Bobby Labonte right on the curb. He doesn't want to make a mistake. Coming at him, turn number 4. The checkered flag flies, and Bobby Labonte will win the Kroger 250. Great side-by-side racing between the 1 of Ted Musgrave and the 15 of Shane Meal. When they went across the stripe, it was a dead heat.
They're going to make some contact. That's more than likely what happened to his left rear tire. He probably knocked the valve stem out of that tire and cut it down immediately.
Slaps the wall coming out of 2. You see another angle of that.
Kyle's not giving him a whole lot of room on the inside. You can see the tire already flat here. Watch Jack Sprague, the 60 truck, come along. Has to slide the front tires to avoid hitting him.
We stayed green. Racing still going on. Ray Dunlap.
Lots of trouble here for Kyle Krislop. Now you'll see that he has
the lead on the inside. Puts the Fastenal Dodge and Bobby Hamilton back to second. What a great run for Clint Boyer, that Jack Daniels Chevrolet. Bobby Dyer, Gene Christensen. You know they have to be awfully happy. Oh, got some trouble.
Big problems in turn 3 and 4.
That's a 08 of Butch Miller making one of his infrequent starts. The 04 of David Strimmy making his first ever start. Makes some pretty hard contact. Obviously busted the radiator. It's going to be a long repair for that Hemi Dodge. Ambrose, the 20 on the outside. Looked like Jack maybe hit the curb, bounced up into the 08 of Butch Miller. The 04 of David Strimmy had nowhere to go. Steve Park, the Harris Trucking number 59, made a little bit of contact with the back of the 04.
Well, you could see Jack, he was up inside of Butch Miller and down on the apron. I guess Jack felt like he was far enough in there that he was going to go ahead down in the corner and see if Butch could hang on or not, and he wasn't able to.
And so with our second caution, Bobby. Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway. We see Steve Park in the number 59 facing the wall. Has a lot of damage to that truck.
See Steve moving around in the truck. That's Jim Harris's truck. Jim's local. That truck is based in Martinsville, Virginia. It just catch it right after the starts, he's already sideways, backs into the wall pretty hard, Michael.
Yeah, and there wasn't anyone around him, so it makes you wonder if maybe he had a braking problem getting into the corner, maybe even got those back tires.
Running that he's run so far, because Mark Martin won't run all the races.
That's right. Capo 9 will. Oh, we got spinner. Timothy Peters, a Ford truck. I just caught a glimpse of it.
He got loose off turn 4 in one of those gaggles. That was turn 2, wasn't it? In the 4.
Yeah, he's in the 4 truck.
Look, something's wrong with it.
Leader's coming in at 2.
I don't think he...
Back up.
I think the left rear's flat.
Yeah.
Tire down in 2 seconds. Already spun out, already had a flat right there.
Yeah, may have had some contact to cause that flat tire.
We see it's down.
Yeah, there's Eric Darnell, the wow Ford for Jack Roush, doing a nice job avoiding Timothy Peters.
Simply wow. I believe that's a cleaning.
It is like a degreaser, a cleaner. Absolutely.
Tire went flat, caused him to spin. We think maybe there was probably some bumping into the side of his truck and made the tire go flat.
It's amazing that he was right in the middle of so many trucks and nobody hit him after he spun out.
Tough drivers, but they're smart drivers.
Made a little contact with the side of Matt Crafton after he got sideways.
Jack Sprague in that Conway Transportation number 60 right behind this. And look, Jack Sprague had to slide in, actually got in a little contact with Ted Musgrave in number 9.
It looked like he and Ted, you know what?
Welcome back to Martinsville, Virginia. The 6th caution of the day has come out. Boston Reed having problems. You see the fluid behind that truck. He has a broken radiator.
And the implications of this reach far and wide, Rick. This is going to take him out of that chance to be in the top 30 in points when we head to the next race. He got a little help there from Lester. Lester had driven down on the inside of him, and Boston just came over like he wasn't there. My experience tells me you better not do that.
Leaders are on pit road. Clint Boyer, David Ruderman, David Reagan, Mike Bliss, all on pit road. A couple trucks still stayed out.
Dar in the 11 making the pass for 5th.
See, Rick Crawford realized that David started trouble.
Clint Boyer gets spun around, and we talked about him not wanting to come back in, but he may have to come in now because of tires.
Yeah, that may alter his strategy right there. He's going to stay on the lead lap. Three wide is pretty tough in Martinsville.
Remember earlier, Timothy Peters came on the inside and Boyer tried to take the corner. There just wasn't any room left.
Yeah, Johnny Sauter couldn't drive to the inside because Timothy Peters was there. Unfortunately, Clint Boyer probably did not realize that. He didn't realize it was going to be 3 wide. He knew that if it was just side by side, that Johnny Sauter would drive down to the curb and he would have plenty of room. It didn't work out that way.
A lot of times what'll happen, Phil, your spotter will say, you got one inside of you. And you'll say, that's okay. And then he'll say, and another. And you go, oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
It's on the move.
Got to spin in turn 2.
Oh, problems in turn 2. Craig Kinsler into the wall.
Timothy Peters just got on the inside of him, needed
that space.
Just needed to give that man right there 1 inch and didn't elect to do so. Throws caution, line him up again. What are you going to do if you're, I mean, you're kind of in trouble now if your sets are the way these guys have cut in front of your strategy. He's got to come around a lot of trucks to get back where he's going.
See if we can take another look at what happened here. See, there you go. There's Timothy Peters, the Ford truck on the inside. He really wasn't there. He should have given, as you mentioned, an inch or 2, and that's all that Craig Kinsler would have needed.
That just really makes you ill when people do that because it's uncalled for. I think that when you look at something like that, NASCAR should put that truck in the penalty box and say, man, all you need to do is give him an inch. Why can't we do that? Let's take a few inches off your tail and see how you like it.
Bob Dillner.
Dennis Setzer finally coming down pit road with
back in again at the earliest opportunity, but now Terry Cook gets spun around in that number 10 Ford.
He was side by side with the 20 of Marcus Ambrose. You see all the trucks try to avoid him going inside and outside.
We're just 10 laps past the halfway point at lap 135, and that was our 10th caution of the day.
Check this out. It's on the outside of Ambrose. Those 2 trucks bump. Ambrose gets loose down on the inside, Phil, and when he corrected his truck, he bumped into Terry Cook and spun him out.
Certainly no intent there, but unfortunately Terry Cook gets the worst of it. Here's what Mark Martin saw. Watch right ahead of him. You see those trucks bump a little bit. You see Marcus get sideways.
Clear.
He had to chase his truck up the hill to corral it.
Good job.
And unfortunately, the 10 of Terry Cook went out. Here's Dennis Setzer, the Cure Autism Now truck. He just saw a bunch of smoke there. He's going to say, I'm going to drive by Terry Cook on the inside and avoid him. Meanwhile, Johnny Benson is on pit road.
I'm going to guess that...
Battle for second position. Joey Miller just in front of Ted Musgrave. That's Joey Miller with the yellow stripe. Problems, Johnny Benson, Terry Cook, and the 20 of Marcus Ambrose.
See a lot of damage to the 20petfinders.com truck of Marcus Ambrose. See the David Starr truck, the 11 go by. He's our leader. That puts Marcus down a lap, but he's got more problems than just being down a lap. Looks like he got a radiator too.
Sure does. He'll have to go behind the wall. We've got a couple of guys running around right now without any. We've got a long cleanup ahead. He needs to shut that thing down and stop it.
Looks like Johnny in the 23, Johnny Benson, and the 10 of Terry Cook made a little contact. Johnny went around. Then look, Kerry Earnhardt ran in the back of Terry Cook.
It is so easy to spin out here, Phil. We talked about getting these things to head in the other direction. You can see Johnny and Terry just got together a little bit. Johnny goes spinning around. We talked about how hard it is to get these things to go the other way. You got to put them in such a bind to get them to do that one little bump, Bob, and you spin out.
That's right, Joey Miller on pit road.
What damage was done to the right front fork?
Oh, there goes Timothy Peters.
Right in front of the whole pack. Mark Martin slips by.
Caution comes out. That's number 12, by the way. The record for cautions at Martinsville in the Truck Series, 15.
Oh, we'll get there.
We still have a lot of laps to go.
And these cautions are friends.
On the same pit stretch. Get a look at it right. He's on the inside of Matt Crafton. That's a battle for the third position. He loses that truck, runs up, bumps into Matt Crafton, cannot control it, turns around. Now the truck's going everywhere. Mike Bliss got a little damage. He made some contact with Aaron Crocker in the 98 truck. See if we can take another look at it. You see Timothy on the bottom. He's going to get a little bit loose, have to chase his truck up the hill, Michael.
You saw him dive in there way harder than he should have, Phil. He committed to go on the inside of the 88. He was in over his head from the beginning. Didn't have a prayer of making that corner.
Now, I think back to the first year we did this. Carl Edwards had the same problems on this racetrack. Going in a little hard, got into the curve, couldn't handle it, got bumped into him.
This is Mark Martin.
Being in front of us.
Another truck having a great Bliss. IWX. Chevrolet, Mike Bliss, we got a spin. Track's blocked over at turn number 4.
Craig Kinzer again having problems keeping the 29 Chevrolet pointed the right direction.
David Reagan, who was having such a great run, is involved also. You see him on the inside, the 50 truck.
Hard left turn before he got to turn 3, made it onto pit road.
So heard him say that it blew up. So
spin in turn 2.
Got trouble.
Eric Almirola in that Spears Manufacturing 75 Chevrolet. Getting spun around.
Boy, don't
caution number 14.
See the 75 on the outside. He and the 22 of Bill Lester make some contact.
Bill's been down on the inside of a couple people and felt like they should have given him the turn, but Eric disagreed, and therefore we're under our latest caution.
14 cautions have taken place at Caution 15, tying the record at Martinsville, has come out. Robert Richardson in the number 1 brings it out on lap 217.
Hold out in front of them, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Spotter letting him know you need to get turned around and go in the right direction. So caution 5th.
Underneath them almost. That was a previous corner. Let's see what happens when they get down in turn number 3 here. Dennis looks to the inside. Just overdrove the corner, it looked like.
And then hit him twice and spun him out.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Caution down, caution down, caution down.
Yeah, DW not happy about that.
And I don't blame him either. And that's really not characteristic of how Dennis Setzer not restart this race. He made it. He's at the start-finish line. 1 lap to go.
White flag has come out. Under a half mile to go for David Starr, looking for win number 4 in his career. Down the backstretch, he's got a 5-truck link over Ted Musgrave.
What a great run today by David Starr.
David Starr comes out of turn number 4, and he will win the Kroger 250.
Matt Crafton in 3rd.
Tying his career best.
Brendan Gaughan in 6th. It's good to see these guys have good runs.
Ted Musgrave with a 2nd place finish. That could move him ahead of his teammate.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah, we're being showed.
Greenfield, they all want to get to the bottom, and they're trying so hard over turn 4. We got trucks heading every which direction.
Bill Lester, Brendan Gaughan involved in our first accident, which has brought out caution on lap number 1. Bill Lester gets spun back around. Brendan Gaughan still stopped up against the wall. That's actually very close to his pit stall.
And then going. You see Brendan on the inside, right in the middle of your screen. He's going to drive in there. Just a chain reaction deal. The 50 truck gets turned around. Brendan with nowhere to go.
Makes a little bit of contact on the inside wall, but
didn't look like it would have hurt it, but it
looked like he hardly even hit the inside wall.
And so, after 2 laps of racing complete, we're under caution.
Lap number 31.
Oh, we got a spinner.
And we got a spin. Looks like David Reagan coming off turn number 2. That will bring out the caution. I think we've run enough now that I think everyone will hit pit road, and the majority of them, if we get enough caution laps, will stay out in this truck's as good as Jack Sprague is.
I think a left rear tire blew on the number 50.
Well, if we could run it back, the reason why they came off turn 4 3 wide.
You can see the left rear tire right there had already gone down. David Reagan kept that truck out of the wall. Big news for him this week, as we heard earlier, going to take over the 6th car of Mark Martin next year for Roush in the Nextel Cup Series.
No one saw that. Pit road.
Right, he's hoping for a caution.
There it is, right there. Now he'll
call that one.
That's what I thought would happen. It'd be interesting to see if NASCAR thinks he did that on purpose.
I'll tell you how good Ron is. You see, he made a lot of smoke,
Michael.
and he made a lot of smoke too to try to get that caution. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
That takes a lot of experience.
I mean,
predicted that one.
Or maybe they just don't pay attention to what we say. They might listen.
Okay, but see, he did such a good job with it. Everybody knows he did it on purpose. I hate to tell you, but he did good.
But then there's a the problem with that is
trouble in the front stretch, big crash.
It's Damon Lusk, the 25 truck.
A lot of damage to the front of the 25. The caution comes out for the 4th time. Again, Damon Lusk taking over that driving position from Boston Reed this race.
We know Ted Musgrave likes the fact that the caution's out. He certainly doesn't want to see anybody with a damaged truck like Damon Lusk. But Rick Gay, Ted Musgrave's crew chief, will have to make that decision way before they get towards the end of the race and count the caution laps. He's going to have to guess before halfway. Or
he can't come from the back. He's decided, y'all. He's going to stay out. And you notice the 25 put a lot of fluid down the track. This is going to take a while to clean up to make sure the track is dry. It's exactly what Ted Musgrave's crew chief wanted. Like I said, if they get that 30 laps, in which they're going to get, they're going to be okay.
Damon Lusk got spun around.
Someone
got to the back of him.
The truck of Chad McCumbee was up on the outside of him. I think he just ran out of space. I don't believe anything intentional happened there. I think McCumbee was just up on the outside, and they kind of came together.
Yeah.
So Damon Lusk, as you had mentioned, a lot of debris on the front stretch, which is a good thing for Ted Musgrave because it means more caution laps.
Well, there we go. We got the 50 going down the corner. We're looking, obviously, here go Martinsville Racing. The one decides the best way to get by him is to knock him out of the way. So, obviously, that's a slick move. You get them on entry that way, they do slide up, and you don't pay the penalty as well. So, obviously, the one got into the back of it.
The 50 doesn't understand. Get a couple of quick cautions. He's going to have to get a couple of quick ones, though. We got a spinner.
Problem with the 77 of Brendan Gaughan again and Cameron Dodson in that 63.
He got one of them, Michael.
He needs them quick, and now he's in good shape. He's going to get one back here, and after he gets this one back.
Just take a look. That's Cameron Dodson, the 63. Brendan Gaughan, the 77, drives in and makes a little bit of contact. Both trucks turn around. They both got going without losing a lap.
Hard on the brakes.
There's another view of it. Just a synchronized spin right there.
Oh, those are so painful, Phil. You know you're just going to lose a lap. Your truck won't start. You just made a bit of an error in judgment.
Bobby Hamilton
trying to shoot into a hole that wasn't there.
Back out on the racetrack. You saw Bobby Hamilton Jr. come in with rear end problems, and so they're able to get that fixed, and he's back on the
prayer to get back to the front, unless they start spinning people out.
And speaking of spinning, the 50 of David Reagan around again. That was the truck that was immediately in front of the 30 of Todd Bodine. So looks like there's something yellow right behind the 33, and Todd's going to drive in there, make a little bit of contact.
And around he goes.
And around he went.
We're within 40 laps of the finish of this deal, Phil, you know, and people just, they're not going to wait around. Todd didn't even have any position on that guy at all, and just spun him out. I believe I might think about, if I'm NASCAR, I might say that looked intentional.
On the pole, and problems early on in this restart. We've got a big melee in turn number 1. Chad McCumbee involved in it.
There's Robert Richardson right there, the one truck. We've got 63 of Cameron Dodson, 98 of Aaron Crocker. There's a 08 of Chad McCumbee. J.C. Stout in the 91 truck.
Quite a few trucks involved in this. This is the 11th caution of the day. Caution of the day at Martinsville, and we expect it at short track racing. 5 trucks involved in this most recent caution. The Kroger 200 continues on speed. FoxSports.com and Speed TV holding on to the position. Now on the inside, Kyle Busch trying to make the move.
Kyle wanted to make sure he wanted it real bad. We got a spinner. Bliss right in the middle of things.
Coming out of 4, Mike Bliss has problems. That 16 gets turned around, and our 12th caution of the day has come out.
A little bit of damage to the left rear corner. As crew chief Dave Feud said, get ready for 4 tires, but unfortunately we've got 25 trucks on the lead lap, so he's going to lose all his track position. You see him on the outside. Looked like, was there a little contact from the 46 of Denny Hamlin, Michael?
Who ran into us?
Who ran into us, Bliss says.
Yeah, it's going to be Denny Hamlin, Mike, is who it was.
But he got run into by Rick Crawford. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was not Hamlin's fault. Crawford ran into Hamlin. That's just chain reaction. That's short track racing. When you drive in 3 truck lengths back and hit a guy and spin him out, that's not right. But that was just one of those deals that happened on a short track.
Strut map.
He's got David Starr right there. He's going to gain some this lap.
White flag flies. David Starr behind Jack Sprague as they cross the start-finish line. Under a half a mile to go. Jack Sprague behind Robert Richardson.
He better not slip down here, Phil, as they go into turn 3. Sprague is there.
Jack Sprague.
Look at him.
Right
Close it
behind
right up.
Robert Richardson, and it will be Jack Sprague coming out and grabbing the checkered flags for the Kroger 200. David Starr, a valiant effort trying to reel in Sprague at the end of this race. A great finish for Eric Darnell, the rookie.
And Johnny Benson.
He does, and somebody runs in the back of him and spins him out. Got one around off turn 4, guys.
44, Frank Cryer getting turned around in that Culver's Chevrolet, and so
Caution's out to spin and turn 4, back it down. He's right about him on the track.
He's Frank's making his first career Craftsman Truck Series start.
Pretty loose, dug off. I'm just really having to wait on the throttle. This track will just
Made a little bit of contact with the 46 of Timothy Peters.
That's that looking thing I was talking about.
3 wide at Martinsville. It just doesn't work. We'll be right back.
And so you don't have the opportunity to work on your truck. You don't have an opportunity to go out and try things. You start the race the way you qualify, and we got one around.
That's the 4 of Chase Miller. No caution yet. We're going to stay green. The leader, Mike Skinner, drives by.
You know why, Phil? Because cautions breed cautions.
They sure do.
If we can keep going here for a while.
He's there just moments ago.
He's on the outside of the 13 of Will Allen. Look like Will Allen bounced off the curb. This is one unique racetrack in the fact that we have a curb on the inside. He bounced off that curb into the 4 of Chase Miller and turned him around.
Riding along with Joey Clanton, the 09, and take a look at what he sees.
We saw that little puff of smoke.
Going outside, inside.
And there's our friend Brendan. With,
the 51 of Paul Menard looks to the inside of the 4. Chase comes down the hill, doesn't quite give him a lane, and there he goes.
Yeah, well, the problem there was, Phil, the 4 stayed out too long and opened the door for the 51 to not just be looking, but to actually be there. When he comes down, there's no way the 51, Paul Menard, could stop, and they make contact. 4 truck does a great job of staying off the wall right there.
You see the 51 was right against the curb. He could not go any lower, but he had already committed to the bottom of the phone by Billy Ballou.
Good equipment, and we got a
problems in 1. Brendan Gaughan getting turned around. Also the 44 of Frank Cryer involved in this one once again. And so our 3rd caution of the day has come out. You had just mentioned cautions breed cautions, Darrell.
Turn 4, guys.
Looks like the 40 of Mike Bliss.
Had a right front go down on that 40 truck. I was looking down there and I saw him go up the hill, and I think he had right front down.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. But we've run 73 laps. I think that puts us in our window now. I think we're going to see wholesale pit stops here, and these guys being decided.
I had a bad vibration right off the start. And
you can see 3rd truck back, and it just takes a hard right.
Riding along with Ken Schrader in that Fastenal Dodge. Mike Skinner still out in front. He will dictate what will take place here as pit road is now open. Let's see if spot Mike Skinner in front of Todd Bodine. Mike Skinner in the 5, Todd Bodine in the 30, and a problem on the front stretch. Craig Kinzer in the 47, Crafton in the 88.
Come on, Craig, keep going. Turn off of him and come on.
Caution flag has come out once again, the 6th caution of the day.
I was just going to mention how come Brendan was running as hard as he was to stay in front of the leader. Well, there's the reason why.
Going to be right. You see the 88 of Matt Crafton. Watch in front of here. He's going to get into the left rear quarter panel of Craig Kinzer in the 47. Then they get hooked together.
I think then there might be some disagreement about, you know, who did what here.
Dennis James, our flagman, gets a view of this one.
Matt really didn't have enough room to try to go where he was going under Craig there in the 47 truck. Should have probably backed off a little bit. The 88 should have.
He has been tight.
Take a look at this. Trying to make an adjustment and didn't get the wrench off.
Now he's going to get run over.
He's going to get backed over.
Goodness gracious.
The rule is you cannot leave your pit with.
Take one look at. He'll come into the right side of your screen.
He was all by himself, just right in the middle of the corner of the car. The truck just spun around with him. Not sure if something mechanically happened to it or not. It doesn't look like it is going again.
Something mechanically happened to the back of that truck. He's been hit a few times.
We've had a few accordions over the oak.
Yeah. Fenders are dragging. Terry Cook cutting some slack, and we got a wreck in turn
Eric
4.
Darnell gets turned around. Joey Clanton into him. Bobby Hamilton able to maneuver around without problems. It's Eric Darnell in the 99, Joey Clanton in the 09.
I think Joey was a little contact from the 47 of Craig Kinzer. Has to chase it up the hill.
Then he comes down into Crawford.
14 knocks him into the 88 of Matt Crafton. And this just jumbles everything up.
It backed everything up behind these guys now. Now they're trying to recover. We've seen that 99 3 wide several times today.
Looked like the 13 of Willie Allen hit the curb and ran into the 99 of Eric Darnell. Then the 09 of Joey Clanton had absolutely nowhere to go, and he makes contact. And Ken Schrader in the 18 truck also had nowhere to go. There's another view of Jack getting extremely loose. He gets knocked into the 88 of Matt Crafton and then tries to gather it up down the front stretch.
Ken Schrader did a great job in that Bobby Hamilton racing truck to avoid that most recent caution. As we take a look at that coming up here in just a moment.
Kenny makes a little bit of contact right at the end of this, but I don't think it hurt his truck at all.
Here's the 09 of Joey Clanton. We're going to get a view, a good view right here. Go low, but unfortunately he was already committed to the high side.
I don't think I would want to. I don't think he could go low, and it wouldn't have worked anyway. Credited his time in the truck yesterday with being a big factor in him winning.
Whoa! Right, was Dennis Setzer. Oh,
and AJ into the wall. Dennis Setzer got spun around in front of him. AJ a little hard, probably off that corner. Got into the wall coming off.
Got into the loose stuff up there. A lot of marbles. See some damage to the 75 truck. Dennis gets it righted.
That's the second time he's been turned around down in turns 1 and 2.
I don't know what the 16's thinking, racing a daggum lap truck.
What the 16 of Stacy Compton was thinking. Here's another view right there.
Just gets loose, the 16 does, and that causes him to push up into Dennis Setzer. And of course, you can see everybody taking evasive action. And AJ Allmendinger in the 00, like you said, Phil, hot tires, picks up that debris on his tires and slaps the fence.
There's another view of it right here. You see the 16 Stacy Compton has to chase that truck up the hill. That's the 46 of Timothy Peters trying to drive by. You see AJ, he does a great job missing him, but he has no control. It's like he's on ice. He turns the steering wheel and goes straight into the outside wall.
Stacy Compton saying that the left rear tire went down on that number 16. So they come in to do service on his truck.
Probably did, because there was huge contact between him and some.
Mike Skinner out in front of Todd Bodine. Todd Bodine probably the closest he's been to Skinner since we've gone green flag laps.
Got another spin on turn 4.
Terry Cook in the 59.
No caution yet. They're going to see if caution is out now.
Yeah, the 59 just barely.
Come on, leader.
Well, I think he had a little help from Eric Darnell in that number 99. Both of them trying for the same real estate.
There he bounces off the curb. Terry didn't leave him quite enough room on the inside.
We'll be back with more on Fox. Oh, he's got flat right side tires.
Gosh, he came right down in front of
Aaron Fike.
In front of Fike in a 1 truck.
13th caution of the day has come out. Once again, Chase Miller involved.
Wow, how did that happen? It just jumped sideways on me, and I was just trying to save it up the wall.
See that right front tire doing a lot more damage to that than he already had. Here's another view of it. It was already smoking as he entered the corner. I think that tire had already gone down and went down on the straightaway, and
I think he just drove in there, Phil, and locked the brakes up, and the thing wouldn't turn. And in turn, it must have blown out the left front tire.
Well, that's after it had already happened. And he
Or
was
the
actually,
right front tire.
Yeah, riding around the racetrack and just drove in the corner too hard with a flat tire.
Yeah. Hoping he can get up there to the back bumper.
There's a case. There's a case right there. The 6 of Travis Quapple moved that 08 out of the way. In the aftermath, the 08 got punted into the wall. Caution back out again.
Right side, right front, Dan.
A lot of damage to Chad McCumbie's 08 Chevy Silverado. That brings real estate here in the corner.
There's a 6 of Travis Quapple. He makes contact with Chad McCumbie, the 08. That puts him up the hill. Now, A.J. Allmendinger and the 75 of Dennis Setzer come by. They're already side by side. Just doesn't leave any room.
As all of that was taking place, Kevin Harvick got by Ron Hornaday. So Harvick now into the top 5.
Boy, he's sure running out of time, though. He's still got some good trucks in front of him. Ted Musgrave's been good all day. He's 4th. The 14 of Rick Crawford, a former winner here. He's running 3rd. He's been good all day.
Tell you what, though, he got by his own truck there, the 33 of Harvick. That is a hard lick, guys, in that outside wall.
And that was no safer barrier. There's barrier there. The safer barrier had already stopped.
4th now as he just went by Ted Musgrave.
Yeah, that's
laps to go.
Great recovery. Ron would have probably run 3rd, so he's going to get back to where he almost was.
Problems with the 00 of A.J. Allmendinger. And as we are inside of 3 laps, that means we will have a green-white checkered finish for the A.J. Allmendinger in that 00.
Rolling off here in the corner underneath. Oh.
And the 60 gets into the 7. The 60 of Jack Sprague gets into the 7 of Brad Keselowski, and that forces him up into the 00 of A.J. Allmendinger. And there's a result. Watch this. The 60 is going to get into the left rear corner of the 7, get him sideways. He has to chase it. He makes contact with the 00 of A.J. Allmendinger.
A.J. done a great job up until the last little bit, and none of this has been his fault necessarily, just bad luck.
On board with Jack Sprague. Just a little bit of contact.
Clear.
Isn't it amazing, the guy that always seems to cause the accident, he drives on off and somebody else pays the price?
I remember you here one time running 3rd.
The green, then the white, and we will see the checkered. And it is about to come out. The green flag for Mike Skinner. 2 laps of racing to go.
If he can just get through 1 and 2 clean without Todd making contact, I think he's going to be okay.
That 5 just, it doesn't take anything at all. That baby just launches up out of the hole.
2 truck length lead over Todd Bodine as he makes his way through 3 and 4 coming out. The white flag flies. Half a mile for Mike Skinner.
Spotter Mike Swim going to talk him through it. He's got about a 2 truck length lead right now.
Oh, he's got it made. He's sailing down into turn 3, nice and easy, right on the bottom like he's been all day long. He looks up. He sees the flag in the air. Mike Skinner. What a day.
Dominant performance for Mike Skinner. He wins his 22nd career race at Martinsville Speedway. Celebrate
the rest of the way. The guys up in the booth. Now got a spin in turn 2. We'll get back to that in a second.
Sure enough, Ryan Scott gets turned around in turn number 2. That will bring out our first caution, and it is closing in on that lap 30 that you're talking about.
Yeah, I think everybody would like to get to lap 30 like Bob was talking about, but they're going to come in now.
Yeah.
Missing on the right front corner.
Right front. You want to know how that happens? Watch this. You can't go 3 wide at Martinsville. And see the splitter?
Yep, the splitter slid off there over there in turn 2 looked like.
I was kind of hoping they'd let it lay there because you know we're going to have another caution. We can just pick it up later.
And on the steering wheel, I have to really turn that steering wheel. Look at Ron Hornaday. What is he doing down there?
I saw, check when he gets to the corner, they get about 3 wide again. Bliss had the same issue. Hornaday got turned a little bit sideways.
Out, you see Regan Smith, and the other truck is Johnny Benson, bringing out the 4th caution today, and a lot of damage to both trucks.
Yeah, you see all the damage to the left front tire flat on Johnny Benson's truck, and worse for him, our leader was able to get by before Johnny was able to get back under speed, so he is 1 lap down.
Lap before Phil, and I think Johnny was trying to follow suit, and just Regan, he watched Regan give Denny room to get in the corner, and I guess he assumed he was going to give him room, and he just didn't Didn't happen that way. Yeah. Let's go down to Bob. Bob.
Johnny Benson on pit road. A lot of damage to the left side. Sheet metal on that truck. 2 flat tires.
And learning how to adjust, especially on the exit.
Oh, problems now for Jason Leffler and that number 1. He gets turned around and rolling back into traffic. Very close there for Clay Rogers in the 75. Yeah, Clay was moved out of the way by Leffler, and maybe Kraft and paying him back.
Well, they definitely made contact there. There's no question about that. And Matt just basically ran into the back of him, so it really wasn't. But watch Jason Leffler, you're talking about, kept rolling down the hill. Brendan Gaughan did a nice job of just squeezing down to the inside by him.
Well, when you move people out of the way and they catch you back, you got to be ready for it. I mean, Matt wasn't in there at all, but evidently he didn't feel like for the lead.
There it goes. Jack Sprague makes his move on the inside, and the caution has come out for Dennis Setzer in the 18. He's turned around. What loop will they look at as far as where was Jack Sprague and Terry Cook?
Yeah, Dennis Setzer was already turned around when I looked back to the leaders and saw that Terry Cook was still ahead. So Dennis Setzer, he's going to get turned by the 2 of Clint Boyer right there.
That's old school racer Dennis Setzer and new school racer Clint Boyer. And Clint said, I'm in there about a foot or so.
I got about maybe 1 foot.
I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Valuable real estate when you talk about racing at Martinsville Speedway. Every inch and foot counts. Terry Cook still.
Turn number 1 gives him a shot, gets him up out of the groove, tries to get by on the inside here. Look at Mike Skinner. Jack was having trouble getting some bite. Mike Skinner drives by on the inside.
Watch what happens to Hornaday and Cook going into turn 1. I said he bunted him. I mean, he punted him. That's way more than a bunt.
Oh, my goodness. Back to back.
That's a swing away. That's a swing away right there, isn't it?
Destroyed the left side of that truck.
You wonder if maybe that left rear tire might have gone down getting in the corner, but it sure flattened the left side of that truck. See if we can get a view here.
Oh, he's all by himself. I'd say he blew a left rear field, just like you said.
The 99 was in the vicinity, and that's his teammate, Eric Darnell. Let's see if we can...
Oh, got a crash on the front straightaway.
Problems with Jacques Villeneuve. He has hit the wall hard.
Very hard. You have to wonder.
He might have had a little help.
We saw what he...
See the steam on the windshield. He's obviously busted the radiator in that truck.
Man, he hit hard.
He is climbing out of that.
And Jock. Oh.
Just all sorts of contact here. The 1 of Jason Leffler and the 2 of Clint Boyer. Yeah. He pretty much was a ping pong ball right between the 2 of them.
Yeah.
Let's obviously take the blame away from Terry Cook. He was not involved in this. See, there's a contact right there with Jason Leffler. Now Clint Boyer drives up on the inside. Then Jock gets sideways, and when Clint Boyer makes the contact, it turns him straight into the inside wall.
Yeah, Jock's trying to catch that. He's trying to turn back to the right, but with the truck on his inside, there's nothing he can do. The back end keeps going around on him.
And you could see Leffler, he got it all started. He got down in the corner and gave Jock a little boot, and then that let Boyer drive on the inside, and then from then on, it was just a...
Sideways,
finally.
All the way around he goes. That's the 8 of Travis Dasso.
Can he get it going? The caution flag hasn't flown yet.
No caution yet. Let's see if he can
get
that refired.
Come on, Travis.
Looks like he's trying to get it refired, but caution flag is out.
Comes out just as they reach Travis, and that's the 11th caution flag of the day. Track, more than likely they could have.
See the contact right there between the 17 of Michael McDowell and the 8 of Travis Dasrow. Looked like Michael may have been side by side with another truck as they entered turn number 3.
Bob Dillner, what else is going on?
Cap 108. These guys are battling hard for the position, and Dario tries to get in the hole, but it's just not there. Bill, and he gets spun around by Dennis Setzer and then hit by Clay Rogers.
Go around, see if he can get into the pits.
Oh, he left some oil on the track. See the truck's all sliding up the hill. The track's been
there
all
they go.
down.
2 trucks around, the 6 and the 1.
Travis and Jason Leffler get turned around. The caution has come out once again. 6 of Travis Quapple.
We saw the 17 of Michael McDowell probably oil up the racetrack, and here they get down in the corner 3 wide. The 1 of Jason Leffler, the 6 of Travis Quapple makes some contact. They're inside and middle of a 3 wide situation.
And the reason why the 15 was able to drive around the outside of these people, he was up where there wasn't any oil. Everybody else was sliding in oil, and he just went around the top side of them all. Good move by Ty Bodine to grease his way through there. Watch the 15.
Smoke right there.
Way out wide. Everybody starts sliding in the oil, and he just keeps digging.
Denny.
Now he wants to make sure he stays on the bottom of the racetrack, so he may be a little conservative getting in the corner, but then he wants to get in that throttle and beat Jack's brake off the corner. Ooh,
spin. Problems hard. There is the 07. And we just heard, again, another hit. That was the 09 of Joey Clanton.
Wow.
07 of Tim Sauter got turned around. Joey Clanton came in and hit hard. Red flag is now out on the racetrack.
Right away, you see the 99 of Eric Donnell involved also. We've got the 09 Joey Clanton. The 15 of Denny Hamlin is also there. Jason Leffler, the 1 truck.
That looked like that could have happened at Talladega, Phil.
That was a hard look.
Big crash.
Joey Clanton trying to get that truck moving again, even though.
Great job by Setzer.
Yeah, nice job.
Work his way through it.
There's another view. Here's Jason Leffler.
This one will be
bad right
here.
behind him. He's going to get just about Ooh, he makes some contact with the 09 of Joey Clanton. I think Joey Clanton with the 09 is the one that really. Here's another view right here. See Tim Sauter up against the wall. Watch this. There's Joey Clanton, I think, is the one that's really going to hit him hard.
Yep, that 09 was trying to. It looked like he had an opportunity to make a pass on the outside and looked as though he stayed in the gas. We take another look from a different angle.
Yeah, watch that 09 come in here. Eric Donnell makes a little contact. Here comes Joey Clanton. He makes hard contact.
Man, I'm glad that was on the right side in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
That was big. That just goes to show you how fast these trucks are going here, Phil.
Yeah, get down to about 60 miles an hour down in the center of the corner, but they're probably running 80, 85 miles an hour, and it looks like they're running 185 miles
When they hit each other, stuff flies everywhere.
See the trucks involved here in this most recent caution.
Around the outside, you can't pass up there, Phil. We've already said that.
Hornaday on the outside of Crafton. They make contact once again going down the backstretch.
Matt Crafton says, you're not going to get my 3rd place away from me.
Meanwhile, that 5 truck has about 6 truck lanes and has the white flag going around Hornaday and Crafton both sideways.
Inside, half a lap. Half a mile to go from Martinsville. The Kroger 200 looks as though it's going to go to Mike Skinner.
Ooh, look at Hornaday.
Hornaday making the pass on Crafton. Crafton back on the outside. This time by, checks in the air. It is Skinner's going to win. They turn in turn number 4. The caution flag will come out for the remainder of the field.
And there's guys driving into that smoke that cannot see anything,
Can't see a thing. Look at Brendan Gaughan. He's going to be the first guy to make it through there, it looks like.
And you have to maintain a reasonable speed, so these guys should be able to keep these positions that they got by driving through that crash. Justin Labonte, the 2nd guy through there.
Yeah, Brendan Gaughan moved all the way up to the 11th position. You see Clint Boyer, a lot of damage to that Camping World Chevrolet. There's Matt Crafton.
Ping pong. This is them coming out of turn number 4. 3 of them are without question, but then look at the pile up behind them.
Looks like about through 7th. You can count those finishers all the way up to back to Chapin in 7th. But
yeah,
look,
David
this
Starr gets by his teammate Rick Crawford to take over the 4th spot. There's, you can see the carnage. There's Travis.
Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway. Our first caution of the day came out on lap 41 just moments ago. It was Philip Magilton that was struggling through turn 4 and got turned around. We'll ride along with Travis Quapple as Magilton's on his outside here.
I imagine we're going to make a little contact there. It goes right there in the center of the corner. Travis got down to the inside.
Behind you. Caution is out.
Had position. Little 3-wide action for our leader, Denny Hamlin. You see him right there. That's Jason White on the inside. He pulls over and gives Denny enough room to go up the middle. Tim Cowan on the outside. Nice little move here. Gives him a little bit of distance over that.
3rd position. That's the furthest back as we've got another spin. This one in turn 4, and the caution comes out once again. Now, is there any question after 63 laps?
I still think it's too early here with a small fuel cell.
To be safe. I mean, now you gamble. Now you got to wonder if you
see Scott Speed on the inside of that 85 truck.
And that's what
he bounced off the curb. We see it so many times.
But that's what happens. That 85 left that bottom open just enough that you say, is he going to let me in, or am I going to, whoops?
Yeah.
There's another view right here. You're going to see Scott Speed. He didn't feel like he had quite enough room. He was trying to give the 85 more room, but when you bounce off that curb, it's going to shoot you to the outside anyway.
And so 3 cautions for manufacturers, and now have, I guess, consolidated to one manufacturer. We got problems with Andy Lally.
Big lick.
That's also Travis Quapple and the Zaxby's Ford right there.
No contact.
Travis spins
Quapple
around.
saying no contact.
Keep digging there, bud.
Travis Scott going before the leader. Denny Hamlin got there. I think we're getting very close to our window, Daryl.
Yeah, you can come now.
Shorten that truck up a lot.
Other part.
It's deceiving. You're doing 125 mile an hour down these straightaways, and you know it when you back one in the fence.
There's Andy on the outside of the 59 of Ted Musgrave. There's a little contact right there.
Backs into the wall. And so that brings out our 4th caution of the day. Looked as though Andy Lally was trying to come down the racetrack. Ted Musgrave was already there.
Yep.
A lot of trucks on pit road right now, led by that 33 of Ron Hornaday. His teammate Sprague also coming down pit road.
Jack Sprague making a hard look.
That's what he does. He just kind of sneaks into the picture.
Spin again for Philip Magilton in that 22. Caution comes out once again.
Keep going, come on.
And debris flying off that race truck.
Yeah, it's a bumper bar out of the back. Flew out into the track. Wouldn't want to
right here. He's going to drive to the inside there to try to make it 3 wide for just a moment. That's probably a bad plan.
You know what happens, Phil, is the guy on the outside, he's got to make the turn too, you know. But the guy on the inside is coming straight in. The guy on the outside's turning in. They collide. Oh, no, Digger again.
Ooh, that tire jumped right over top of Digger.
I'm going to tell you what, I think Digger, by the end of the day, he's going to say, I don't know if I want to work tomorrow or not. The boys are killing me.
Well, you see 3 wide on the side of the 22. Just because it's on the truck doesn't mean you can do it, I guess?
No, exact. Good point.
See if pit road opens here and see if Richie Waters and Doug George bring those Toyotas to pit road.
Well, these two battled about the last 10 races of the season. We got problems again in turn number 4, and it's right in front of our race leader, Kyle Busch.
Oh, this could be.
Kyle was able to get.
I think this 85 has a whole lot to do with what happened. Down in the corner, you're in my way. I got in a little hot. You didn't.
He spins up high. Now, Kyle had already decided to go up high.
I have to give Kyle credit. Probably a year ago, he'd have gassed her up and pushed that 85 right out of his way. But he used a little restraint today.
He did let him know he wasn't appreciative.
He didn't like it, but he didn't wreck his truck trying to make a point.
Look behind this Zaxby's truck right here. That's the gunbroker.com Dodge right there.
Jason White.
Jason White.
Another spin. Philip Magilton backs into the traffic in turn number 4. That brings the caution out.
Right. Backs right up in front of the leader. How many times has that 22 spun out now?
Well, that makes it
3 wide.
That's 3.
Vehicle.
And lose the lead.
Take another look right here. You see him going to drive down to the inside. He's on the inside of that 85 truck. He's on the outside of the 03 of Chrissy Wallace. And make a little contact. Creates a smoke screen.
Now he's safely up on the racetrack, and then all of a sudden backs back down in front of the race leader, Dennis Setzer.
Right in front of the leader.
Left front tire flat for Philip Magilton. He'll have to go get.
And that was on lap number 155. Trouble.
Problem in the turn 3 wall. That 16 of Brian Scott gets shortened up on the bed once again, and now it's the 10th caution of the day.
You know that old saying we always use, cautions breed cautions. You know where it came from?
Martinsville or Bristol.
Yeah.
Come on around. Come on. Just run over the curb if you have to. You can't be a lap down.
That's a new approach right there. You block the track. That way you can't go a lap down.
And it didn't work.
Looked like he was a little bit sideways. There may have been some contact with the 6 of Colin Brown down the back straightaway. See, Colin pulls up to the inside. He actually got Brian a little bit sideways before they even got to the corner. Brian had absolutely nothing he could do. Rides it up to the outside wall.
You just go down there, and if the guy in front of you happens to let off just a teeny bit before you do, you're right into him.
We're getting down to it now. We only have 65 laps to go. I think we've seen a lot of patience as Digger is going to get a look at this and watch that truck go right over top of him sideways.
How does that lug nut keep staying there?
Just out of the groove. Out of the groove.
That's impossible.
But it's getting time. We've seen and struggled so much in practice.
Got one around. Turn 4 here, guys. The 6 of Brown.
Colin Brown gets turned around. No caution as of yet. He's not in the groove.
Got down in turn number 3. That's Jason White, the 08 on the inside. Looks like the 33 of Ron Hornaday makes a little bit of contact, but it doesn't take much to get you turned around here.
And that's the thing about this racetrack. That's why we have so many cautions. Just a little nudge, and it puts him up here. He's a little loose getting in. You can see that. Ron gives him a little nudge, and the round she goes.
Every one of these caution laps will help that number 10 truck of Brendan Gaughan. He needs.
Kyle Busch made a strategic move to stay out. Problems again in turns 3 and 4. This time it looks as though it's the 20 of Scott Lagasse Jr. that got turned around, and that brings out another caution. 13 on the day. Now it's Brendan Gaughan just absolutely chewing on the steering wheel.
No, he was like that before. Chrissy Wallace and the 20. You see Chrissy down on the inside. She's going to commit down to the bottom. The 20, as we talk about, takes his normal line into the corner, and Chrissy was committed to go to the inside there. Wasn't quite up there, but
when you got to go to the curb, you're going in too low, and you're not cutting that guy in front of you slack. Not that you have to, but proper etiquette would be to give that guy on the outside a little room or getting in.
When does proper etiquette go out the window at a short track?
About 20 laps to go.
Yeah, but we're in that window.
Well, and you see Scott Lagasse obviously getting turned back around. The caution lights had come out. 13th caution, the record.
Duck to the outside of Mike Skinner. He got up about halfway up on him, just couldn't quite hold it there on the outside.
No problems. Jack Sprague gets turned around coming out of 2, and a hard hit by Shelby Howard in the 13 as well. Our 14th caution, we saw 13 previous yellow flags fly. And now this time it is Jack Sprague getting turned around, and then Shelby Howard getting into the side of him. Hard contact there. You see the damage to the left front.
Well, our pole setter has had
another look at what just took place coming out of turn 2.
See the 30 of Ty Bodine goes by.
Looks like the 2 was trying to fall in behind the 30 and didn't leave enough room.
Yeah, made a little contact, I think, with a 60 truck of Terry Cook, and then Shelby Howard came along with absolutely nowhere to go.
From nowhere, and that's a shame. Shelby had a great qualifying run and was setting in pretty good shape.
Had a good 3 wins at this racetrack.
Just rolls her down in there, turns the wheel. Oh, no!
Kyle Busch gets into the back of the 5, and Mike Skinner spins off, coming off of 4.
And nobody hit him. That is incredible. Incredible job by those guys to avoid him.
And the spotters.
Somebody did hit him.
Well, to start it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But after he spun, I'm talking about.
Now.
See Kyle barrels it down into turn number 3. Ooh, Skinner just didn't go.
Skinner just had it almost like he didn't go.
Or maybe ran out of fuel, possibly?
He could be, because he looks like he's out of gas. He's out of fuel.
That's what it was, exactly.
Can't get it going again. He's creeping along the racetrack in turn 1 and 2.
Roll along Kyle's part, but that wasn't the right thing to do right now.
Riding along with David Starr.
Come on.
Good job by David Starr, spotter right there. Good job.
Duck, man, I'm telling you.
Go low, go low.
If I did these races every week, whatever Richie did, that's what I do.
Coming out of turn number 4, the green flag back in the air. We're back underway at Martinsville Speedway. 2 laps of racing to go.
Great restart for Dennis Setzer.
It really was.
It almost looked like Johnny Benson stopped a little bit there, maybe to make it look like Dennis Setzer jumped.
I think he was trying to lay back and get a run on him, but he didn't time it right.
Setzer's run a flawless race. Out of 4, the white flag in the air.
And the other thing is, he wanted to be sure he had a cushion so that the 51 couldn't get a run on him.
If Dennis Setzer can keep enough fuel in this thing, he will win for the 3rd time at Martinsville.
Here comes Kyle Busch. He's sticking the nose down. Around goes the 23. Around goes the 51. And coming out of 4, Dennis Setzer will win at Martinsville.
Oh, no.
The field going by the 51 and the 23. Now Kyle Busch gets it straightened back out as they celebrate.
That's just all wrong right there. I knew Kyle was going to make a run on him. He was going to try to get a nose under him, but
thank you, Dennis. Thank you, bud. You're awesome.
That was uncalled for, unnecessary.
What a finish for Dennis Setzer. Going into turn number 3, Dennis Setzer, Johnny Benson, and Kyle Busch. And here's what happened getting into 3.
This is one of those times when Kyle has got to learn. Some days you just take what the thing's going to give you.
I tell you what, this could be the first ever 2nd place finish for Matt Crafton. This would be a career best finish for him.
Well, he came across the line in 2nd. Now we will go back and review whatever we need to. Depends on when the caution flag comes out. But I want to say Matt Crafton is going to be 2nd, because obviously Johnny and the 51 of Kyle Busch could not maintain.
quickly as we talk about it. The caution comes out. It is Sean Case in the wall in turn 4.
And the key to that, Rick, the leaders had just driven right up to the back of that group, and people just get more. You got to go at that point.
You're intense and
Sean received.
Sean was on the outside. Not sure if he had any contact at all. You see the damage to that Germain Toyota lumber lick.
Caution comes out. Now we've talked about that pit strategy, and right now we see here comes the 33. As you see a look at the 9 getting turned around, but the 33 of Ron Hornaday's down there on pit road. Adam.
And his teammate coming.
Still too wide around this racetrack, and we got a problem there. Dustin Skinner up into the wall.
Looked like 21 of John Wood got into the back of Dustin and actually turned his truck a little bit to the right when Dustin was trying to get turned to turn down in the corner.
There's damage to the right side of that race truck, but we still have no caution.
It's got the right front toe knocked way out there, Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, and there the caution's going to come out. We've got a Dustin Skinner and his problems that he had.
He just got hit in the back by John Wood. You can see the front end of Wood's truck caved in as Skinner goes into the wall.
Yeah, John was on the back of him. They got against him going down in the corner right there. Boom. You see Dustin backed off of the corner. John didn't. He got into the back of him and actually just pushed his truck actually to the right almost. Dustin had the wheels turned to the left, trying to go left.
And so hard, if this back end comes out from underneath of it, you're really in jail. And these guys.
David Starr gets in the back of the 99.
Eric Darnell goes around. David Starr got into the back of him, so Darnell slides around, and that brings out our 3rd caution of the day.
Darnell did a good job of driving that thing after it was out of control, Phil. That could have easily wound up down on that inside wall hard.
Made a little bit of contact with the inside wall, but you can see from that look right there, very, very little, if any, damage.
Not enough to hurt anything. He'll have to come in, get some tires now. So his strategy.
Be one of the very few trucks that comes to pit road.
See the damage on the left front. Let's take another look here.
He changed lanes a little bit. Thought he might be able to shift down and get under his teammate. And David Starr's nose was in there already. That's a racing deal, more or less.
David was already there, already right on the bottom, right next to the curb. Going to absolve him from any blame, right? You see David right there. Eric just going to try to get underneath the 6 of Colin Brown, and just not quite enough room to make it.
Good job, though, I'm telling you.
Just a little contact with the inside wall for the 99.
About McMurray, there's caution on the track.
The 21 of John Wood gets turned around, and so that brings out our 4th caution of the day. Thank you, Ray and Adam. A lot of work on that, walking us through the field.
That's a big caution, Phil. Johnny Benson had caught Hornaday.
Yeah, they make contact in the middle of the straightaway, and unfortunately, John gets the worst of it. There's Kevin Harvick right there going by. Kevin's running in the 3rd spot. I think Ron Hornaday knows that if Johnny Benson gets by him, that may be the last shot he has on him. And if he does it before halfway, and then that could be the most laps led.
What is everybody going to think right now, though? Are we going to come get some tires?
I'm telling you, I think everyone has to worry right now. I'm not sure.
Look at this.
7 of TJ Bell and the 11 of David Starr makes some pretty good contact. And there's
TJ spun him out and then straightened him back out.
We're going to talk about it among ourselves, and then we'll let you know if we're right.
Oh, we got a spinner off turn 4. Is that Jeff Green?
Jeff Green in the 40 gets turned around, and that will bring out the caution. This is the 6th caution of the day. Now, up to this point, we have only had 25 laps of caution, and we only have about 60 laps of racing to go.
Yeah, these guys are breathing a bit of
Again, there was some contact between Johnny Benson and the 33 of Ron Hornaday. Here's Jeff Green getting turned around.
It looked like it just jumped out from under him. The 71 of Ben Stansel was beside him.
Take a look at this from the.
It looks like there was a little contact from the 71 of Ben Stansel, but it looked like it was a kind of a chain reaction thing.
They all stacked up.
Skinner. Whoa, he gets big time loose.
No problems with the 6. Colin Brown gets turned around. That brings out another caution for us.
He was running in the top 10.
Yeah, a lot of damage to the front of
that. Pretty hard on the left front, right front. He's
coming. Looks like the back is.
Kent comes off the corner, makes some pretty hard contact. Looked like the 88 possibly of Matt Crafton was behind him. Don't know if there was any
he was trying to hold his truck down off of Donnie Leah. He had driven up on the inside of Leah, had the wheels cut to the left with the gas wide open. It just jumped out from underneath of him.
Almost sounded like it spun the tires up off the corner. He could have gotten gotten back up by the 88 of Matt Crafton, lifted the rear tires off the ground.
Yeah, couldn't tell. Certainly.
Welcome back to the Kroger 200. David Starr makes the hard left turn behind the wall and into the infield area. He has just got into the wall. Take another look at this.
He's racing with the 16 of Brian Scott to the inside. They get down to the corner, just make some contact. The Zachary Toyota makes some pretty hard contact with a outside wall.
Here's the direct TV hot pass. Hermie Sadler.
He's seen everything.
He's giving us great. He's used to being informative. That's what you do on hot pass. You teach everybody what's happening.
Right.
Hermie's just riding around trying to find the next issue, and he's going to show it to you.
And we're riding shotgun with him. And there's our Aaron's spinning a backstretch. Caution flag is out.
And
Jeff Green again.
The 9th time the caution has come out. This time it's for Jeff Green on lap 191. We were reeling in the final laps of this race.
No lap trucks down on the inside of our leaders, so it's good. Gets hooked by Sam Hornish. Looked like Sam moved up and Jeff was still there, and it sent Jeff's truck out of control.
Yeah, Shibley Howard did a nice job avoiding that incident as Jeff Green spun right down in front of him. No free pass, no lucky dog here.
Inside of 10 laps for Johnny Benson. Kevin Harvick looks like he's out as well. Kevin Harvick is weaving back and forth. Here comes Dennis Setzer now as Harvick runs out of fuel. He will pull in right beside his team truck, and now it's all Johnny Benson working his way out of turn number 4. Benson is going to win in Martinsville. Benson with that win will now take over the lead. Problems coming out of turn number 4. Brendan Gaughan gets turned around. And right there, a huge point implication today. 65-point swing. Well, more than that, 65 points is the lead that Johnny Benson now has over Ron.
A 104-point swing here today.
Take another look at what happened. This is the end of the race coming out of turn number 4. Brendan Gaughan gets turned around.
Brendan Gaughan was running in the top 10. He's running in 10th spot. Timothy Peters might have gotten to the back of Brendan.
Mike Skinner's view.
But you have to realize if Peters didn't get the back of Brendan, there was the truck of Harvick limping on the inside. There was a lot of stuff going on right there.
This is Hermie Sadler's look from the hot pass on board.
Hermie's just going to try to pick his way through there.
That's actually the Conway 6 truck of Colin Brown.
Matt Crafton wasn't too happy at the end of that race. Looks like he may have calmed down just a bit as he's walking on pit number 1. It was the 23 that got around Jason White.
Oh, he got into the fence too.
Yeah, gunbroker.com Dodge has a little bit of left rear damage. I think that will be repairable though.
Yeah, that's just a sign of what you'll see tomorrow.
Yeah,
a start to the weekend for Jason White.
No, they'll be both ends.
Yeah,
you'll have the bottom of your screen. You see, look like that's about the time that he would have got on the brakes. More than likely, just locked up those rears. Maybe wheel hopped a little bit and around that thing went. But the guys really want to utilize the rear brake as much as they can. So that's a fine line, that balance, and they're able to adjust that. They're able to adjust the bias between front and rear brakes, and they want to try to maximize the rears, but unfortunately, looks like Jason may have.
Carmichael getting a little bit loose in 3 and 4, got it turned around. Let's ride along with him.
Yeah, we're going to catch Ricky as he entering turn number 3 here. This is the middle of the backstretch. He gets in pretty good, gets to the center, and then just the back end just kicks out a little bit. About the time he was ready to get back in the throttle.
Okay. Hang on, they still ain't done to caution. I don't know why.
You can see right in the center of the corner, the back end kicked out, and then once it kicked out, it just snapped around.
Well, they're on the inside preventing him from doing so, but he's not going to prevent it now. He's under him off too.
Caution back out early. It's the 6 of Colin Brown, not looking good right now.
That's a tire rub there. He's hit something on the restart, you can see.
Yeah, probably a chain reaction kind of deal here. See if we can take a look at what happened to Colin Brown and that Conway Ford.
Splitters folded.
That Conway Ford.
Splitters folded completely underneath the front tire.
Oh, wow.
He's going to get into the inside wall. I wonder if he.
I think maybe
locked the brakes up. Maybe
he might have let off and tried to get on the inside of the 5 because of chain reaction, like you said, Phil, and he turned the wheel too hard. Wow, that thing hit hard.
Boy, it really did, and it almost hit the 5 of Mike Skinner. See if we can take a look from Todd Bodine's onboard. The wheeling on
yeah,
board.
he was going to hit. You know, it's a chain reaction, like you said. He was going to run in the back of the 5, tried to avoid the 5, and hit the darn wall.
Yeah. Here's Colin right here. You see him, he had to dive to the inside to avoid running in the back of Mike Skinner, but unfortunately, at the same time, braking extremely hard, and the thing just turned left on him.
That was unfortunate.
Then look at Hornaday, looks to the inside.
There comes Hornaday battling for second.
Oh, he hits
gets
him.
into the side of him, and Hornaday is going to spin Johnny Benson around.
That was a situation where Ron didn't quite have enough room, and he bounced off the curb. He was down there, he committed to the inside, but he bounced off the curb, and when he did, it shot him out into the one truck of Johnny Benson and turned him around.
We just mentioned the way this year ago with Kyle Busch knocking Johnny Benson out of the way, and this is very similar.
Look, Ron hits the curb, like you said, Phil, and it knocks him up into the side of the one truck of Johnny Benson. Ron hits the curb or not, Johnny still don't feel very good about him spinning him out.
That's right. You could see when he hit the curb, then it shot that truck up 2 or 3 feet, and that was just enough to make contact with Johnny.
Johnny left him just enough room to get in there, but he didn't leave him any room for an error. And I think maybe Hornaday would have rubbed Johnny and Johnny wouldn't have spun had he not hit that curb.
I think
but
so
when he hit the curb, he jumped into the side of Johnny Benson and around Johnny went.
Adam, you were talking about patience.
Won this race a year ago, knows exactly how to do it.
And he's won 3 times here. I'm telling you, Dennis could drive the pace truck. Oh, Brent Raymer is around over in turn number 4.
So that brings
extra lap. We're going to come in and work on some more.
Our 4th caution of the day has come out. This time on lap 63.
It's only been about 13 laps since those guys came down pit road.
And then potentially make it to the end of this race.
There's a replay right there. Brent Raymer had a little help. Look, maybe Chris Fontaine, the 84 truck, got into the back of him. Pit road is open. Most of the leaders stayed out. Brian Scott, the 16 truck, is the first one to come down pit road. Adam.
And let's talk about Kevin Harvick, who will come down and change tires on his first opportunity on the pit lane. Rubber out of the left rear to help what is a tight handling condition. Krista?
Kyle Busch coming in for his first pit stop. He said his truck is just a little bit tight, actually tight in the center, on the verge of being loose off. A track bar adjustment is the call for Kyle Busch.
Gonna do 4 tires for Kyle Busch.
There, Fitzpatrick, they get together coming off 4. They make some more contact. Now Ricky's going to get down into turn number 1 on the inside. He's going to bounce off that curb.
Look at those back tires. He got into a wheel hop situation. The back tires got to jump, and he had to let off the brake to keep it from spinning out. But when he let off the brake, he ran into the side of the 7.
Ricky was not able to get back going without losing a lap. But we have leaders on pit road.
Adam Alexander.
And Matt Crafton has been solid after starting
before he got to the lap truck of the 89.
Good battle there, 4 trucks. Stacy Compton leads that group.
Problems in turn number 2. The 85 gets turned around one more time. That's Brent Raymer. And this time the caution will come out again. Brent Raymer brought our 4th caution of the day out. Now this is the 6th time that we have been slowed.
Just a little bit of damage to that left rear corner. Very incidental.
I believe Ricky Carmichael might get our Aaron's lucky dog.
Ricky Carmichael does get the free pass.
Like Brent might have got a little bit of help from Johnny Sauter in that 13 truck.
He's had trouble getting off turn 2 this year, hasn't he?
Johnny might not be one of the more popular drivers.
About pitting, but certainly he is losing some grip as the run continues.
Well, then he's got a chance right here to take care of that.
Norm Benning gets turned around in the 57 right at the start-finish line, bringing out our 8th caution of the day.
Norm's got a couple of free passes today, but I don't think it's going to do him any good. Looks like
9th position now. Just take a look at the replay of what happened to Norm. There he is coming off turn number 4 sideways, makes contact with the inside wall. Ron Hornaday has made his way up to the 13th spot. Remember, he was among the last group of trucks to pit on lap number 129.
He's just hoping some of those guys up ahead of him might come to pit road and get a couple of free spots right here. It looks like Stacy Compton in front of him is coming to pit road, but that's...
Crew Chief Ernie Cope said, are you good to go the distance? Have you got enough caution flags? And as we talk about Harvick, we have a spin with one of his young drivers on track.
Ricky Carmichael, there was also another truck involved in this. There was 2 trucks spinning along the backstretch.
A little bit of contact, and then they get hung together. And Chris goes around, then Ricky goes around, gets into the outside wall.
Looked like Ricky had the same thing that sort of happened at Thabo Bodine. He couldn't get his steering caught up. He got into the side of the 84 by, certainly wasn't intended, but the truck just got to swarping back and forth, and he couldn't quite catch up with it.
Swarping.
Harry Gant.
Yep. That's what I thought.
I thought you were going to science it out for us once again.
See, Hermie Sadler right there does a nice job avoiding the 4. They made a little bit of contact. TNT on board Hermie's truck.
I don't care how much short track racing you've done to warm up for this place. You can't sit. And Jason said, no, it's not.
And it might have been for a split second, but that's how quickly things happen here at Martinsville. Jason came along to try to take that spot, use that hole that Todd opened up, and unfortunately Max had already come back down to the bottom of the racetrack, and there's the contact, and James Busher right behind Jason White, absolutely nowhere to go, gets in the back of Jason. Worked out okay for Max.
Max is still going. Jason's got some severe damage to that truck of his. The
battle has begun. Harvick looks to the inside early. Kyle Busch holding him off through 1 and 2.
Crash into 1. Big crash for TJ Bell.
Problems for the 11. Look at the damage to the back and front of that truck.
Todd Bodine got down on the inside of TJ, and TJ just kept coming over and over, trying to hold Todd Bodine off. And
Todd go up through the gears, gets down to the inside, and just TJ was kind of moving his way over there, and Todd made contact just about before it was even time to get on the brakes.
That was a big crash here at Martinsville. You don't tear one up much worse than that here.
Slammed into the inside wall and then kicked it back out to the outside wall, and you see frustration. There's TJ.
And with Hornaday all over the back of him.
Now Kevin Harvick.
Check up, caution's out.
Check out, and oh, the caution comes out. The 48, the 84 get turned around. And so Hermie Sadler having a great run here, gets spun around in the wrong direction. 13th. Harvick up front. Take a look. Hermie Sadler was up on the curb there a bit. 48. Johnny Sauter has to get turned around.
Remember, see the left rear quarter panel. There's the contact right there that got that fender in the tire, but that's what allowed Kevin to get to the inside of the 51 and eventually take the pass for the lead.
Gentle contact. Almost where Kyle wasn't sure he was even getting hit, I think.
Well, all eyes are on the 2 and 51 now. 51 drops back to second. Krista, for the Camping World Truck Series, Kevin Harvick, Ron Hornaday, Mike Skinner, green flag back in the air.
That may be the best restart anybody has ever gotten on Ron Hornaday right there. Great job by Kevin Harvick on this restart.
You think maybe that could have been choreographed a little bit? Harvick get squared away from Hornaday, giving him a bit of a cushion, knowing that Hornaday could then run back up to Harvick and then distance himself from Skinner. Trouble.
Problems on the back stretch, and into turn 3 and 4 we stay green, and now the caution comes out. That will mean Kevin Harvick will win at Martinsville.
See what happens here late in the going. Looks like the 16 of Brian Scott gets into the back of Terry Cook, and he gets into Todd Bodine, and it ends a really what looked to be a promising day for Todd.
Yeah, frustrating though. Obviously they were working very hard at keeping sponsors on this truck and keeping them.
On our leader, Ron Hornaday. At lap 14, he came on the radio and said, guys, I'm really, really loose in and loose through the center.
Oh,
so he made an
on the
adjustment.
track, right?
Oh, I see 07 has crashed.
Burt Myers in the 07 into the wall. A lot of damage to the back of that race truck.
Tough break for Burt. That was my spotlight. A little damage to the left rear corner. You see the White and Winstead foundation on the quarter panel.
Oh, this is why we're under our first caution. The 07 gets spun around and into the wall.
And no contact from behind. James Busher, the tip truck, was right behind him, but no contact there. They were awful close.
So they did work on the left side of that truck. Now they're changing the left side tires.
Tough break for Hermie.
He got squeezed into the outside wall. It looked like Phil coming up off 2 and then wound up hitting the inside wall.
Rob Chevrolet to bring out this caution. Watch coming off turn 2 there. You see Robbie Fuller, the 7-1, got sideways coming off 2, and then he caught the right rear corner of Hermie, turned him into the outside wall, and then obviously Robbie and Hermie make some contact there towards the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, Hermie was a victim there. You see that 71 truck hooks him.
Yeah, just got completely sideways. Robbie did come on up off the corner, and then caught Hermie in the right rear corner, turned him into the outside wall. A lot of damage to that Virginia Lottery Chevrolet, though.
That was one of the prettiest trucks here when we started.
We heard Hermie on the radio say to the guys, I'm okay.
There's another view. Watch this, Rick. You see, watch Robbie get sideways right there, and he just clips Hermie in the right rear corner, turns him into the outside wall.
So Let's ride along with that number 48 truck.
And Hermie has no idea what's fixing to happen. He doesn't know that that truck is sideways and just hooks him and turns him right into the concrete.
Yeah. Hermie was giving Robbie plenty of room. Just one of those situations that Robbie just got sideways coming off the corner. There's Hermie right there. Good to see him out of that truck. You see his speed hat on.
He's already getting ready to go to work.
Hornaday has battled his way back up to the 7th position. He and Tom Bodine, you see off turn.
Oh, Johnny Sauter gets turned around. The Fun Stand 13 around in turns 1 and 2, and the caution comes out again.
How bad are we? That's going to be one of the laps for Kevin Harvick right there. Now Kevin will be 1 lap down.
And there's only 5 up.
The field. The lead trucks are going by. Here comes Crawford. Crawford, the first one to make his way down, and we see Johnny Sauter. Again, that's the spin that brought out this caution.
A little contact from the 5 truck of Mike Skinner getting down in the corner. Here's another view of it. You see Johnny comes down. Mike Skinner already had his nose up there, and around Johnny goes. Fortunately, stays out of the outside wall.
Man, those guys were battling along about the 8th or 10th spot, and it was intense. Back there, you see that from the Lumber Liquidators truck, you could see the truck of Johnny Sauter take a spin. One of the first trucks to pit.
Yeah,
oh, we got a spin at turn 4.
On the truck. A big turn around in turns 3 and 4. The 9 of Max Pappas gets turned around. The 07 as well of Burt Myers, and the caution flag will fly. We saw the 87 of Chris Jones also up against the wall.
There's our Aaron's lucky dog right there, I believe. Burt Myers, and guess what? Kevin Harvick gets that second lap.
Catch up on why this most recent caution has come out.
There's Max Pappas on the inside. Ooh, he runs over the curb, makes some contact with Burt Myers. I said Burt was going to get the lucky dog. He was in position to get it, but when he gets turned around like that, that's not going to happen.
Stacey Compton slammed on the brakes. How about Denny Hamlin on tire? He's got to be able to get around 1 and 2.
Whoa, he's
going to go around in front of the field. Timothy Peters makes it by, as does Todd Bodine, and now the caution flag flies.
He was just trying to hustle back to pit road, Phil.
He's going to mirror the competition.
But right there at the end of the straightaway, he gassed it up, and he just couldn't hang on to it.
And around he goes, and right here, he probably could have got, but NASCAR will not allow you to intentionally cause a caution, but he probably could have got away with just waiting just a little bit before he moved out, and NASCAR would have had no choice but to throw the caution flag, and he would have been able to catch back up and not lose the lap.
And there's no way as fast as he's going to keep from spinning it again. He just did a good job of not spinning it out to where he gets into the wall.
And he's trying hard to keep it straight right there.
And around he goes, right in front of Timothy Peters. Adam.
07 get together. Mike's just trying to get by the 07 of Burt Myers on the inside, and that's where all the contact came from and the damage on Mike Skinner's truck.
Skinner was running in the 4th spot before that happened to the right side of his truck.
We talk about what can happen and take you out of a championship battle. Something like that can do it.
31 laps to go from Martinsville. Stay with us.
You saw what happened.
Series. Timothy Peters makes it through 1 and 2. He has a 1.7 second lead over Todd Bodine. Does he have enough fuel to get through 3 and 4? Rolling through the corner, coming out, turn number 4, checkered flags in the air. Timothy Peters will win at Martinsville.
Yes! Yes!
I think Timothy's speechless right now.
That whole team can't.
Smoke, you better get ready. You better get ready, Smoke, everybody.
Crafton.
Side by side, Sauter and Hornaday. Sauter takes second away from Hornaday.
Sauter had done this.
Trouble.
Got a spinner.
Brent Raymer in the 85s going the wrong direction, and the caution comes out once again.
And I bet you Johnny Sauter says, surely
I'm going to get that one.
I was second that time. Because, you know, that could be the difference between Sauter to get in that hole.
Keep an eye on that. We'll see what happened to Brent Raymer. That was a situation going in turn 3. They were 3 wide. The same 89 truck of Chris Lafferty. Brent Raymer was in the middle, made a little contact, and around he went.
Chris needs to pick up the pace. He's caused a couple of crashes, and you remember when he was a part of the player in the 3 wide pass that Eichler pulled off. So
he still has a piece of the 85 truck in his right front corner.
That was riding along with Hermie Sadler. He had an interesting them. Have 62 wins in the Camping World Truck Series. Neither has been to victory lane. Lance Fitton gets sideways, and the 76 comes right in and T-bones him. Brian Johnson Jr. in the 76 gets to the inside driver's side door of that
95. And so our 5th caution of the day has come out.
That's pretty significant contact right there.
That was it. We couldn't turn.
I think he's explaining that he locked his tires up and couldn't turn, maybe. I think I heard him say that. Explaining to his...
Take another look at this. The 60 of Narain. Karthikeyan comes in, gets into the back of that 95.
Oh, wow.
You know, Brian more than likely had already committed to the corner. He'd already committed. He drove in the corner as hard as he was normally going to do it, and then all of a sudden the 95 truck is right there in front of him. You saw just a glimpse of him coming in the corner.
Wow.
Man, tough break.
He had the 60 on the outside of him. There was really, like you had mentioned, Michael, he's got the brakes locked up. There's nowhere he can go.
Well, it's just it's tough to learn what you're doing on these racetracks, trying to figure. If he had went up high, he would have gotten the marbles, and the thing certainly wouldn't have stopped. So I'm sure Brian will look at that and try to figure out what he could have done differently, but pretty hard contact.
Coming out of turn number 4, it's a drag race into turn 1. Problems with Ricky Carmichael.
He gets hit.
He gets into the side of the 23. Todd Bodine locks it up, and the caution comes out again.
Wow, big crash for Jason White.
See, the right front tire's not even moving on that truck.
You got to figure the left rear of Carmichael's truck's going to be a mess too. It's in the back of Ricky.
Now he's going to pull to the inside.
But he's not there. He doesn't need to try to swipe that spot, but that's exactly what he does.
Well, then he hits the curb. We talk about that when you hit the curb. It's going to bounce you out into the truck on the outside. Chris DeVoto told us in the setup, if you hit that curb, trouble's going to ensue, and it certainly did for Ricky Carmichael.
You know, there's a point in time, if you're Ricky, where you got to give the guy more than enough room, because if he squeezes him down, you know he's going to hit the curb. You know where he's going to go. He's going to go right into the side of you, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, Ricky, you know, May could have given just a little bit more room, and then Taylor Molson comes along, makes contact with the 3 of Austin Dillon.
And poor Jason White, just the wrong place, man. He was down on the bottom of the track, and that's where Ricky was coming. There was nothing Jason can do. Let's go inside of his truck and watch.
He's going to see this develop in front of him.
Keep up what you're doing. You're pulling away from him. All right, back her down, back her down, back her down. Go high.
That just happens so fast.
Watch the left front of this 3 truck. He's going to hit that curb. When he does, his truck's going to go to the outside. There's the contact with the curb. You see that stops the tire, and then he slides out into the 4 of Ricky Carmichael.
That was an aggressive lap there for Austin Dillon. He got into Ricky and knocked him a little bit sideways and really didn't drive his... Oh, he gets loose down in the corner a little bit, and there goes Austin Dillon up on the curb.
And they just seize everybody up.
Oh, and it cut Brett's left rear tire. You can see the left rear flat. And then finally, folks just didn't have anywhere to go. Brett did what he needed to do to get to pit road.
Looked like Todd Bodine may have made some contact with the back.
He definitely did. He made a commitment to the inside, and then all of a sudden Brett was there. There's a contact with the 3 of Austin Dillon, the 47 and the 56 of Taylor Malsom.
Austin must have decided it's time to go. Took him 3 wide down across the curb, and
so watch Todd. He was committing to the inside, going to go to the inside of the 47 of Brett Butler, and Narain was already there. Narain probably says, I haven't had this much contact in lap. Going to be a little contact right here. He leaves the bottom of the racetrack open and then comes down a little bit. A little contact from the 46 of Clay Greenfield. Was not able to get his truck refired to stay on the lead lap, unfortunately. But again, he's going to stay out there. Here's another look right here. You see Narain come down a little bit.
I don't think Greenfield really knew what Narain was doing. You know, he went in, like you said, a little bit high, a little bit in the middle of the track.
Like he was going to give him the inside line.
Aaron's lucky dog.
Guy that calls a caution.
Goes to the 46 of Clay Greenfield.
But he's
in some ways that doesn't seem right.
Welcome back to Martinsville. The 11th caution has come out. It was Hornaday just behind the 13 of Johnny Sauter. Hornaday thought it was time to go. He got into the back of Sauter. Around he went. Mike Skinner gets caught up in this one as well. The 17 of Timothy Peter was able to get by and looks as though he will move up into the 3rd spot, but we'll wait to see what NASCAR says about the move Hornaday made.
Yeah, a lot of damage on that 5 truck of Mike Skinner. He was an innocent victim here when Johnny Sauter got turned around by Ron Hornaday.
I don't think NASCAR is going to say anything about this. Hornaday just got lightly into the back of...
And there's the contact right there. Hornaday was able to get in the throttle a little bit before Johnny Sauter. And then after that happened, then the 5 ran in the back of Hornaday. But that's a little bit of a stretch to blame that one on Mike Skinner, I think.
I agree. But you know, you see it differently from when from inside a cockpit.
We don't know what happened the corner previous to that. Now,
right.
Skinner may have gotten the back of Ron Hornaday the corner previous to that, but that's obvious contact right there from the 33 to the 13.
And what a tough break for Mike Skinner, Gene Need, and those boys on the 5 truck. They had put themselves in such a great position. But, you know, Sauter, one of the fastest trucks all day, when he got to second, he couldn't go anywhere. Hornaday had caught him, run him down. And you can see why he's faster. Watch. That's why he ran into him.
You could see Ron sounded like he was pretty much off the throttle. He just coasted into him there, it looked like.
It's the front of the 13 truck.
6 running in the 8th position right now. He has no choice but to stay on the racetrack and try to ride it out.
Final lap. The white flag has gone in the air. Kevin Harvick, less than a half a lap to go,
with a big lead,
trying to earn his 8th career Camping World Truck Series win. The Tide, number 2, coming out of turn number 4. Harvick will win at Martinsville again.
There's that battle for 5th right there, Johnny Benson.
Teammates Benson and Eric Almirola cross side by side, with Benson getting the advantage. Taylor Walsum will complete.
Truck where they patched it together.
A little bit of overflow also out of the just the base of the windshield. That thing heating up a little bit.
See, we can see him enter in turn 3. Just gets in hot. Looks like never really hit the groove. Was up high on entry and just stops just short of the wall. He wasn't as fortunate in the first practice, was he?
Yeah, Michael, this is that first one I hear looks going to look very similar. Drives down in turn number 3.
Just getting into the corner a little high. He needs to be over to the left a little bit more. This time he just makes a little bit of contact with the wall. You can see it buckles up the bed there.
Yeah. Look how much. That was very, very slight contact, and you can see the damage. At Kevin Harvick's truck, that was from qualifying yesterday. They didn't fix it because if they would have fixed it, we have problems in the race.
Goes around in the 92. That is in turn number 4. Dennis Setzer brings out our first caution.
Caution flies. Setzer's used to coming from the back, though. He won this race from like 45th or like somewhere crazy.
Way back, way back.
We didn't think anyone could win it outside the top.
Take a look.
That's Matt Lofton on the inside right there. Normally in a situation like that, the inside truck will bounce off the curb. That time they just were fighting for that position. I didn't see where Matt got into the curb at all.
No, I don't think Dennis deserved to be turned around there.
Yeah, Matt actually came off the curb a little bit, did not hit it.
Dennis Setzer was running in the 21st position when he went around going through 3 and 4. Stay with us. More beating and banging from the caution coming out once again as the 24 goes around. That's Cody Cambensi.
Cody had a couple issues during practice yesterday. Pretty much the same spot on the racetrack.
Just 21 years old, one of the drivers making his first start in the Camping World. We've got the 24 around one more time. That's Cody Cambensi. Again, he was a couple laps down.
He's been heading in the wrong direction a lot this weekend.
It's twice now in this race.
A couple times yesterday. So making your first start in the truck series, it's pretty tough.
What happened with the 24?
A little contact with the 01.
Yeah, she does a nice
Angela Cope.
Angela did a great job
nice
saving that truck. Looked like maybe Cody was down on the inside of her, and she came down a little bit, and they made some contact, and she was able to hang on to her truck. Great job.
And remember how surprised we were with the first.
Don't you?
Most got a spin on the racetrack.
Caution.
01 again. Angela Cope in 3 and 4.
I mean, unless we just have an unordinary amount of caution flag laps between now and say lap 120 or 30, I think these guys might think about coming again.
We heard Joe Shear up a little bit.
Last time she was on the curb. This time she had some help going around there. That was the 46 of Greenfield that got into the back of Angela Cope. She goes around in turn 3 and 4 once again. Not by this so much. Matt Lofton in the 97.
He got stuck.
He got stuck in a little bit of the grass and mud down there in turns 1 and 2. But I think a lot of us were surprised by how many people came.
We got left rear flat.
Yeah, left rear flat.
Yep, sure enough. Tire is completely down and off the wheel. And around he goes. Kevin Harvick around. Will the caution come out? They're holding it. They're not bringing the caution out yet to see if he gets turned around. 13 of Johnny Sauter spins as well as Ryan Segan. The 39 goes up the track, and the yellow flag will now come out.
Kevin Harvick did not
get out in front of the 30th Tabo 9.
But will he be the lucky dog? Because he didn't bring out the caution. I believe Johnny Sauter brought it out.
Until they get back around to the next time around in 3 and 4.
Austin Dillon was all over his back bumper, and Harvick still able to keep it straight, even with the contact of the 39. But then coming into 3 and 4, just can't keep it straight any longer.
And this race, you can't hide at this racetrack. Obviously, Kevin Harvick having a problem, but the racetrack is so narrow, there's nothing he can do about it.
And while that was taking place in 3 and 4, and we were thinking a caution may come out, this was happening in turn number 1.
James Busher on the inside of Johnny Sauter, and Johnny tried to close the door on James, and he hits the wall hard. We talk about people giving and taking for a little while here at Martinsville. That's over now.
Yeah, we're inside of 50 laps to go. The giving is over. The taking is coming.
There was a little bit of curve action, it looked like, for James Busher, and out into the 13 he went.
That's a rough couple of laps for the 39, wasn't it? He was up in the middle of that. He was up in the middle of Kevin Harvick's mess, too.
Here's Kevin's on board.
You can see finally Ryan Sieg being able to slip by Kevin Harvick, only to go down there and see another crash.
And Kevin with that left rear tire down could not maintain control, but just almost got that truck fired back in front of the leader. And you can see him, he didn't waste any time getting that truck refired. Just wasn't able to get going in front of Todd.
I thought maybe
now than they did in the middle stages, but I want to go back to something we pointed out prior to the green flag today. And now we have trouble on track. Austin Dillon around.
Austin Dillon
just hold it a minute.
backs it up to the turn 2 wall.
I'll tell you when to go.
And the caution comes out once again. It's the 9th time the caution has come out at Martinsville for the trucks.
There's Austin Dillon as he drives down the corner. Oh, Jason Bowles was in a battle with Matt Kraft, and Matt able to get in front of him. Jason went back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Austin had already committed, and they make a little contact. Here it is again going down into turn number 1.
And this is a big break for Kevin Harvick. He'll get our Aaron's lucky dog and back on the lead lap. We know he's got some fresh tires. Does he have time to get up there and race for a top 5 finish?
It's James Busher riding along with him. That's what he saw just in front of him.
That just circumstances there. You know, those two trucks battling ahead of Austin, and it just cut his momentum off, and around he went.
And remember, Austin had already committed to driving in the corner as hard as he could drive in the corner. He did not know that the 15 of Jason Bowles was going to cut to the inside. The black flag with a right cross, which means they pulled his scorecard. He's going to.
Oh, and into the back of the 13 is the 7 of Justin Lofton.
Wow.
The 13 trying to get on the pit road, and a lot of
we got
to the leader.
John Along and Kevin Harvick both go around down in turn 3 and 4.
And the caution will come out again. Under 9 laps of racing remaining, the caution comes out for the 10th time.
Johnny Sauter was trying to get Justin Lofton to push that piece of debris off the back of his truck, and Justin finally gets enough of it.
And rides right up the back of it.
And I guess that when he comes back on the track, he must hit Harvick. You can see they go into the corner side by side, hits Harvick and spins him around.
There's another view. Lofton trying to get by on the inside and just drives up over the left rear tire on that 13 truck.
Good view of Rodney Adkins there on the back of that truck.
How about great camera work, too, by our guys? They always do a spectacular job, and we appreciate it every week.
Here's Kevin Harvick now, right? No, this is James Busher right behind this group. He's going to have plenty of room to get by on the outside.
Now you can see what happens to Harv.
Yeah, here's Austin Dillon.
7 truck runs into Harvick and spins him around.
And that's why Kevin was upset with the 7 truck of Justin Lofton.
I think Austin Dillon's upset with him too, since he got involved with it.
Johnny Sauter already on pit road, and there's Johanna Long gets turned around there.
Wow, what a great job she's done again today. She was running in the 19th spot before that spin on the lead lap
of the racetrack. Now the field back in the hands of Ron Hornaday and Kyle Busch. This ever important restart. How will it come out in turn number 1? We're about to find out as the green flag's back in the air. A great restart for Hornaday. Up the racetrack goes Kyle Busch in 1 and 2. Todd Bodine has his nose underneath the 18 until they go down the backstretch. Hornaday with a 1 truck lead as they come through 3 and 4. Out of turn number 4. White flag goes in the air. The next time by it will be official. Hornaday and Kyle Busch 1 and 2.
Right now, Hornaday with a 2-truck length lead. It looks like it's all his.
Ron Hornaday looking for his first ever win at Martinsville Speedway. Will he hold on? Coming out of turn number 4.
Guys, I won Martinsville.
Hornaday, yes, you did win Martinsville.
How about that? Did you hear Hornaday when he came off turn 4?
How about that? I won Martinsville. What a great finish for Ron Martinsville. How about the 7?
The 7 and the 2 are
not happy with the 31.
No, everybody's mad except Hornaday.
Well, the 2 is mad at the 7, and the 7 is mad at the 31.
Take a look at this, though. They park right next to each other. Harvick decides, I'm not happy with the 7, so he rams into the back of him.
And then they have to have a few words.
I'm surprised. This is pretty much just Martinsville.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of see this all the time.
Welcome back. A lot of damage to the 77 of Justin Lofton. Our first caution just came out on the radio just moments ago. He said he spun me out going into 3.
Yeah, Clay Rogers in the 92 truck was running behind Justin.
That's going to be behind the wall stuff there, Phil. You can't just beat that out.
Yeah, Justin was very in the 8th position. Let's see if we can take a look at it. Oh, it's the 57. He actually cut down on Norm Benning in the 57. You see Clay Rogers getting by the 92. He was behind Justin, but the contact was with the lap truck of Norm Benning right there.
Look at that thing crush into that outside wall.
And you saw how high up the 57 of Norm Benning was. Could he have been coming into that turn a little too fast?
I think Norm was way higher than I would have anticipated him to be. And so I think Justin just made an arc into the turn that would have given Norm.
For our caution, take a look. Oh, the 97 was on the curb and bounced back out. Caught Craig Ghost in the 46, so a little damage to that truck as well.
Right there off of 2. Now Todd moves to the inside. He catches him again on the left rear quarter. Kevin's going to let him go down in the corner. And there was a little bump. And then I think Kevin might have got bumped from behind by Max Pappas. I don't think that was Kevin's intention. He tried to move him out of the way, get to the inside of him. Then I think Max may have got into Kevin and pushed him into Todd.
What about Max and these guys? Ricky Carmichael just passed Harvick. That's got to be a check on their bucket list. They're
34th out of 35, so you were right. It was about last. Oh,
spin and turn number 4. We've got the 10 around of Chase Mattioli.
He's on the bottom.
Everybody able to get by Chase.
So the 5th time the yellow flag has flown here at Martinsville.
Such a different strategy here. I don't think you'll ever get a wave around.
One of the situations that Kevin Harvick could have happened, the way our scoring monitor shows right now, we've got Rourke 1 lap down, but then Kevin Harvick is the next truck a lap down, but he's 2 laps down. So if Rourke gets the free pass this time, Kevin would be the next recipient of that free pass. Could get a lap back that way.
On the next caution.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's if we don't stay green very long, because he'll start the laps.
Kyle's look like the Johnny Sodders, and Eric Phillips says, don't worry, Johnny's going to lose that right rear in the long run, and we've got a spin. Looks like the number 10 of Chase Mattioli has gone around in the corner.
And that'll bring out our 6th caution of the day.
And guess what? That'll give Kevin Harvick one of those laps back. They make a little bit of contact. Around Chase goes. Brendan Gaughan does a nice job avoiding Chase. Caleb Rourke, that 07 goes by.
So Hornaday was able to get by Carmichael Busher, but that's not the end of it. There are quite a few involved in this one.
Look how much damage done to that Wolfpack rental truck.
Well, and the same for Jeffrey Earnhardt. Look at that thing. It's tore all to pieces.
Man, oh man.
We saw Justin Johnson in that wreck as well, along with Miguel Paludo.
Yeah, the 8s also.
Or excuse me, that was Nelson Piquet Jr.
You see, that's Jeffrey Earnhardt climbing out of the number 1 fuel doctor.
Jeffrey had a good run going, ran up in the top 10 for a good part of this race.
Safety crews of the drivers and trucks take another look, or a look, at what just took place.
Just another chain reaction deal. Both these.
Well, somebody had to come from a long way back to get in that wreck, it appears, Phil.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the 31 yet, or the 1 of Jeffrey Earnhardt.
Matt
Crafton getting into the left rear quarter. Brad Sweet turning him around.
I love that super slow motion shot.
Sweet slides up the racetrack, blocks the track, and then problems happen behind him as well.
I think this might happen at the other end.
Wow, this is the other end of the racetrack. Battling for space, James Busher was trying to get to the inside of Jeffrey Earnhardt, going down in the corner.
Wow,
that's
look at
the
that
very
thing.
fastest part of the racetrack when these guys got together.
And you could see Jeffrey Earnhardt was attempting to spin that truck around, and he just ran with it. Yeah, these two are mad at each other.
Caution out for, looks like the 10 once again. Chase Mattioli around in turn 4. Tough day for that kid.
Rough day for Chase.
Good break, though, for Kevin Harvick. He got by a few trucks. Now he's in the 17th position. But he will be able to restart with those trucks on the lead lap, as opposed to last time after getting the Aaron's lucky dog. He had to start all the way at the back of the field.
You think he pits now and gets that last?
I think I would do it. Sauter's going to make something happen right now. He gets into the left rear quarter of Cole Witt.
Takes that position away from Cole Witt. So Sauter moves up to 4th, and we've got a spin on the track. Dusty Davis around in the 15.
Got spun out.
Dusty just on the outside of the top 10, trying to get that 10th spot away from Todd Bodine.
Looks like some pretty good damage there to the left rear. Solid run for Dusty, up in top 10 early, and
just 18 years old.
We can see what happened. Todd's into the back of Dusty, but you know, you can't really. It's hard to tell what happened first.
Yeah.
Maybe Dusty moved Todd a little, or maybe not. Maybe just Todd got in there a little hot and got in the back of Dusty.
They might have squeezed down, and Todd may have hit the curve and bounced out there. Here, maybe we'll get another view right there.
I think this will clear it up for us.
Get them back. Keep coming low, come low, come low, come low, low, get them both. Clear high.
Looks like maybe Dusty moved Todd.
Bodine. Right rear, and around goes Todd Bodine. The caution hasn't come out yet. Now he's down at the bottom of the track, and the caution comes out now. The 11th caution of the day.
Puts Johnny Sauter now on the end.
Some trash. You know, we saw that rubber flying. He goes up high.
And then it's worse. Then he has more rubber on the tires.
Up into the marbles, and around Todd Bodine goes.
Just no grip at all out there in those marbles. Todd does a nice job keeping that truck out of the outside wall.
I bet you Todd would have promised you he had a flat tire. It felt so bad, but it's just all that excess rubber on his tires.
Good news, he stays on the lead lap. There's some of that debris we're talking about.
Stay with Kyle Busch.
People going everywhere trying to get by Chase Mattioli.
And there's
trouble.
the caution.
Around goes the 97 of Matt Lofton.
We're driving it close. You got a spin up here ahead. No caution yet. Caution.
13th caution of the day has come out. This time it was Lofton. There was a lot of contact down there as well. Those guys fighting for the territory or the real estate on the track.
Exactly what you were talking about. The last thing Johnny said.
The 32 truck of Brad Sweet, he has no way of making this corner, so he just uses Miguel Paludo to make it, and Shane Sieg spins out Matt Lofton. I'll be darned.
There's a lot of people there. Shane Sieg, look at Shane Sieg coming in here on the bottom. Yeah. There was no way he was making that turn.
Well, he was just following Brad Sweet, and there wasn't no way he was going to make it either. So he said, if Brad can make it, I'm going to. Neither one of them would have made it if they didn't have someone to bounce off of.
Those 8 tires are better than 4 thing.
Look, he had to go past Mattioli over the curb in order to get to the 97 truck and wreck him.
And that's after Brad Sweet missed the corner and had
took
to
out
run Miguel Paludo up to the outside wall.
Watch this in a hurry.
Things happen in a hurry.
That escalated quickly.
That had an ominous look when they came by the start-finish line, all spread out all over the racetrack.
Johnny Sauter has the lead. Kyle Busch running second. Hornaday is third. Harvick is fourth. Down the backstretch. The final 2 turns. Into 3. Will Kyle Busch pay him back? No. How about Hornaday? Coming out of 4. Johnny Sauter wins in Martinsville.
Finally beat this place.
What a nice job. And Johnny will be a father for the 2nd time Monday. He could rely on that if something happened. Jermaine's organization did not choose to do that. That 77 truck right there is a go or go homer because they didn't want to give up the chance at a good parking place like here.
Whoa, he's into the wall.
How about that? We got problems for Parker Kligerman and the 29 into the wall here at Martinsville.
Now, just on first glance, it looked like it blew. Yeah, you could see there that right front tire is flat. He just went straight. You saw a little bit of smoke, and then all of a sudden, straight into the wall, it looks like he lost a right front tire.
Right here towards the tail end of this final practice session.
Well, maybe not. Is the tire down? No, the tire, was it the left front brake? At first, I thought watch and see if he locks that left front brake. He's racing hard with Justin Lofton. You can see there the brake locks. He gets off, the tire's not down.
It looks like he was fast going in that corner.
Well, and watch all the brake
Look
pressure.
at the gap. Look at the gap between him and the 77.
What happened?
Maybe throttle hung? Ray, what happened with that 29 truck?
Hey, Phil,
Look at it go.
Phil, it happened right in front of me, and he never let off the gas. The throttle was hung wide open as he went into the corner, and he just came on the radio and said it's still hung up, so he just shut it off.
That's weird to run that many laps and have that finally happen.
Yeah.
I think maybe could it have been maybe one of his pads inside the
backup out, so he'll be starting tomorrow's race with no laps on this racetrack with the backup truck. Ray?
Well, hear me down on my end. Austin Dillon has climbed out of the Bass Pro Shops number 3 Chevrolet. And earlier in practice today, you guys were about 12th, and I heard you talking with Danny about making changes. I'm looking at the board now, and you're at the top. So what should we expect tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. We got a crash over in the corner.
Yeah, Billy Keys in the 34 just hit the inside wall and now the outside wall.
And bounced into Joey Coulter.
Coulter's trucks tore all to pieces. Look at that left rear corner, Phil. Most of it's missing.
Yeah.
Big damage to the 34. Just made it out onto the track. Had not been on the track in first practice.
And putting something all over the racetrack.
Yeah, he needs to sit still.
So Billy Keys is going to try to take the 34 back into the infield area, which, as you mentioned, fluid on the racetrack now. There's the damage to Joey Coulter's number 22.
Joey was certainly just an innocent victim there. He was just coming along, and then I just noticed that the 34 truck, this is the first time he's been on the racetrack in either practice session. Here he is right here. He's on the inside of the racetrack, not even really up to speed.
Oh, he's locked the rear brakes, you think, Phil?
Yeah, that's what it looked like. That's what we talk about, this everything being so critical here and the balance between the front and rear brakes. You can see he's visibly slower than Joey, but the second he hits the brakes here, I think it just slides those rear tires. Joey with nowhere to go. Wow.
Catches that 22 of Joey Coulter as he slides to the outside wall, and a lot of damage to this number 34 as well as the 22.
That's just how critical balance in your brakes is. You know, those guys are fighting that every lap.
Chase Mattioli in the 10.
Back her down, 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 back her down. All right, turn left, turn left, turn left. All right, come on, let's go. Cap.
Phil, today, when we go to the restart, you can see Kevin Harvick. He leaves a big gap there in front of him. Ron Hornaday to the bottom. Kevin Harvick put Ron Hornaday on the bottom of the racetrack. As you see Max Gresham sliding up to the high side. And look, that parlayed Ron into being able to grab this lead back. That's just smart thinking.
Hornaday takes the top spot away from Johnny Sauter now. So Hornaday out in front. Coming in, Hornaday was 4th in the point standings. Right now, as they're running on the track, he's 3rd, just 2 points behind Austin Dillon. Cole went sideways through 4.
Nice save and a great job by Justin Lofton in that 6 truck to avoid Cole Witt.
Just 8 points separate our top 4.
Looked like Cole Witt crowded the 8 of Nelson McKay Jr. a little bit down there in 1 and 2.
Couldn't save it that time, Phil.
Round he goes. That brings out the second.
Dude, it's all the same lap. There's Jason White, the gunbroker truck on the inside. Looks like he may have made a little contact with the curb. And look how he turned him sideways and then actually straightened him out. But the problems didn't end for Cole Witt here at this end of the racetrack. He goes down here to the other end. Let's keep following him here. There he is right there. May have been the same situation where the 8 truck of Nelson Piquet Jr. may have bounced off. I thought it looked like Cole crowded him, but Nelson Piquet Jr. may have bounced off the curb.
You know, I'm wondering if Cole might have broke reverse in his transmission. You know, they're not as beefy as the other gears, and he's stuck right there. Maybe when he, in his haste to try to get going, jammed it in reverse and tried to dump the clutch, and it might have broken.
I think it's Denny Hamlin behind the wheel of the 18 as we've got problems in turn number 4. The 97 of Matt Lofton around right in front of the 13 of Johnny Sauter.
I think Johnny got out of there with a very minor bit of damage, but
we're going to pit this time.
Yeah, you heard him. This is what happened in 3 and 4.
Brendan Gaughan gets into the back of Lofton, spins him around. Look, Johnny Sauter just didn't have room to go to the left. He was trying to go left. Brakes were locked up, but Austin was pushing him, so he couldn't go that way. Big break for Austin Dillon to get through it unscathed. No damage. This is no damage for Sauter, but he just lost some track position there. I want to go left, but I'm getting a push and I can't.
So it's caution number 3 at Martinsville. 86 laps in the books. Stay with us. Welcome back to Martinsville Speedway. Once again under caution. This time it was the 66 of Max Gresham that had problems working his way around the half mile. Take a look.
See heavy traffic. There's Josh Richards and Max battling for position. We get down to turn number 1.
He just got in there too hot. He didn't like the way he got cut off. He was being a little aggressive, and his back brakes, it looked like maybe locked up Phil, and around he went.
Looked like he may have thought about maybe giving a nudge to Josh Richards and maybe thought better of it. Got on the brakes a little bit harder to stay off of Josh. And as you mentioned, had a little bit too much rear brake in. Probably maybe got a little wheel hop in the rear.
I like the way this kid's racing, though. He's keeping his nose fairly clean. Struggled a little bit early in the going, but now he's being very competitive. Just got a little overzealous there getting in the corner, and around she went. Good job by Justin Lofton, being able to sneak to the outside there with no damage.
Yeah, maybe slight contact with the left side of that 66 truck.
What about, we talked about when the race started, these tires are making strategy different. We've got our leaders, couple of trucks.
There's Max, around he goes.
So Pappas spins around.
Leader's coming at you right here.
And trying to get it going the right direction. He does. And
this is Cole Witt's accident with Max down in turn. He must have been mad at Max from earlier.
Yeah, rode him all the way up the racetrack. That was in turn 1, and you saw the sheet metal get torn off of the 60.
See Max go down in turn 4. Gets up high. I don't know what he's doing there.
That looks like maybe a spin to get a caution flag.
Yeah, but it's not going to help, Phil.
No.
It did help the 31 of James Busher, because now James Busher is back on the lead lap.
Huge break for one of our points.
Cleanly. Now Hornaday's next.
Sauter has fallen back behind Denny Hamlin, so Hamlin now working his way up into the mix as we've got a caution on the track again. It's Ryan Sieg that's turned around.
Kevin Harvick pulled over and let Hornaday get by him just as the caution flag was coming out.
All right, ease down, little.
Where Todd gets in the back of Max. I think maybe Max tried to brake check Todd on the straightaway. It didn't work out well for Max. Obviously, Bob Germain's got his hands full with these two today.
And the sponsor of that little piece there, Ram. The stripe, Hornaday scored as your leader.
There's the mess I was telling you about. We've got a crash down in turn 4. The caution will fly.
Johanna Long and Tyler Tanner.
They're still sitting there. No caution yet. They're going to come up on them.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go high. Go high.
Caution came out.
Good job.
NASCAR gave them every opportunity to try to get those trucks straight.
It looked like Hornaday might have had.
Look back at what happened here.
Tyler done a great job of keeping his nose clean. He was down on the inside of Clay Rogers and spun around and back up the track in front of Johanna Long. But a good job by this kid racing today. He just got in a bind there and around it went. Didn't want to run into the 92 truck, so he spun himself around. And now he's got a flat for Coulter.
Joey Coulter all over the back bumper of the 13 of Johnny Sauter. 1 lap of racing to go. Less than a half a mile. Denny Hamlin's previous best in the Camping World Truck Series was 3rd in Atlanta back in 2008. He wants to join the fraternity of drivers that have won in all 3 series. He will win in Martinsville.
Checker flag. Great job, Denny. Awesome truck, guys.
Battle for spots. The 31 of Busher trying to get another point.
He got it. He got 10th on the last lap.
Thank you.
Great charge by James Busher to grab that spot away from Todd Bodine.
A top 10 finish for Cale Glee across the stripe.
Timothy Peters ends up 8th. You see something trailing from the left front of Timothy's truck. It's all over now. There's Todd, gets turned around by James Busher.
Wow, look at how
now
hard.
Busher looks like he has problems with that truck.
He clobbered Todd Bodine.
He had trouble because he ran into Todd Bodine. That's why he had trouble with that truck.
Maybe. I know they were arguing.
Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin is celebrating.
And is able to squeeze past Todd and take the position. You know Todd's mad. Let's see what results.
So they cross the stripe. Buescher has the spot. Bodine finishes just behind him. Does Bodine do something here?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Bodine hit the back of the 31.
Yeah,
ran him into the 62.
Ran him into Brendan.
And so after Todd Bodine went by, getting ready to come onto pit road, this is the result that happened. Todd Bodine will be in front when you see him come into the picture. He'll be in front of the 31, and now the 31 turns him.
James runs in the back of Todd, turns him around, then runs in the back of Timothy Peters.
He might be out of brakes by now.
Could be out of brakes.
This is after the race. Todd just drives the 31 truck right into the back of Brendan Gaughan.
That's what the
15 has 6. There's James Buescher, the 31, and Matt Crafton in the 88. Remember,
we got a spin on the front.
Around goes Ron Hornaday in the 9.
High.
he may have had some help. Justin Lofton, the 6 truck, was right behind him.
He had a lot of help on the end of the spin. I don't know if maybe he got sideways first, but definitely Lofton into the back of Hornaday.
Hornaday was running in the 4th spot when he came out of turn number 4 and around.
Don't see a great deal of damage. Looked like Justin maybe had made the move to the inside, Michael. And they made contact right down there in the center of turn number 4.
You make the commitment to the low side.
You see he got sideways and actually had opened up the bottom of the racetrack, got a little bit sideways, took up some more room, and Justin was there.
I knew what finished the spin. I wasn't sure what started it, Phil.
So the 4-time champion around at Martinsville. Harvick still out front. Welcome up. Welcome back.
Caution pretty desperately. Looks like we might have one. The 22 truck of Joey Coulter into the outside wall in turn 3.
Yellow's out. The 22's in the fence over here, 3 or 4.
You mentioned it.
Right front tire looks like maybe for Joey Coulter. It's not turning right now.
Yeah, a lot of damage to the right front of that truck.
Big break for several trucks. Our leader, Kevin Harvick, had gotten right on the bumper of Jason White. Max Gresham and those guys were all battling to stay on the lead lap. Oh, Matt Crafton's engine.
He knows he will have to restart from the tail of the longest line.
If they go right to the left rear, that's where the battery's low.
Slow down here, but right before the center.
Ooh.
Hold on.
Yeah. Sounds like Mike Dillon, Ty's dad, spotting for Joey, and obviously nothing Joey could do about it when they got down to the center of the corner.
Right to the left rear corner of that truck, Phil. That's where the battery's located. If they could get that
inside, excessive brake heat certainly did that. So no question about it, as we saw.
Wave them off here.
And the yellow is back out here at Martinsville.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick around in the 60. So that brings out the 3rd caution.
Looks like the left rear tire is certainly low. Don't know if it's flat or not.
Oh, and Jeff Agnew, huge damage to the front of that truck.
Been a rough day for it.
See what happens here. You see a little bit of contact right here between John West Townley and the 09. He gets a little bit loose, and then he moves up into the 60, and that's his chain reaction. You see Dakota Armstrong with a lot of damage as well in the 98 truck. Watch the chain reaction now.
That was a case too, Phil. You talk about that curb. I think John West caught a bit of the curb, tossed him sideways, and into Fitzpatrick. He looked right there against the edge of the curb, maybe up the hill.
He tries to stay off, but he got a little bit loose, and when he got loose, he had to chase the truck up the hill, and that's when he made contact with Fitzpatrick.
And you can see behind him, there's Dakota Armstrong into the back of Greenfield, and a lot of impact on the front.
Back, Dillon's able to hold on to that spot. Peters holding on to 3rd, Buescher, and now we see Dusty Davis in the 15 stopped on the track. That'll bring out the caution once again.
And guess what? Matt Crafton will get to Aaron's lucky dog now. That battle for position on the racetrack is going to give Matt Crafton 1 full half mile.
And also, it's going to give him time. He's going to have more time now to work.
Contact. I don't know if the contact's going to come right here where he moved him out of the way.
You can see Matt Crafton working his way around those trucks. It's much easier when they let you pass them under caution. He's going to run around them.
It is for veteran David Starr. The right rear tire down on that truck. He was around in turn 2.
We had noticed that he was free falling. A lot of trucks have been able to get by him. You can see right now that right rear is down, almost flat. He does a nice job keeping that truck out of the outside wall. Unfortunately, he lost a lap, and
that's his unfortune, and it's good fortune for Ron Hornaday. We talked about him needing to get that caution pretty soon because Jake Crum was about to lose a lap, and that would have put Ron out of the lucky dog spot. He got that caution. He can come to pit road, work on his truck, and be back on the lead lap. Aaron's giving Ron Hornaday that lucky dog. Another right front tire there, so could be interesting to see how this thing lines up here with just 25 laps to go. Can these guys make it to the end on these right front tires?
Caution comes out, so we will have a reset point. Everyone will be able to catch their breath. David Rudiman in the 92 issue. That didn't bring the caution out until the 92 of David Rudiman, also with a tire issue.
Yeah, Joey Coulter's second flat right front tire was far enough around in the corner.
He went to the inside and make it 3 wide. We'll see. Because he doesn't go right when Kevin does. It might give James a chance.
He's going to try. He's going to try.
15 laps remaining.
He got in the back of Ty Dillon, pushed him up the racetrack. That puts Buescher down to the inside now. Ty drives it hard down in turn number 3. Let's see if he can stay on the bottom. He does.
Oh, we got
trouble behind.
And around in turn 4, Max Gresham in the 24 is around. The caution hasn't come out yet.
Got a caution.
There it is now. Jeff Burton caught up in this as well.
Been a Newberry with a tremendous amount of damage. He worked his way back on the lead lap. Got a lucky dog.
That start went crazy, just like I expected it would. And what Ty did was when he got to turn 1, he just went in there so deep because he didn't get the start that he wanted. He slid up the hill. That gave the edge to Buescher on the inside. But, man, what a great job Ty Dillon got together. I couldn't really tell, but I don't think so.
That's turn 3. This is the issue. Gresham in the 24 around. You see the 32 sideways, but able to straighten back out. That's Miguel Paludo.
There might have been contact between Miguel Paludo in the 32 and the 24 Max Gresham. We'll see what happens with it. You see, it's just stacked up there. They're all into each other, and it looks like maybe Miguel Paludo may have got into Max Gresham just a little bit, but he was being pushed from behind by John King, and he was being pushed from behind as well.
Yeah,
Parker Kligerman, I think.
Parker Kligerman has front end damage, and he had just been on pit road.
Watch these guys all try to
good up here
get in the same space. Wow, John West Townley clobbers.
Go low now, go to the middle.
I believe in Look at all the damage to the 14 of Brennan Newberry.
Now you see on these restarts, James Buescher knows that Ty Dillon is going to let Harvick go, so he's got a good jump here. Gets a jump, looks to the inside.
See if there's any contact here, Michael.
Maybe a little bit.
Might have been a little bit, but Ty looked like he got a little bit loose, whether that was from contact or, as you mentioned, trying to drive in there so hard to keep Buescher behind him.
Watch him.
By the same truck. We saw that happen earlier where the truck got sideways and then straightened back out once again. But you see the damage to the left front tire and a lot of damage to the 29 of Parker Kligerman.
Just a chain reaction, and the farther back you go, the worse it usually gets.
You give these race drivers any advantage at all, and they're going to.
Sees the white flag, takes the white flag, a half a mile to go at Martinsville.
Clean so far on this last lap.
Harvick down the backstretch. Ty Dillon, 10 truck lengths behind him. Coming through 3 and 4. The dominant truck, a record breaker. Kevin Harvick leads 248 laps in this win.
What a dominant performance by that RCR team there, Kevin Harvick.
Here comes Ty Dillon, also looking to the inside of the 13, and around goes the 07 of Agnew.
The caution flag does fly.
So the 07 of Jeff Agnew gets turned around.
Left front tires
to take advantage of a little bit of room that Jeff left there, and you know, I put that all on Star. Agnew was clearly in position to have that turn, and David came from a truck length back to hit him.
Yeah, look at Ron Horner. He's all up on the back of David Starr,
and
though.
you can see Justin Lofton too hitting the back of Coulter. Miguel Paludo was able to slide by there. Jeff Agnew up there.
Right after this restart, watch the chain reaction. He's going to get it from the front and the back.
And you know, Phil, after this caution flies and Todd goes to pit road, he's talking to his team. We said it was unusual for a truck hit, which is going to hurt. See this tire pop on the 93 of Tim George Jr. Took that Applebee's truck right into the outside wall.
He did a nice job of getting that truck slowed down. Krista.
On a scale of 1.
Get back out on the racetrack, or working their way back to the racetrack.
Ooh, right there, you heard it go down. Ty does a nice job of getting that truck slowed down. He barely made any contact with the outside wall.
And you know, Phil, this caution comes out at a perfect time for getting another set of tire. After I saw that wear on the left rear from James Busher's truck, you had to figure everybody's tires are wearing. So 50 laps to go, perfect time to come and get some. He saw an opening door and he jumped up in it, and PK said, I don't know how to do that too.
Issues. Clay Greenfield in the 68. We also saw, looks like the 23 of Jason White involved in this to bring out the caution once again.
That was a huge break for Parker Kligerman. He took the
little green flag run there. Let's look at this replay right quick and see what happens. Like Greenfield got loose getting down in the corner, and just so did Jason White. Maybe saw him spinning. But Ty Dillon winds up 5 laps down in the 29th spot after that little green flag run.
Crafton, your new race leader. Kroger 200 presents
PK and Brian Scott now back to 8. Oh, trouble.
And around goes the 60. And so we see Peyton Sellers bringing out the caution.
What about the last lap by for Matt Crafton, his fastest of the whole race? Matt's got it turned up when it counts.
Denny Hamlin, the same thing. That last time by, fastest lap of the race.
What about Denny Hamlin's lap, the fastest of anybody in this race?
What about the two guys that we thought everyone would have to beat? Kevin Harvick and Denny Hamlin. Denny had to come to the back. He's made his way to the front. But Matt Crafton, a guy that had a track record a year ago, he was out of the championship battle. He's here to win the race just like those other two are. He doesn't care about points anymore, and he's doing the job.
Take a look at why our caution has come out. The 60 of Peyton Sellers had a little help from the 11 of Todd Bodine.
Yeah, I think Peyton expected Todd to move to the left a little bit and get down there by the curb. He didn't do it. All over the back of him.
Denny, one of the fastest trucks here. Both Crafton and Denny Hamlin ran their fastest laps late, and now Miguel Paludo goes around in the 32, bringing out the caution again.
Oh, good. Just when we'd gotten all that fun sorted out, let's just clop them all back together and do it again.
That's exactly what we need to do when we have short track racing. So the front row, once again, will have Crafton up there, but this time it'll be Denny Hamlin that will be on the outside of row number 1 as we take another look at why the caution is out.
Looked like Paludo just overdrove the corner a little bit, got in a little bit too hot. Finally said, I have to stop, hit the brakes, maybe a little too much rear brake. These guys are beating and banging on each other.
White flag goes in the air. One more time around for Hamlin. Nelson Piquet Jr. is taking second away from Joey Coulter.
Scott Riggs jumps to the inside of Busher to make a move.
And here comes Timothy Peters. That'll be a 2-point swing if he's able to get around Busher. One that Busher had, one that Peters will get.
1 year ago, Denny Hamlin came into this race never winning in the Camping World Truck Series. Now he wins again at Martinsville. Piquet Jr. holding on for second, taking that position away from Coulter. Crafton and Riggs, your top 5.
What a comeback by James Busher. We saw him outside the top 20 early in this race, running in the 23rd.
You know that guy that's been struggling his way to the front, Kevin Harvick? They picked up some spots on pit road. Kevin's done a great job on the track, and the team got him some help there.
That's the reason for the caution, the 07 of Grant Galloway.
Got a little bit of help there as they entered turn number 1.
Riding along with Sauter, this is what he saw.
He saw contact the front. Ty Dillon's truck must have been damaged as he hit that outside wall.
Yellow down, yellow.
07 once again of Grant Galloway turned around in turns 1 and 2. Bringing out the third caution now.
Going to be an advantage for Harvick. Right now, Harvick's made his way up to the 3rd spot. He will restart on the inside.
5 of them without doing it. Now can he pass the leader?
Hornaday out in front. Jeff Burton all over his back bumper. Little contact. No. Burton gets into the back of Hornaday. Hornaday slides up into the wall. Caution will come out. That was from contact from Burton.
There was one more test to pass.
Look at all the damage to that No Fear Chevrolet.
Probably not going to get a passing grade for that move.
Well, it's Martinsville. You're going to have contact, but me one.
Yeah.
And when he didn't give it to him, he hit him.
Yeah. Nothing Ron could do at that point once the contact was made.
The moves that Ron made on that restart were great short track racing moves. He got the lead. He was able to get out front because of good solid racing. There was nothing pretty about this.
Come on down.
Ray, let's find out what they're talking about on the radio with the 4 team.
Well, they're racing up in the top 10 right now.
Great job by Ross. Great job by Chase.
Oh, contact. You see the 19. He slides in, almost gets into the back of the 94.
Oh, what an amazing job by Chastain to hang on to that truck.
Peters, and the caution comes out once again. This time it's for the 84 of Robert Bruce. Just at the exit of turn 2 for Robert Bruce.
Going to be a good break. Thanks. That's some pretty good help. If you're going to get some help, got a spinner over in turn 3 and 4.
0-7 of Grant Galloway around once again. That brings the caution out. Try to back it up out of the way of the
It is just extremely tight now. Just extremely. It won't turn a lick off the corner.
We haven't seen much more than 8 or 10 in a row since then.
Kenny Habul in the 93 actually gave the 0-7 a little shove there.
I think the 0-7's had a little help about 3 times.
Who had a very strong truck up against the other trucks that
Spinner
were
off turn 2, Hornaday around.
I got a wreck in 2. Caution's out.
The 5 of Tim George Jr. also involved. Hornaday gets it righted, as does Galloway. Tim George not able to refire as of yet. You hear him refire, but he just after the leader goes by.
What a shame for Tim George Jr. Good looking Applebee's truck there and couldn't quite get going in time to stay on.
Out front of the field here at Martinsville, Virginia.
Something developed with Kevin Harvick's truck. I know he'll come to pit road. That wasn't much of an advantage though, Phil. Those tires that his competitors have aren't going to be enough older where it's going to give him a tremendous advantage to come through the field.
Yeah, I think he had some sort of an issue there. He may not have talked about it on the radio, but he lost too many positions there. Gave the lead up and lost too many positions.
Jeff
That's pit exit right there.
Involved in this as well in the 27.
What about this kid Eric Jones? We've talked about how
tires, and we'll have something for him right at the end.
And around in turns 1 and 2 goes the 8 of Max Gresham,
right in front of our leaders,
bringing out the caution once again. Well, here you go, guys. You asked for it.
We got it.
We're coming too. We're coming for tires.
Lap 195. 150 laps to go.
I'm coming.
All right. Take another look at Max Gresham. Around he goes in turns 1 and 2.
Saw PK go by. There's Jeff Burton, Timothy Peters, inside and outside. Looked like Max got in just a little bit hot trying to get Jeff Burton.
And quite a bit different.
Oh, we got a spinner off turn 4. Matt Crafton ran into John West Townley. John West put the pedal down, trying to complete a 360, but the wall got in the way.
Caution comes out.
Big contact. And got spun around, and he just didn't lift, Phil. He tried to do
my bad.
A lot of water.
Yeah, he's stuck in the wall over here.
That was Matt Crafton we heard saying live.
Him a couple times, and instead of letting him go, he just keeps hitting him. But then Townley messes up here by hitting the gas.
Yeah, he made pretty significant contact with the outside wall. There's a contact from the 88 into the 7, and right here he stays in the throttle, but it's already gone too far.
Right.
It's pointed into the outside wall, and then he hits it pretty hard. Tough break for John West. Stayed on the lead lap, running up in the top 10 when that incident happened right there.
What about the camera work from our speed team?
Great,
That's just amazing to be able to get into the angles and close-ups that we get to see. There you see Chase Elliott into the back of Matt Crafton at the same time. See those tires still spinning when he hits the wall? You can't, he didn't see where he was. He didn't know where he was, and he certainly shouldn't have had the gas down at that point.
Just behind all the action, riding along with Kevin Harvick, this was his view of what just took place. John West Townley into the wall, brings the caution out once again. And Bodine up against the wall in 3 and 4. Caution's going to come out.
Woo! Action's heating up, isn't it?
Still has the top spot, outside the top 5, running in the 7th position.
That looked a whole lot like when Jeb got a hold of Hornaday.
Not nearly as much damage to the 13.
Yeah, we talk about where you get hit. Entrance to the corners, there's really nothing a driver can do about it.
Harvick into the back of Todd Bodine. Johnny Sauter. after starting in the 4th position, has been able to dominate once again in Martinsville.
Look at you, son. 2 in a row.
Sauter, 2 in a row to start 2013.
Nice. Awesome effort, man. Great truck, great truck. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Turn number 4. Let's take a look.
These guys were fighting to stay on the lead lap. The leaders are fast approaching, and Joey Coulter was on the inside of Blaney and then finally got into his quarter panel and spun him around.
It just had to look like something was going to go on there because Denny was right behind them. There's the contact between Joey and Ryan. James Busher does a great job avoiding Ryan.
Yeah, I thought everyone was doing a great job. We went 60. Ty Dillon trying to take it away, and around goes James Busher in the 31.
We're hearing that maybe there might have been some contact from the 98 of Johnny Sauter on that 31 truck of James Busher.
He was running in the 11th spot. Busher goes around, bringing out the caution for the fifth time.
See, Joey Coulter worked his way by. Whoa. Johnny Sauter just drove in there on the inside. James came back down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Johnny had a little bit too much momentum.
Look who's right behind Johnny. Ryan Hornaday. That might be why he had all that momentum, Phil.
Didn't want to get on the brakes too early. So Busher goes around, bringing out the caution for the 5th time. That puts Ross Chastain.
To go green for a little while, though, Phil.
Around goes Hornaday in the 9. He was on the outside of a 3-wide situation. Caution comes out. Just how does this work out for Ross Chastain?
That's not what they want.
He can't stop. What they wanted. He can't stop now. There's not enough laps on these tires for these other guys. Looked like Ron Hornaday did not realize they were 3 wide. He took a line down to the inside like there weren't 2 trucks underneath.
Or is it you have enough of an advantage on lap time over them guys?
Watch this. Hornaday's on the outside of 3 wide and passed. He has to turn. Wasn't anything Ben Kennedy could do. He had to make the turn too.
Yeah, James Busher was against the curb on the inside. Ben Kennedy was where he was supposed to be, and I think Ron just didn't realize they were 3 wide, it looked like.
Yep, 3 wide going into turn 3, and it didn't work out for Hornaday. Once again, Hornaday around and damage to that 9 truck.
I think Ross Chastain will continue to have to suffer through.
Dillon was very aggressive with his line, crowded Wallace Jr. up into the wall, but Darrell does a great job.
And around goes the 51 of Denny Hamlin. Backs it into the inside wall.
It looked like the 88 of Matt Crafton may have gotten the back of Denny Hamlin and turned him around. Not a great deal of damage to Denny's truck. He was running 4th.
Mid-back leader.
And now,
cost him a shot at winning the race. Matt got against the left rear of Denny and pedaled it just a little bit.
And around goes the 51. And so now Denny Hamlin will have his work cut out for him. There are 21 trucks on the lead lap. We'll get a free pass here. That will put 22 trucks.
That's going to accelerate his.
And around goes the 27. Jeff Agnew spins, and that brings the caution once again. Brandon Jones got into the back of
Agnew. Look at Jones, just dives hard in the corner. Jeff didn't think he was going to take that gap.
He saw the line that Jeff Agnew was going to run real wide and then really arc it in. And the problem is when you're running in traffic, you can't get away with it. Everybody here is going to dive bomb and get into the inside.
Is this an advance? Does this help Darrell Wallace Jr.? We saw him beginning to fade just ever so slightly on that long green flag run. It's 2 that are ahead of him. Maybe if we run all 20 laps out here to the finish, Harvick gets those tires greased up and goes after our leaders.
Boy, Ty's truck's looking pretty strong right now.
Ty Dillon all over the back bumper, and Brennan Newberry goes around, bringing out the caution for the 9th time.
We're going to do it again. We're going to have another restart.
To deal with these guys, so he might have to get aggressive.
Here's how the 24 went around. Had a little help there from Jeff Agnew.
That's Martinsville, as Phil said earlier.
Caleb Holman does a great job getting by in that 75 truck, the food country truck.
Inside of 20 laps, Denny
Dillon looking to fill that gap. Harvick leading.
Harvick still stays in front. Harvick up about a half a line. Around goes Harvick. Around goes Ty Dillon. And Matt Crafton's able to get through.
Chase Elliott gets right in the side of Kevin Harvick.
A lot of damage to the 88. The front of that 88 has a lot of damage to the left front. It's rubbing on that left front tire. So Matt Crafton's going to have to come to pit road now. Caution has come out again.
Push comes to shove. Look who winds up second.
Jep. The 3 is trying to get that 14 turned around.
Don't get the bad end of it here.
I think he's trying to spin him out. He hadn't any luck yet, but it looks like he's not giving up. That'll probably earn both those drivers
a visit,
a trip to the NASCAR trailer after this wreck. That it was going to be all take, and he was going to try to use up Kevin to get that spot. And eventually down in turn 1, Dillon to the bottom, gets a hold of Harvick, turns him around.
Got him off the bottom of the racetrack, then tried to go by on the inside, but Kevin couldn't maintain control of it.
And look at Chase Elliott, just blocked. Nothing that kid could do.
Where to go was right behind him, and that he actually turned the 3 around. You see Matt, they get seized up there. Matt was being pushed from behind by the 4 of Jeff Burton. That's what we've talked. Here's from Kevin Harvick's onboard.
I think that first bump's one thing, and then just turning them after that is probably why Kevin was so upset. But we saw that angle, Phil. We talked about it.
But see, he had some help too.
Yeah, the hard part there is that they won't understand, or at least Kevin Harvick's not going to understand, is the 3 was being pushed by the 88 because everybody was piling up behind him.
But how much of the damage will...
Brendan Gaughan coming out of turn number 4. Darrell Wallace Jr. sees the white flag one more time in Martinsville.
Got a great battle for 3rd and 4th back there. You see Brennan 2nd. There's Jeff Burton, Ben Kennedy, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, all nose to tail.
Down the backstretch, Darrell Wallace Jr. almost a backstretch lead over 2nd place Brendan Gaughan. Out of turn number 4, Darrell Wallace Jr. is going to get his first win in the Camping World Truck Series. And they spread out behind him.
That's how you do it right there, Phil. You make a take.
Ben Kennedy, good run early on. He runs into Norm Benning is around.
Norm Benning in the 57. Brings out our first caution on lap 11. We are underway at Martinsville on race number 2 of the 2014 season.
Be the guy you better watch.
Yeah, they've run a little bit over 50 laps since that first competition caution. Makes him make us into the outside wall.
Around he goes, and damage to the left side of that truck, and then behind him Clay Greenfield and the 07 of Ray Black Jr. get together.
I think that was in the aftermath. I would say Clay saw it, got on the brakes, and Ray Black Jr. did not. Ran into the back of Clay. A lot of damage to that 35 truck. Here's Clay.
Ross Chestnut.
See, Mason Mingus gets to the inside of the 77, Herman Quiroga. Not quite able to get there. Herman came down the racetrack. He got loose getting in the corner.
There's Jeff Burton's view.
Whoa, that was really late to make that dive bomb in there, Phil. And
watch him.
Armand Quiroga's lucky he didn't take him with him.
Wow.
Hornaday's your race leader, and that was a close call.
Yeah, I don't think the 07 of Ray Black was able to...
Halfway point of this race, Johnny Sauter out in front. It's Timothy Peters, Eric Jones, Darrell Wallace Jr., John Townley, your top 5. Caution has come out once again. A lot of damage to the 23 of Spencer Gallagher. That's Brian Silas. He's walking back to the infield care center.
Caleb Holman was involved in that as well, Rick, and that's some heavy damage to those trucks. That truck of Gallagher's is bent.
Go and hit him right in the door. There, the contact has already been made between the 75 and watch Brian Silas. Bam!
Right into the right side of the 23. Fire will then start underneath that 99 after this accident here.
That's insult to injury there. You're already in the inside wall and get hit again. And watch this 99 truck.
Burst into flames here underneath. So Brian Silas then brings that 99 to a stop on the backstretch and had a little problem climbing out of that truck.
Yeah, when something's on fire, you
try to get out of there as quick as you can.
Your first concern is just getting away from it. You don't know if it might continue or could get worse, and so he was just trying to get out.
Yeah, fortunately the fire extinguished itself, but as you mentioned, Brian had a little bit of trouble getting out of that truck.
And stepped into that throw. Riding along with the 98. After the pass has been made by Timothy Peters.
Hello.
Wow. Well, that camera's in the right spot.
In the 54.
It's going to happen again. This time in 3 and 4.
He got ran into once and held on to it, and then Johnny just ran over him again.
There's another view. See, Johnny gets in that left rear quarter panel and just stays right there.
Timothy has him cleared for a second. Now Johnny's going to drive her down in there.
Gets into that left rear quarter panel again, and up the track the 17 goes. Caution that has come out at Martinsville, and it was the 13 of Jeff Burton that went around. We're riding along with Johnny Sauter. We'll call for him.
Getting a good bite off the corner. Three wide
as they come out of turn 4. Greg Gaulding on the outside.
Oh.
And they're not going to be able to stay 3 wide. Gaulding way up the racetrack now. He'll lose a lot of spots.
And he'll have some debris on
where he'll line up. On this one for 19 to go. Back into the gas. Matt Crafton on the inside. Darrell Wallace Jr. looked to the inside. Timothy Peters on the outside.
Boy, Crafton drove it hard. Look at Timothy Peters. Gets a little bit sideways.
Way up the racetrack with Cole Custer as well. Now it's a battle for second. Darrell Wallace Jr. on the inside. Timothy Peters on the outside. Out in front of the field, Matt
we got
Crafton.
A spinner. Hornaday into the outside wall.
Hard into the outside wall, and a lot of smoke around that 30 as he was spinning the tires trying to keep it going.
Doesn't appear to be a lot of contact with the outside wall for Hornaday.
That nose went straight in
and down to the racetrack.
He was running in the 4th spot when this happened. Armand Quiroga coming in there, got into that curb.
Armand was committed, and he tried to go up on the curb to give Ron a little extra space, and Ron was committed to closing the door. And I think get down to 20 to go, Phil, you're going to start to see more and more aggression, and that just looked like Armand looking to get into a hole that wasn't really there.
You're going to try to take a little more space than you would have maybe 100 laps ago. There's another view of it.
You can see it's a late dive. You know, you hate to just say that's just racing, but here at Martinsville with 20 to go, people are going to start taking more than they give, and he took more than was there, I think.
7th caution of the day. Around goes the 30. Not as much contact as what it looked as though.
Yeah, the 5 truck giving Bubba the advantage. I wonder if Bubba got loose or something, trying to chase down Matt Crafton, because he had some space on the trucks behind him. Next thing you know, he's sideways.
And that truck looks, Greg Gaulding gets turned around.
Gaulding goes around into the inside wall, and it brings out the caution.
That's a huge break for Bubba Wallace. He got that 3rd spot away from John West Townley. That means he's going to be on the inside. Timothy Peters stuck on the outside again. The fight escalated too, Rick.
Gaulding once again into the back of that 00, and then he got caught up from behind by the 33 of of Brandon Jones.
Guys, remember the West race at Phoenix last November. Cole Custer led 49 3/4 laps. Had a little bit of contact from the back with that 20 of Greg Gaulding into Cole Custer. Gray won that West race.
You could see Custer was purposely trying to hold Gaulding down after Gaulding ran into the back of him, and it just nothing Brandon Jones could do. Those guys were having a fight among themselves, and other guys got involved in it.
Yeah, it's still working.
We've got it
so far. Wait a minute, we're not done yet.
Vantage point now.
Yeah. Another shot to the back, trying to move that 77 of Quiroga up.
Leaders.
First attempt at a green-white checker. Green flag back in the air. A great restart for the 17 of Timothy Peters.
Crafton drives it hard down in the corner. He'll use up Timothy if he needs to.
Crafton out in front as they go down the backstretch. Timothy Peters running the 17, and around goes the 51. He had help. Up the racetrack goes the field, and the caution's going to come out before they get the white. We'll try it again.
Tough break for Eric Jones. That was a hard hit into the inside while running in the top 5 on that restart and got crashed.
51 around.
Take another look.
Oh, they just got together.
They got together and he was sideways. Johnny figured he'd just go ahead and move him on out of the way.
Johnny's had an aggressive race today, running into every truck he's caught, basically.
Got into the back of the 51 and didn't let off the gas.
Watch this truck. Bam!
Jumps off the ground. Boy, great job by Eric not letting that truck go back out in traffic.
This was coming off turn number 2.
Johnny had a nose to the inside.
Right along with the 98. This is actually from on top of the truck.
Still out there. Still out there. Easy. Easy.
kind of tell from the sound there a little bit.
Number 4 into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air.
Better start for Peters. He's alongside Crafton.
Got a good angle down in the corner.
Door to door coming out onto the backstretch. Crafton with the advantage. Timothy Peters tucks in behind as they go into turn number 3. Bubba Wallace moves to 17 out of the way. He takes second. Timothy Peters tries to keep it straight. More contact. White flag in the air. One more time for Matt Crafton. Two by two as they continue through 1 and 2. Out in front of the field. The 88 of Matt Crafton. The late charge by the 54 of Darrell Wallace Jr. But it's the 88. Matt Crafton wins in Martinsville. A champion a year ago and now gets his 4th career win.
Take a look at this. 1777. That was after the checkered flag had come out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that he 77
It'll
also
continue.
Pushed.
And yep.
Bam.
A lot of work to do now at the shop.
Obviously both those trucks coming out of the same stable.
Watch Quiroga. Looks like Townley gets sideways and Quiroga just happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it turns John West around. I knew there was contact. I didn't know what started. It looked like just got loose off the corner. Maybe did Townley, and then
Timothy was bouncing off the wall right in front of John West.
And the reason why Timothy was mad at Quiroga is because when they got to turn 3 on the last lap, he just ran him right up the track and out of the way.
Such an impressive day for John West Town.
Positions in the first 2 laps, and the more you can get on restart, the better. First caution of the day going to come out as the 9 goes around, and that is Brennan Newberry.
You see damage.
21st.
See damage to that left rear quarter panel of that 9 truck. More than likely some contact. We talked about you can often here. He tried to jump in line there, looked like in front of Mason Mingus. He didn't quite have it cleared.
3 laps completed. Martinsville, the man that started on the pole out front, Darrell Wallace Jr.
He needed to tiptoe into that corner, but then Bubba's vision was blocked by Ryan, and he got in the oil and slid sideways. And look at the fluid on that camera. So a lot of oil down there in 3 and 4 that sent these guys for a slide.
Saw those drivers trying to clean the inside of Bubba Wallace. Cole Custer got a caution on the racetrack.
3rd one of the day, down in turn 4. Jennifer Jo Cobb goes around as we complete lap 46 of 200. This means another restart.
Yes, it does. And we saw Bubba Wallace get the lead back on that. We're going to come in within the next 20, 30 laps anyway.
Here's the reason we're under caution for the 3rd time today. Jennifer Jo Cobb over in turn 4.
Looked like Cody Erickson maybe got into the back of Jennifer Jo Cobb.
You could see right around. You could see the leaders were coming, and anytime the leaders are catching the back of the
2nd or 3rd lap in a row, see one of our 16-year-olds go wide. This time it's Cole Custer.
I don't know if this thing's going to stick down here or not.
Brandon Jones drives it in hard contact, and he goes around.
Wow, what a move by Matt Tift. That was an aggressive miss of a crash. I love what I saw there. He saw the opening, knew he had to hit the gas and not the brake, and squeezed right through there.
They were 3 wide going in the center of the corner. Then there may have been some contact.
Then this, Joey Coulter inside Cole Custer.
Yeah, Cole tried to block Joey Coulter because he lost his momentum when he got sideways. And Joey said, no, I'm taking none of that. Here we go 3 wide. That's not going to work. Cole comes down the hill. They make contact. Matt Tiff. Watch Matt Tiff go through there into 0.
Impressive move from Matt Tiff.
Want to stay on the lead lap. Look at all the damage to Cole Custer's truck. Caution on the racetrack.
Wow. Cole being scored in the 15th position, but has dropped back now to 19th as our scoreboard cycles through. That's the 63 of Justin Jennings, who is also wrinkled up.
Look at all the 00 got together. He took out a couple pink trucks there. Looks like it was a Gray Gaulding was that one of those trucks that he got into. He pushed Gray actually in to the 21 of Joey Coulter.
And ran Coulter into the outside wall. The first contact.
Cook Jones, who seems to just get better and better, and now problems for the 99 of Brian Silas.
That has every sign of an accordion effect on the restart. Somebody didn't get a start good and Silas hard into the back of another truck. Busted something in the radiator oil cooler area.
He was running 21st when he had his problem.
And probably left some fluid on the track.
Oh, trouble. John Hunter Nemechek's turned around.
And
Jeff Burton as well.
Jeff Burton goes around. So does the 29 of Ryan Blaney.
There's oil on the track.
8th caution of the day.
Got room here, leader at the line.
Matt Tiff getting through there.
Nice and easy.
Watch Matt
That's why
grab
these
it,
guys are
just
slipping, I
slide,
believe. Easy. Watch this
slip and
thing. Watch this
slide
thing.
right through that mess.
Stay high.
That's an anxiety attack, isn't it? There's a guy who leads the championship.
Could be a championship saver right there.
People spinning in front of him, people spinning behind him, and he just slips right through.
Like Brandon Jones may have gotten the backside of Ryan Blaney and sent him around. We go on board with Blaney here.
Yeah, that late contact is what turned Ryan around.
How big of a break could that restart have been for Tyler Reddick? We talked about he needed, he's got those tires. There he goes through the outside of the wreck, gained 6-8 spots in that one turn right there. Now he's got the best tires on the track. Reddick could.
Brennan Newberry is there as well.
Great start for Armand Quiroga, too. He's up inside the top 5. Oh, hard
John West Townley, Tyler Reddick, Brandon Jones.
Ray Golding gets stopped. Hard contact for John West Townley.
The front end of that truck is destroyed.
Sorry about that.
Brandon Jones as well. That had to take him for a surprise, being hooked on the straightaway like that. We heard someone say sorry about that.
It's our 9th caution of the day.
That could bring out a red flag.
They were racing for 12th on track as they went into turn 1. The truck's in an ARCA competition because he had a concussion.
See, John West was going to try to pull down to the inside of the 33 of Brandon Jones. Then the 19 of Tyler Reddick had a bit of a run, so he pulled down to try to get underneath John West Townley. They made contact that knocked John West up into Brandon Jones.
Yeah, I think John just thought he'd give a block here to the 19, but Reddick was in there far enough to where there wasn't anything Tyler Reddick could do. John West pulled over really late, and you could see Reddick was on the brakes, but the damage was already getting ready to happen.
Things happen so fast here. There's a little bit of contact up in front of them, but nothing like what happened to the 05 of John West Townley and the 33 of Brandon Jones.
Did you see Jones's truck come off the ground when he hit the wall? The truck weighs over 3,000 pounds. It's flopping around up off the ground.
To the truck following qualifying.
Yeah, Butch Hilton and his guys have a great out-of-box race truck here. He's come through the field a couple different times now.
Got a spinner up in turn 2.
Ray Golding, second time he's had a problem today. Great qualifying effort. Running second earlier on a restart when he went wide, had an issue, got out of sequence with the race leaders as far as pit stops are concerned. And
track to try to catch up to the field before he pits. That left rear tire was down when he got to the center of the corner. Did a nice job of keeping that truck out of the outside wall. Now if he can make it back around the pit road, get caught up with the field, he will stay on the lead lap. There's a little bit of contact right there. That's probably what cut down that left rear tire, the contact with the 21 of Joey Coulter.
There goes Armand Quiroga to the inside, trying to grab the top spot in lap traffic. Is he going to get it into 3? There goes Armand Quiroga spinning around with 13 to go. And we get our 11th caution of the afternoon.
4 wide at Martinsville for the lead. Doesn't get a lot better than that unless you're Armand Quiroga, and he couldn't hold his lower lane. Had such a bad, made the move on Wallace. Wallace returned the favor, but Quiroga was just too low and too hot into the corner, slid up, made contact, and spun around.
Tough break for Armand Quiroga, but what an outstanding drive for that young man.
Hey, watch Matt Crafton drive through to the inside and just about get a piece of this. Could have been disastrous for him. Left of your screen, there goes Crafton. And now on board with Bubba Wallace as they went 3 wide into the corner.
Roland, you got to spin behind you. Stay green. Stay green. Yellow's out. Yellow's out. Awesome job, bud.
Yeah, while we watch this, obviously Bubba Wallace is able to take over the lead from Johnny Sauter. They're 4 wide.
They are still 4 wide. It's just a different one of the 4. That's great action. You talk about Bubba Wallace taking the lead from Sauter. What about our man Alex Gannett? He's up to the... How did he get back up there?
Clear by 4. White flag right here.
To the win for Darrell Wallace Jr.
Ryan Blaney back up into the top 5.
And Tyler Reddick coming with him, but they're not going to have anything for Bubba Wallace in that Wendell Scott painted truck.
Darrell Wallace Jr., short track sensation, second year in a row. He's going to win it at Martinsville.
Another one, God dang, I love you guys. Woo! Yeah, baby! Good job, everybody.
More forward drive, so they helped him out with some adjustments during that pit stop, and forward drive he got. He has picked up 4 spots since the restart, and there's Mason Mingus going around, Adam.
He was going in the wrong direction since the restart after not pitting, and he brings out our second caution of the day, Vince. Drives it down on that little portion of grass just below the corner there, and he'll have to come to pit road here at Martinsville.
Camping World, the #1
pit stops. We're in the midst of a 70-80 lap run here.
The reason we love coming to Martinsville, it's moments like this.
To your rhythm, just be nice and patient. These tires might need to make it to the end.
See the damage there, and the caution is out.
Caution is out. Caution is out. Caution.
2 trucks involved in turn 2. It's our 4th caution of the afternoon. Matt Crafton, the race leader. Joey Logano is 2nd. Eric Jones is 3rd. Johnny Sauter is 4th. Cameron Haley, the top 5. We're live in Martinsville on Fox Sports 1. Logano rallying back in that outside lane in turns 3 and 4.
Big block by Suarez there on the 0-0 of Cole Custer as they exited turn 2. He's got a spinner.
Caleb Holman around.
This is what happens late in the race. You bunch them up, get some cautions. That means restarts, and then you get...
Keen reaction down here. You see the 75 looked like Timothy Peters got into him. He was racing side by side with the 14 of Daniel Hemrick.
On board with our Toyota on board, Timothy Peters.
Wow, Caleb Holman was about as far up as he could go, but I think Peters had Hemrick down on the inside of him, and it just, they ran out of room.
Caution good for James Busher, who gets the free pass.
See there, they're trying to go 3 wide, and we've proven that that's...
It's hard. It's certainly hard to do. It's not impossible, but it's hard to do. 4 wide won't work for sure.
But he gets the caution flag. Remains just 1 lap down. Up he went.
Time to go now. 65 laps to go. Ray Black Jr. around.
Spins all the way around, and if he can get going, perhaps he can stay on the lead lap here. 7th caution of the afternoon. This one for the 07 of Ray Black Jr. Off to a great start in 2015 and was running solid in the late going at Martinsville. Matt Crafton on top. 61 laps to go in the first Shortsville. Under caution for the 8th time today. It's for the 35 of Tommy Regan. Leaders midway down the back straightaway, and the question becomes to pit or not to pit. The pit lane is open.
Got to the inside of him. Does a nice job. Boston up into the Tommy Regan truck. And then look at Tiff. He slides through on the bottom. Phil, we got to keep our eye on that truck. He's got tires. He's fast, too. He could have something to say about winning this race.
Matt has really done a nice job. Had a top 10 here last fall. There's another view. Justin Boston did his best to stay off of Tommy Regan. Just made a little bit of contact because he was having to give Matt Tiff some room on the bottom.
It's going to be an interesting restart, too. Logano down on the inside leading this race. Eric Jones to his outside.
How do you know how to do that at 17 years old?
I think he saw my brother do it. Was he born yet?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think he was. Crafton into the back of Custer, returning the favor.
And there goes Matt Crafton through. Put the 88 on point as Cole Custer spins. 2 laps to go. Will there be a caution? Not yet. Custer is rolling.
He's going to stop there. I think they got to bring the caution out.
And the caution is out. Wow, we're going to go to overtime, and it's fitting because the racing has been electric.
They had to go to caution. They had to. Cole Custer was stalled there on the front straightaway.
Well,
does it? 3-way battle for the lead. Less than 5 to go.
Yep. He runs in the back of Matt Crafton. That knocks him into Joey Logano.
Inside, clear. Nope.
Look at this move. Bam. Bam. Here I go.
Don't wreck no one. Bottom. Clear.
Matt Crafton knew what he was going to do when he caught Cole Custer, and that was put the bumper to him.
Cole Custer being scored in the 15th position. But what a day for the 17-year-old, not afraid to race with our two-time defending champion and a guy that won the Daytona 500.
How did Eric Jones miss Cole Custer? Amazing. Flex by right there.
Spin it all the way around, all the way around. Now keep coming, keep coming.
He's 17 years old, driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
There you go, come on.
Watch Eric Jones barely get by here. Look at that.
Go high, go high, go high, go high, go high. No caution, no caution, no caution, no caution, no caution.
Watch out. Oh, goodness.
He barely slipped by. Phil, I mean, we're going to have another restart. Joey Logano's going to be right behind
here. So critical this start.
There goes Logano out of line. Great restart for him. 3 wide into turn 1. Logano comes off of turn 2 with a top spot.
Clear, 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 clear.
Talk about a restart. How about that restart by Joey Logano?
Joey Logano doesn't want a caution now. He comes off turn 4, sees the white flag. The next flag will end it. Logano a half a mile from his first win in the Camping World Truck Series.
And they're 3 and 4 wide all over the racetrack in the front straightaway.
He won the Daytona 500. Got an Xfinity Series win at Phoenix. Today, Joey Logano going to see the checkered flag for the first time in his career in the Camping World Truck Series at Martinsville.
Look at this. That's right. That's right. Hell yeah. Good job, guys. Good job. Yeah.
How about a great job by Joey Logano on the restart?
That was just the best job on that restart was done by Joey Logano, obviously, but that's taking advantage again of the chance you got. He knew that he could.
Yesterday, Timothy Peters in the 17. Meanwhile, we continue to watch this battle for the 6th position, and there goes Peters around.
Right in front of Matt Crafton.
Charleston, get it rolling as again.
How early is too early, Adam?
6 laps is too early.
They were running back in the 10th position.
Does that have help right there?
That's David Gilliland. Not sure if those two incidents are related or not, but certainly Gilliland has been into something.
And that battle between Reddick and Suarez had the whole pack backed up. Look at that, the group behind him. Timothy just goes around on the outside.
He just went in there dead even with Eric Jones. And what a job by Matt Crafton to avoid Timothy Peters.
I think the problems for Gilliland came when he checked up, didn't get stopped in time, and he had some contact there with Dalton Sargent. Came down the pit lane. We'll tell you what happened on pit road in a moment. First, the reason we're under caution.
Just on the outside, just got a little bit loose, just like Timothy Peters early on. Didn't have much grip out there.
You can see Bobby Pearson, the 63, just ahead of him in that first replay. Got sideways as well. That outer groove is treacherous here at Martinsville.
All right, roll when you can.
We told you in the open of our broadcast today, things could and likely would get physical. At Martinsville, we've got our 3rd caution. Paige Decker with a little contact went around over in turn 3.
It's pretty tough to run around here side by side. We've witnessed that, but one thing you really can't do much here is run 3 wide, and watch this right here.
We've certainly seen it tried a lot. Paige Decker minding her own business up on the outside, and a couple of them tried to crowd in underneath of her and spins Paige around.
Really hurt Greg Galding, who was running 10th.
Well, he had to pit, and I think it's an interesting point of the race, Phil. I mean, we don't have enough tires just to pit every 30 laps, and I don't think I've ever seen at Martinsville on the Truck Series tires be so important. Those guys were falling back on those used tires.
Yeah, we know the 54 is going to come to pit road. Greg Galding, there's another view of this. Spencer Gallagher dove to the inside. Gray had already committed to the bottom of the 74. Paige, I don't realized that there were 2 trucks inside of her.
Great effort there by all of our cameras.
Inside the top 3, Timothy Peters went all the way to the back after that spin, and now he's climbed to the front.
He started 29th in lap 11, and there goes Daniel Suarez, punted out of the groove. No caution yet. There it is, 4th of the day.
Contact from his teammate, Eric Jones. Watch Eric Jones on the inside in that 4 truck.
Oh, it looked like maybe Suarez was going to try to swing to the bottom, didn't it?
Just battle for space a little bit there.
This is a big break for Gray Galding, I think. I believe he will get the free pass and back on the lead lap. He got lapped on pit road during our last caution when he stopped up in the corner to miss Paige Decker and was lapped, but now he'll be back on the lead lap. Let's see if Suarez pinches him down or if Jones hits the curb.
Out there, one back to Timothy.
I believe he left him room.
I think it. I don't think he hit the curb either. I think
And now off the pace after restarting inside the top 10. Contact there with a 5, and around goes Peters for the second time today.
Get it fired up if you can.
Dalton Sargent had nowhere to go.
What a day it's been for Timothy Peters.
Was that an ignition
sounds like ignition. We just heard Marcus Richmond said, "Is it still running? Do you have how many volts do you have?"
What's the story there, Herm?
He hit the kill switch on the steering wheel. All these trucks have a switch that the driver can hit.
It happened right there, and it's amazing that Brandon Jones at 33 was able to avoid him along with everybody else. Obviously, we got down to the corner here. Dalton Sargent had nowhere to go. Timothy was in the middle lane, then turned down to the inside without power.
Timothy got his tires from his first spin on the last pit stop. So these are the tires he started the race on that he's spinning around on now.
Do you pit here? Pit road is open. Do you pit here and be done with it? 1:15 to go, or is it too early?
I don't think so. We've had some caution laps. I hear some tires squealing there.
Down here in turn 1 and 2. That's the 32, J.J. Haley. 5th time, make it 6 now. 6 cautions on the day.
You heard him, no brakes.
That's something you see quite often here in Martinsville.
It's amazing, though, whether you have to manage your brakes.
He's only 16 years old.
Wow. And that shows you how fast you go in that corner when you don't have any brakes to stop you.
Happened right in front of John Hunter Nemechek, our race leader.
No banking to catch you. They call it 12 degrees. It always seemed like it was negatively banked to me.
Hard into the outside wall that truck went, and you know, we see these guys really abusing their brakes, stomping on them hard.
And Timothy Peters, who continues to impress despite 2 issues on track. He is inside the top 10, and now caution number 7.
Back up if you can. Back up if you can.
We heard him say he thought he might have a flat tire. The right sides are definitely up.
Left rear is gone,
We got a flat left rear tire, guys.
Yeah.
Flat left rear tire.
John West Townley was 14th when he got turned around.
It's going to be hard for John West to remain on the lead.
So easy to make contact with another truck, get to rubbing on each other, and cut one of your tires. I think that's what happened to Townley.
Yeah. Tire was already gone before that truck completely turned around.
Great effort by the 63 of Bobby Pierce to avoid hitting him when he came off turn 2. Ross Kenseth, first truck 1 lap down, gets the free pass.
Let's give it
the 26th position.
Let's give a shout out.
Didn't win 2 owners championships. Yes, maybe not a driver's championship, but he's been very much involved in a little contact. Timothy Peters around again.
Dalton Sargent got him going into turn 3. It's going to be caution number 8, and it comes out with 45 laps to go, and I would guess Peters isn't going to be happy about that one.
Well, he was falling back through the field and doing a nice job of hanging on. Looks like he's lost a left front tire now, though. 3 spins and you're out. You're out of competition for winning this baby on the
position.
Look at Sargent. It was just an opening that he couldn't keep from trying to get into. Sauter opened the door. Timothy tried to close it, and Dalton Sargent was committed to the bottom.
See, Johnny Sauter makes the move on Peters. Timothy was going to try to get in between them. Dalton Sargent obviously realized what was happening. He said, hey, I've got the 17 on the outside. I've got to make it happen right now. Did nothing wrong.
That's Martinsville.
Yeah, and Timothy knew there was a good chance that somebody was going to be there, but if he can keep him out of getting there, he's that much better off, Hermie.
What a frustrating day it's been for Timothy Peters. Winner.
Like to have several restarts, so keep your nose clean, but don't be afraid to stick it in. And now we're going to have one of those restarts because we've got a yellow on the course.
Right on cue. 9th caution of the day. Out for the 07 of Ray Black Jr.
There's a lot of guys that want to see cautions. One that doesn't is Matt Crafton and Cameron Haley. They think they can get out front and settle this thing to themselves.
What you want here?
Just got away from him a little bit, just trying to carry too much speed on exit.
Well, we saw Timothy Peters do that early in the race. That's how treacherous this place is. It's flat. You try to get that power.
To move to the inside of Daniel Hemrick. Eric Jones now up in the top 12. Oh, and another caution flag we're going to get.
The 5 of Dalton Sargent making his 3rd career start here today. 17-year-old out of Boca Raton, Florida.
Eric Jones all the way up to the 11th spot. Nobody stops. He will be. That's all.
Nemechek has been strong in that outside lane. Green flag waving with 15 laps to go.
Nemechek got in too far. He's going to lose a lot of ground.
There goes Reddick to the inside. Caution is out once again as they wreck behind him. The 54 of Gray Gaulding having a problem. 11th caution of the afternoon.
NASCAR will have to determine when they cross the last scoring loop who was ahead, whether Nemechek was ahead of Haley or not.
And another position that will be key.
If he's scored third when the caution came out, that would put him on that all-important
that might be okay.
lane.
We heard Kyle Busch say whatever you can do to make sure Eric restarts on the inside. Same situation for John Hunter.
Gray Gaulding just tried to take the low lane, and I think that was Tyler Young that was in there, and there just wasn't room for that move.
This mess you saw over in turn one, all of it happening right behind Eric Jones.
He did several donuts down into turn one.
He's got him on it. Watch the 54. He's in right behind Timothy Peters. He just turns left. We all talk about wanting the inside, the battle for space. He wanted that space, but Tyler Young was there. He was committed.
You know, inside Camping World 20 to go, you're going to take every inch, and there just wasn't room, Vince. What'd they say on the O2 pit?
Well, and, you know, normally...
Back there, Caleb Holman drives it in. Cindric saves it somehow off the corner, but this is not going to work. 12th caution of the day. Multiple trucks involved on the back straightaway.
And Eric Jones was right in the middle of that and made it through it.
Eric Jones living right. A late pit stop, getting the cautions when he needs them, and he's set. And Jones, who was being shown 10th after working his way through the problems on the back straightaway, being shown in the 13th position.
Well, I think it'll reset again.
And now it has.
Look at Eric Jones right there in the middle of those trucks.
Does he have damage, Phil? He was being squeezed on both sides. Wow.
Definitely has some damage, whether it's rubbing the tires or not, I don't know. See, Caleb Holman had a hole there. He dove in it on the inside of Austin Cindric. Austin did a nice job saving that truck, but then they came along too wide beside him on the outside.
That's how tough it is to win a championship in this truck series. This is as physical as you will see in NASCAR.
Our scoring monitor has updated, and it is officially showing Eric Jones in 13th.
And look at Ross Kenseth just slipping through there as well. Great debut in the 18 truck by Ross.
Look at them 4 or 5 wide here as they come off of turn number 2.
On board with Eric Jones. This ought to be quite a ride.
I don't know if I can take it or not.
Down, 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 down. Easy, get middle, 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 middle. Get up, 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 up. Keep coming. Keep coming. Stay middle. Keep coming. Keep coming. Yellow's out. Yellow's out.
Yeah. And he had to go. He had to get in the throttle and push Austin Cindric on around.
Look at him. That's just some great driving by Jones. He was doing everything he could to work his way through. Looked like the whole world was going to end right in front of him, but he squeezes through it. I don't see much damage to the front of that truck, Bill.
Now, these guys had a front row seat. That'll give you an anxiety attack, won't it?
How about
that?
Check one box. Perfect start by Crafton.
A good exit on turn number 2.
A great exit by Cameron Haley to take the second spot away from Nemechek.
And Nemechek pushes Haley out of the way.
Here they come out of turn 4. White flag in the air. Next flag ends it at Martinsville.
Look at Reddick on the inside of Haley. They make contact. How about Cole Custer on the inside?
Custer coming through, getting around Reddick for a position. Great battles all over the track on this final lap, but it's all happening behind Matt Crafton coming off of turn 4. 5th win of the year, going to come at Martinsville. For
That's about as hard as you can turn around and hit here in Martinsville. Did you hear the engine rev up? Well, I think he was trying to get the rear tire.
Captain knows what it takes to get to the end of these. Oh, Johnny Sauter with a problem.
Sauter into the wall and big. He was running second.
Pop him up here.
Major development as Johnny Sauter running second. Green truck.
Yeah, we saw the smoke before he got down to the turn. He was passing a lap truck
That was 74. Just nothing he could do about it. He may have realized it too late, though.
And there's a lot of conversation, I know, going on between that 21 team and his GMS teammates. Why his tire blew out.
Turn 4. Oh, no. Another GMS truck.
Workers get there.
Kaz Grala.
Any way you could drive or back it off.
Had just been speaking of the
Give it a try.
impressive
I hit pretty
performance.
good. Popped to right front, I think.
Got to be the same situation, don't you think, Michael?
And Johnny Sauter now says, okay, it isn't about me not being able to drive around this racetrack set properly, and there's too much heat in that right front corner, and away goes the tire.
Kaz leaned on it at the exit there. Just that tire went down, deflated.
In his first career Truck Series event, he was running 12th at the time and was looking so solid. We just talked about what an impressive weekend it's been for Kaz Grala. So now 2 of the 4 GMS trucks have had that right front problem. The other 2 that are out there, one of them is
for that 4th position.
Listen to him work that gas. Oh, Spencer Gallagher around.
That's going to bring out the yellow.
I think it's going to play right into.
Almost got the 63 of Spencer Boyd as Spencer Gallagher was trying to turn around.
What a huge break here for the 18 of Kyle Busch.
Work on the 23 here. Gallagher was 8th at the time.
Wow.
Hello?
Yeah, Ryan Truex committed to the bottom of the racetrack. And Spencer Gallagher said, it's my position. You see, he pulled out a little bit late. Spencer may not even have realized it. He pulled out so late.
Who's that on, guys? Who's it on? Byron, or is it
I think
or Truex, or is that on Gallagher?
I think you got to pin that one on Martinsville. Tires around 175. The caution clock is winding down. Probably about 25 or 30 laps left on it. There's a lot of things these crew chiefs are considering.
We've got a caution.
Now we got to figure it out.
Ooh, I knew this moment would come. And I'm not ready to make my decision yet.
I'm not either.
I know Kyle. I think Kyle.
And Byron.
Oh, Parker was on the inside.
All clear. Take each on the back.
Parker was on the inside of 3 wide, had a bad angle getting down to the corner, couldn't hold that truck down on the...
How about that 63 of Spencer Boyd? Now, I know he stayed out.
Oh, and he just spun out Spencer Gallagher.
Oh, now he's going around.
Hold the brake.
Look at the job these guys do to avoid those 2 trucks. There's not that much room in between that 63 and the 23.
Spencer Gallagher in the 23.
Just runs into him.
Yeah, Spencer Boyd is up in the middle of the racetrack. The 63 ran into the 23 of Spencer Gallagher, and that slowed him down, and here comes the pack behind him.
Well, you think he was pretty jazzed up about being up inside the top 10? Said, I got to go, baby.
You heard Vince talking about him, and away he went.
Giving him a little TV love, and next thing you know...
Well, really doing an outstanding job to this point, certainly. First ever start here in the Truck Series. No place for Tyler Reddick to go, as well as the 98 of Rico Abreu.
Well, Spencer Gallagher, he's had an eventful day. He's been around a couple of times and seen 2 of his teammates have problems.
This is what you get.
Look how much damage on the back of the 29 truck. Watch this bumper cam here. Ben doesn't want to take a whole lot of time to get by these trucks.
The 44, that's Austin Wayne Self, and the 29 of Tyler Reddick.
Now we come. We got to come now, Michael.
I think so, too.
That's just the right amount of time. 50 laps here. Now that put a look at it.
Just battling for space, but it certainly didn't appear. You know, Gallagher was far enough in there to try to swipe that spot. First little bump didn't knock him around, so
the third one pretty much did.
We just got to keep trying.
Yeah, a lot of contact for the 23 of Spencer Gallagher
Can't
today.
Give up.
You got to give him the A for effort.
Yeah. Well, we should.
Looks like Ben's going to get a little bit of help from Christopher Bell. Just ran in the back of him.
Ben does a great job of spinning that truck around and keeping going.
Going to be a huge break for Matt Crafton and Ben Rhodes. Right now, they're currently running in the 11th and the 12th spots.
Well, Crafton came from 20th to the middle there, and he's still got another 30 laps to go. It could get in
behind Kyle Busch.
Look how fast Rhodes is in the center of the corner.
Caution again is out, and that's the 10 truck over in turn 3. Claire Decker making her Camping World Truck Series debut. To go at Martinsville. Kyle Busch trying to hold on as Suarez gets way out of line. Look at him, 3 wide in the pack. Christopher Bell going around. The 00 of Cole Custer damaged.
I don't think you really had to say Camping World 15 to go. We could tell by the look of things. Those trucks were all over each other. Christopher Bell got turned, clipped Cole Custer.
Boy, it's been a tough go for Christopher Bell. And the big flip.
Way out. Suarez way outside, on the outside. And there's a 05 going to nudge the fourth in the left rear quarter panel, and turn him into the outside wall.
There's a whole lot of nudging going on in that.
Yeah. Maybe a little more than nudging.
Damp it up again. Keep coming there. They get one up out of the groove, couple out of the groove. Stay low, stay at the bottom, fight the very bottom, go way low, way low, way low, way low, way low, way low, way low. Inside, keep coming. Hey, come on, come on. Outside clear.
Way low, way low, way low, high, 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 high.
How do you sort through all that running 100 miles an hour?
Cameron Haley right in the middle of that. The 13 truck gets by. Ben Kennedy with an amazing job to avoid Cole Custer.
Ben Kennedy did.
Justin Haley trying to hold off Timothy Peters and Ben Rhodes. Haley almost spins. Rhodes does.
Yeah, turn forward. Back her down.
A lot of trucks involved in that one, some suffering more damage than others. The 02 of Tyler Young, of course the 32 of Justin Haley we mentioned.
We talked earlier, Phil, you can block and you can get away with it, but you can also get turned.
The 32 got a little bump from Timothy Peters, and that upset him, upset the truck. Got into Ben Kennedy a little bit and collected others. Suarez took a pretty good hit. Ooh, the 29 of Reddick. Tyler Young spun around.
Tyler had a great run going.
He pulls down, and I think Timothy was just committed to the corner.
Yeah.
And I don't think there was anything intentional there. I think he just was diving to the corner, and Haley's truck was going so much slower, they made contact.
Yeah, Timothy laid off him once he made that initial contact, but unfortunately, Justin couldn't maintain control of that truck and got into Ben Rhodes and turns him around.
Take a look at it from the 29 of Tyler Reddick.
Real tight in front of you, bumper to bumper. Break that curve here, just the 13 here. Protect the bottom a little bit. Protect the bottom, protect the bottom. Damp it up a little bit. Rex, stay low, stay low. Come on, low. Up on the curve, up on the curve, up on the curve, up on the curve, up on the curve. Come on, come on, come on. Keep coming, keep coming. Come.
Once you get lower tthan the curve, there's Kyle Busch and John Hunter Nemechek.
Look at the start Nemechek got. He's going to get down into turn 1 up beside Busch.
Great job by William Byron staying dead even with Nemechek. That gives Kyle Busch some moving room there.
He's crossed the overtime line. The next flag ends the race. Oh, the next flag is white. Excuse me. Here's the white flag. Kyle Busch has got it.
John Hunter, a strong run off turn 4 to grab that second spot away from Byron.
Kyle Busch has gapped John Hunter Nemechek. The drought is about to end for Kyle Busch. 30 times before he has not won, but today Kyle Busch wins at Martinsville. Championship hopes.
There's no one around him.
That has the looks of maybe a throttle hanging, or
looked more like a wheel hop to me, or perhaps
a
brake issue. I don't see any way that, well, maybe, I feel like he just maybe had a brake issue. And wow, heavy contact here at Martinsville.
I'll be interested to hear. Meanwhile, Johnny Sauter comes back on the inside looking at Matt Crafton for second place. And a caution is out. And some contact down into turn 1 by the 1 truck of Bryce Napier. Early stages for the trucks at Martinsville.
Happen at Martinsville, you could bet those gaps will be taken away later.
Slow down, stay high.
That's the 13 of Cody Coughlin around, along with the 87 of Joe Nemechek. Now, Coughlin is one of those we were talking about. He has the bumper cam, so we ought to have a good view of what happens on this one.
Should have added that when you're back in the pack, you don't get as many breaks because you know how hard it is to pass and how desperate you are to gain track position because those leaders are coming up from behind to put you a lap down.
Take a look at it from Cody Coughlin's perspective.
Still there. Bottom of 3, bottom of 2, 58. Stay low. Hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
Yeah, and he just got his angle bad there, and he probably might have just clipped the curb and it went straight up the racetrack. It takes one hop, goes up the track, and it hits who's ever next to you, and that happened to be Joe Nemechek.
You got to appreciate his spirit, but you also got to be under control. When we got down into turn 3, that low on the entry, he just couldn't make the corner and ran into Nemechek, and you can see some pretty good damage there on the 13.
Caution, and here's a look at why.
Kevin, I asked you how far do you squeeze over to the left before you've gone too far?
Yeah, that is definitely not Truex's fault there. The 44 just squeezed him down so far that he held his ground, and there was nowhere else to go on the other side. There was the curb, and that was it. So 44 tried to squeeze in there. Brandon Brown tried to squeeze in there and wound up spinning himself out.
Truex is running along in the 17th position, so no harm, no foul for him. And from Vegas, this is more in his wheelhouse, and he's proven that he can get it done. Oh, no.
Come on. Clear. All clear.
Just as we're talking about Noah Gragson, he gets spun.
Well, it was going well up till then.
I almost feel guilty.
Yeah, we were giving him a lot of
like the announcer talking about what a great free throw shooter the guy is.
The 5th position, and you can see he got hit by the 29 of Briscoe. Briscoe got loose on the bottom.
Yeah, he just got loose and wound up getting into the side of the 18.
Oops.
Hello there.
Stop. Coming back to Martinsville.
Switch.
Bell getting up to the top 10 to that 10th position, so he's going to get one of those extra points at the end of this stage if he can keep it as Chastain goes around.
Yeah, and that was just Chase Elliott finally to the point of saying, all right, I've had enough. And he put the bumper to him and just turned him around.
So here Chase Elliott gives a bump to Chastain and then just finishes the job. Spinning him around. I'm sure Ross doesn't understand how that could have all taken place. He didn't cut Chase off. It was just a bounce into the back and then a spin.
You think we go back green here, Michael?
I hope.
We've got 3 laps left in the stage. This is going to get interesting.
Prior to the green flag coming back out, Chase Elliott was really unsure as to whether or not he had enough truck and enough tire to get it done. Caution, Vince.
Well, we saw Briscoe and Growlin. We just talked about the fact they were battling for that 19th spot, and eventually
Briscoe went to the high side and Kaz decided to go to the bottom, just clips the 63 and it turns them in to Briscoe, and around goes the 29.
Getting late at Martinsville. Bell continues to lead.
Dudes ran that whole last stint on what they have now. Or just, the last 40 laps are all going to be under caution, so you're going to have to get them all in the next 50 or you won't. You just never get there.
The 51 of Harrison Burton is around, and the caution is out.
Bottom.
Oh, so Austin Hill got in there. Growler tried to save it, and he got into the 51 of Burton in the process.
Look at that 52 of...
They're going to be bottom of 3, bottom of 3, bottom of 3. Quarter bumper, he's loose. Outside, keep coming, spin in the bottom.
How about this view from the 29 of Chase Briscoe?
Keep coming there, everything's good. Keep rolling here. All right, in the middle, keep high, outside, come on low, clear. Outside, clear all around.
That Liberty Mutual spotter is really becoming my friend. You get up there and tell the guy to make that move, and then he bounces into Cindric. Cindric's going to try to block him on the bottom side.
Oh, Bell, hard contact.
Inside's covered.
And around goes Cindric.
In yellow.
And the caution is out.
Damn it! Get everything cooled back off here.
I don't know that truck won't be damaged. One, and Bell just didn't feel like he could give it up. Then they got loose on entry, ran into Cindric, and around goes Chase and Johnny Sauter.
Cindric was running 19th. He was the last truck on the lead lap, so he was trying to keep himself, as you guys said, from getting lapped and going a lap down.
Christopher just got in there a little bit hot, considering his angle into the corner. He was low. He got in just a little bit hard. You can see he gets a bit loose.
Stay low, get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Clear, you're good, dig, cross it out.
Yeah, he definitely got a bad angle into the corner and wound up with a bad angle getting loose.
Oh, it's going to be fun going to the finish. Don't go anywhere. Back at Martinsville for the Chase Elliott in the 23. Takes the white flag. 1 lap to go at Martinsville.
Look at this battle. I talked about Coughlin. He's got his hands full with Briscoe. That's 11th position they're racing for.
Meanwhile, Elliott through 3 and coming off turn 4. Chase Elliott is going to take home a grandfather clock with a win at Martinsville.
Oh, and Briscoe gets in.
It was a lot of fun for Chase Elliott, but these two guys, I'm not sure how they're going to describe it. Fun's probably not going to be in the list of words for the 13 and Cody Coughlin.
That's how you race for. That's how these guys were racing for 11th position, and I think Coughlin wants to go explain to Briscoe he didn't like the fact that he got punted on the last turn. But I'll tell you this. Briscoe just got loose down on the bottom. That doesn't make Coughlin feel any better, but I agree, because that kid did a great job today. Rebound. If you're back 12th, 14th position, oh, spin.
And it is the 52 of Friesen.
Okay, it's not working anymore.
There's a mess over here. There's a mess over here. There's a lot of
51 of Harrison Burton involved as well. You see the 50 of Dawson Cram.
There's carnage down in turn 1 and 2. You can see there. Robbie Lyons in that 15 truck.
The 99 of
the corner.
Certainly looks like it. Yep. And then the 21 gets into the 52 of Friesen.
And then slides in that loose rubber into the outside wall. And while this is going on, obviously they're stocking up behind these guys.
So that's certainly not an issue of the 2 tires costing Friesen that issue. I mean, he definitely was hit from Sauter. Or do you think that one might have led to his positioning that created that issue?
No, I don't think you can blame that. It's incumbent on these guys not to run into you. And I think Todd Gilliland ran into Johnny Sauter and pushed him up into Stuart Friesen.
clear high.
A little bit early to be that aggressive here on lap 85 or so.
No question, though, that Friesen is in an unenviable position there on the outside.
Well, you got to be up there at some point, Vince. If you restart with 4 tires back in 12th, I mean, they took a chance, and he had the lead there. He was able to pull just ahead of Ben Rhodes.
A 10th, maybe.
It's interesting watching these two. They approach it. Oh, trouble.
Caution, and it's Matthews has backed it into the wall. Tyler Matthews.
Well, we're right in that window if somebody really wants to look at the snow.
Hey, now, without the plow on the front of the truck, you're not supposed to do that.
We don't say that a lot, that he's in the snow, but we've got 134 position.
Let's see if we can keep an eye on what happens to Matthews. Definite contact by the 52 of Friesen.
He bounced off the curb getting in the corner, and as Michael said, it's pretty violent when you do that. That's when he's plowing the snow as he's trying to get back going.
He does get going, but that was just a situation where Matthews blocked and Friesen said, I'm coming in there.
He was trying to miss him, but he ran on the curb trying to miss him. But
I think Chad Kendrick has been a big addition to that group. Caution out on the track as we've got one that's gone around. In fact, a couple of them. The 45 of Fontaine and the 99 of Matthews. Matthews involved again for the second time with some contact today.
Fontaine has really had a nice start to the season. 2 top 10 finishes in our 3 races. Quite a bit of damage, though, to that.
Significant damage. Good old short track racing at Martinsville. 90 left to go.
We're up.
See what we see here. Sauter.
He just lost power right there. Definitely,
absolutely.
Definitely lost power. That was not a tire situation. Matt had no idea when he came off the corner that was going to happen.
Maybe went to the left side to get the left rear off and go to the battery.
Maybe so.
Something in the electrical system.
You saw Johnny just at that last second wave out the window, realized he had a problem.
Back under caution Going to be a shootout to the finish at Martin.
Right there.
And the caution is out. The 15 of Robbie Lyons.
Looks like maybe an engine issue on that truck. See some damage to the nose there, maybe overheating. Wow.
A lot of damage all over that truck.
That's just Martinsville right there. You put a picture.
1 mile to go.
This is the same truck that John Hunter won 2 races with last year, Iowa and Gateway.
Great corner by Nemechek. He's able to pull Benjamin a bit. Kyle dives hard into the corner, closes that gap.
One more time around for John Hunter Nemechek. Can he hold off Kyle Benjamin? White flag lap at Martinsville.
It's going to take
Benjamin gets to him, but just can't quite get to the bumper. So close.
It's going to take a bump to do it, I think, Vince.
Into turn 3.
Rolling up to you here. Still clear.
Benjamin to the back bumper.
You all right? Stay in it. Stay
Pulling inside, but he's not going to do it. It's going to be John Hunter Nemechek winning at Martinsville.
That was awesome.
Hell yeah! God, dude, they want you to stop over in turn 3 and wait for them.
Let's see what happened. Oh, Huffman was way up and Kennington had nowhere to go there.
Yeah, I hope it didn't hit the left front tire on that 38. Oh, pretty solid.
Turn 3.
All by himself. Sometimes you get that axle hop going on. I didn't quite see that, but definitely he's putting it right in there in turn 4.
Yeah, teammates at Thorsport, the 88 of Kraft and the 98 of Benfinger. Ooh, problems for the 52. Looks like it's a flat left front tire. Left rear tire looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Missed by 6 points. Here's a little bit of contact, maybe the 30 of Burton.
I definitely roughed up his left rear. Now he's 3 wide. So it might have started way back in turn 2.
Yeah, undoubtedly that caused a slow leak. It's already flat right there. You can see it already flat.
Yeah, I think it was that contact.
Those are those moments.
The one thing they've constantly been preaching to Noah on this last run, I'd like for Kurt to add on this as well. Trouble on the racetrack. Caution, caution.
On the front stretch, it's the 83 of Dawson Cram. Watch the 83 of Cram there as Friesen tried to squeeze underneath him, the contact, and the 83. It's been a dominating performance from Johnny Sauter, stage 1 and stage 2 winner, and he is out front, but Myatt Snyder dive into the bottom to take the lead.
Bulldozing it in there.
Oh, and Enfinger goes around, some contact deeper in the pack.
This is that time in the race where everybody's on different tires, and it is nuts. When you have one guy that spins his tires, it creates a chain reaction everywhere.
Go back to about 14th.
Didn't go down into 1 deep enough, maybe because his tires weren't ready.
Well, look at all
the chain reaction back
stacked up.
It's horrible. Christian Eckes didn't go on the restart. Somehow Enfinger gets turned around. The 99 of Purdy, Chase Purdy gets turned around.
Could have been much.
Running by himself there in the 28th position.
Like he got in the corner, maybe a little too hot, maybe got a little wheel hop getting in the corner. Didn't make any contact with the
alternator, possibly.
Or they talked about changing the ECU, the engine control unit.
This is why we were under caution to begin with. Tanner Gray making his Truck Series debut. Went around and the team getting the pins.
Very good truck, has himself in a great position to get some points.
Hill runs 3rd, Chastain 4th. John Hunter Nemechek around. Oh, it's been such tough luck for Nemechek. 3 Truck Series starts before this one, 3 DNFs, and he's got a big problem here.
Looked like Ben Rhodes might have been involved a little bit. Maybe he was just behind John Hunter when he got turned around.
9 hooked me there, here.
Now watch the 8 of Nemechek on the inside, and that is Rhodes on the outside.
Looked like Ben Rhodes was right up against the outside wall, and
he couldn't help but hook him.
Yeah.
It looked like Nemechek just came up like Rhodes wasn't even there, and there you could see it.
Yeah, Ben Rhodes was right against the outside wall. I don't think John Hunter realized that he was there or that he was that high on the racetrack. There's another great view of it right here.
Nothing that Ben Rhodes could have done there differently. It's a short track race, and you know you're going to leave your nose in a hole, and that was a pretty big hole that the 99 truck was in, and John Hunter tried to close the door.
And Friesen way up out of the groove. Around goes the 44 of Jeb Burton.
Oh, and into the wall, Moffitt. Moffitt made some contact with the outside safety barrier trying to get around these trucks.
Natalie Decker there in the 54. The 33 is Dawson Cram.
That's the danger of pitting like Brett Moffitt did when he came to pit road.
Oh,
look at all the damage on that truck.
What's the steering feel like?
I'm more worried about the right front.
Steering's still pretty neutral.
That's just some rubbing another truck there, but that's all that right side going to the wall.
Good thing he said the steering wheel is straight. Steering feels pretty neutral. That means the steering wheel's not shifted.
Decker, and she instead of the 44 of Jeb Burton.
Watch the 24 right here as he hits that. That's a bad angle to hit that wall. Unfortunately, I don't think it got the wheel, the tire and wheel assembly, Phil. It looked like just the nose.
Yeah, it looked like the letters wore off the right front tire, but I don't think it made that hard a contact.
Stop. Target, get high.
See the steering wheel, you could see that mark, that red tape on top of the steering wheel. Another view of it right here.
I think that was more nose damage than onto the right front wheel. Oh, and now they're 3 wide again.
More contact, and now the 16 of Austin Hill is involved in that.
Tyler Ankrum as well.
Oh, Hill and Ankrum.
Just try to get it going right here.
Tailgate to tailgate.
Coming outside, just try to get it fired up here.
Moffitt was on pit road at the time. He had come down to continue to address issues with that 24 truck. So the championship contenders having all kind of issues here in this one here this afternoon.
I believe
Matt Crafton already 8 laps down.
Not so sure that truck of Hill's can't continue. It didn't look that bad. This one also, Ankrum able to drive away.
Ben Rhodes, there's the 0-2 of Tyler Dipple. It's Infinger that got sideways, and
he was probably going to be okay, but it looked like maybe Austin Hill got into Sam Mayer. That knocked him in to Infinger and turned him around, and then the racetrack's just blocked.
Darndest races I've seen here lately.
I don't think it's the drivers that, you know, Infinger lost the handle on it. I think he was going to gather it back up, but it slows them down so much that everybody behind them has nowhere to go.
But watch, guys, they're running 3 wide, side by side there, 3 wide. That just doesn't that usually doesn't work at Martinsville. And you could see trying to go 4 wide, and there just simply isn't room. Mayer got into the side of Infinger.
Gilliland involved in that as well with a little bit of damage. Well, that's a shame for Sam Mayer. He'd done such a good job and led 33 laps here today.
He got shoved up.
Yeah, they were, as you mentioned, they were 4 wide. Just ran out of room.
Now that was Austin Hill making contact with Mayer that shoved him into the 98 of Infinger.
I think I've said 3, 4, and 5 wide in 2019 Gander Outdoors Truck Series ever. Like, it's the most time I've ever heard or had to say that, and a lot of times it doesn't work out, and this was one of those cases.
From the Johnny Sauter bumper cam.
Get low, inside, get down.
Look at all the chaos behind Johnny Sauter as he drove through it. How about Sheldon?
Right back on the inside.
Yeah, Friesen lost that 3rd spot to Credo.
And there's Ray Cicerelli around for the 2nd time today.
This one didn't go as well as the first slide around. He didn't get any damage.
And there is Tyler Ankrum now climbing from his machine. So is either in the garage or laps down.
Oh, Sauter into the back of Friesen, and around he goes.
And Friesen is around. The yellow is out.
See if Stewart can get, he did get that truck refired. He will not lose the lap.
He's got a flat left front tire, Phil.
Tires,
yeah.
okay, 4 tires. Stewart,
Of Sauter maybe getting a little shove from behind with the 4 of Gilliland.
It looked like Gilliland was certainly gaining on the 13 at that part of the racetrack. I'm not sure that he got into him before Johnny got into the 52 of Friesen, but
yeah, I think Johnny just misjudged the gap between he and the 52, and around he went.
Yeah, Michael, they had a flat left front tire after that.
Prior to Ross getting in the gas, and NASCAR made the call.
And the caution is back out. Norm Benning in the 6. 99 of Ben Rhodes involved as well.
Spencer Boyd, our most recent winner at Talladega, also involved in that.
There's the 15 of Gray.
Yeah,
all kind of contact. The 20 of Boyd right there. And it just continues.
He squeezes Jordan Anderson into the outside wall, and then Jordan gets him, turns him around. Ben Rhodes comes along. Norm comes along backwards.
Probably some contact from behind. Cicerelli was there.
It's one of those incidents that started in a completely different place than it ended.
Sheldon Creed will get the free pass after serving his penalty.
Vince, what about the fact that, you know, we can't run 3 and 4 wide in the corners, and now we've just proven we can't do it on the straightaways either. we've tried as we might. It just hasn't worked out today for these truckers.
These race car drivers are slow learners.
Well, I thought Talladega was the only place that we couldn't go straight down the straightaway.
That 44 truck of Jeb Burton, he snuck through there. Slap down. Sheldon Creed, like you said, will get the free pass. There's the big slide by Tanner Gray, and it opened up the door for Boyd, but when he got down to that grass, it just kicked him sideways, and
now he's going to move up the racetrack. Did not see Jordan Anderson there. Squeezes Jordan into the outside wall.
Anderson had nowhere to go.
Looks like Ray Cicarelli got into the back of Norm Benning and turned him around.
Friesen for 5th. Friesen holds him off for now.
See Timmy Hill right behind that battle, doing a great job.
Oh, and there's a caution. And it's Natalie Decker and Jordan Anderson.
Oh, goodness.
Gus Dean also involved in that.
Well, the last thing Todd Gilliland wanted to see was this caution.
You're exactly right, Vince, because racing against Ross Chastain,
end up losing the lead as a result of the restart. As we can see, it looks like the 12 of Gus Dean gets turned around. Those other trucks nowhere to go. Natalie Decker with nowhere to go. Makes slight contact with Gus.
Natalie a couple of laps down. Dean and Jordan Anderson were on the lead lap.
Well, just what you would expect, a win. So Gilliland would like to change that today. The restart, overtime at Martinsville.
Gilliland did a nice job running the middle of the racetrack down there in 1 and 2.
Chastain trying to get to the bumper of Gilliland. He's there, but Gilliland holds him off for now. The white flag is out. Todd Gilliland trying to hold off Ross Chastain. Chastain gives him the bumper. Harrison Burton into Chastain. Burton goes around. Still green, and Gilliland comes through 3. Makes his way through turn 4, and after the longest wait in KBM history, it's Todd Gilliland winning at Martinsville.
When my grandchildren say I've never seen this before, I get it. They're only 4 or 5 years old. I don't think I've ever seen this before. The spin happens off turn 4. Our leader, Sheldon Creed, is coming up on this mess, and he has nowhere to go. Look, the track's blocked. He stops, and then trucks started passing each other. I don't know. See, the track's blocked, and that's Norm Benning. He's the last truck on the lead lap. And then here's Creed in the 2. Nowhere to go. So he stops, but Kurt, the caution's out. The red's not out. Do those other trucks get to pass Sheldon Creed?
I mean, this is somewhat of a debacle, like a train derailment, and I'm not sure which one you stop. But there's Crafton. He just decided to move up ahead and go, you know what? Well, I'm rolling. I'm going to go find the pace truck.
I can't believe all the racing that you guys have seen and done, and neither one of you have seen this before.
I've never. That's
Alan, he's there in front of you.
Yeah, long drive for this first pit stall. He was able to get to pit road without incident as we got caution on the racetrack, but they're trying to put left side tires on the 2 truck for Sheldon Creed. You can see how much issues they're having trying to get that off there and get the jack underneath there as they put the left side tires. Sheldon Creed trouble for the leader.
And caution has come out for the 68 of Clay Greenfield. You see, Greenfield is currently rolling, but
21 of Zane Smith takes the lead.
You see the yellow had been rubbed off that Goodyear tire.
Maybe, yeah.
In the left rear.
Might have been a rub that we didn't see from earlier.
The 68 of Greenfield, by the way, had spun on his own, and that's why the caution came out. Well, it's been a disastrous night so far for the 16 team.
So let's get this through the roof, though, flashing. Your oil pressure. Oil pressure's 50, 60. It just keeps cutting out. It sounds horrible, too. Like a spark plug or either that or it's blowing up, one of the two.
We're going from bad to worse for Austin Hill. And smoke rolling out.
Jennifer Jo Cobb.
10 of Jennifer Jo Cobb. So
Creed needs to get around Tanner Gray, and he's going to spin.
Not good.
Gray goes around to bring out the caution.
I think Todd Gilliland ended up with a horrible outcome there. He ended up in the outside fence, but that's that spot, right, Mike? Everybody's trying to get that lucky dog position, and that's where you're super aggressive at a short track.
Yeah, Derek Kraus was able to get it, too.
Down in turn 3, and looks like Gray's truck was loose. It just kind of came around on the inside.
I think it was loose because the 2 truck hit his tailgate.
He had a little help, and boy, you said it, Kurt. Gilliland hit hard.
There's that little
right front
bump from Creed. I think Gray would have been okay, but then he bounced up into Derek Kraus, and that sent him spinning, and then everybody just scrambles from there. Let's look at this closely as Kraus crowds over to Creed. Creed goes in the corner very aggressively.
Definitely got in there aggressive and moved him up. I mean, and they're just racing. They're racing hard to get that lucky dog to get back on the lead lap. And Gray ends up just being in the sucker hole because he's the last row.
Martinsville in a nutshell right there, isn't it?
Well, I mean, and people say, well, that was just a little tap. Well, that's how close you are to spinning out when you're down in the middle. As far as 17 years old, he just powered his way.
And there he goes.
He spun out.
Was that a wall trip jinx right there? Man, that was a tough break for Hocevar, man. He was doing so.
This in the 21.
Bam. Eckes just dumps him.
It was a flat out dump. Like, not even a beep in the horn. That was just a, nope, I'm going to shovel you right out of the way.
Boy, and that's too bad because Hocevar was inside the top 10, was running 6th at the time. And, of course, Mike, you had just talked about what an impressive run he had up to that point.
Yeah, that's the bumps and knocks of Martinsville. But listen, Vince, he started 33rd and made his way all the way up to the top 5. I think he can do it again. He's only got 80 laps or so to do it this time, but he's got a lot of speed.
Well, Zane Smith was lucky to not be collected in that. Really unfortunate there for Hocevar, and they're hoping that he would be a full-timer next year with the Nice group.
I hope so, too. He's fun to watch. Spotter up on the roof, and that's one of the spotter's jobs, just to decide if that's enough to warrant a warning to his driver about getting them too hot heated.
And a caution is out for Tanner Gray. Got a big dent in the back end, and we've seen a little bit of contact with him on our initial caution of the night, and he's had that type of contact.
But man, Gray has just had a rough night. Maybe a right front was going down there.
I just feel like there's enough speed in these tires that it's going to be hard to overcome losing all your track position.
What do you think, Mike? I mean, looking at 45 to go, they've all got tires to come get if they want them.
I think if you can't win the race and you have to win in order to get into the next round, I'm going to do something. I'm going to come to pit road if I'm Ben Rhodes. Let's hear what he's thinking.
Got a pit. We're absolutely junk. So imbalanced. I'm propped up on the right rear, bouncing off the spring, plowing in the center.
I talked to Moffitt earlier today. He said it's all about a clock tonight, Mike.
Oh! And there's Clay Greenfield again.
That yellow just saved Infinger. Moffitt was looking to his inside, looking to put pressure on and taking the lead, and the yellow comes out to hold it for Infinger for a little bit while longer.
You know, we've seen a trend lately with Moffitt at Kansas when he's way faster right now than our leader. As you see, troubles there for the 68 truck of Greenfield. Flat left rear, and it skims around on him.
Yeah, the left rears have been a little puzzling right now, but man, the battle for the lead was definitely getting big. But with 13 with Sauter more trouble, let's see where things originated here. This is Infinger giving a little tap to the tailgate of the 42. Shoves him up, and there's that rub. You can see the smoke starting to come out of the left rear already of Sauter, and that's just how quick things can change.
Yeah, Infinger just had fresher tires.
Racing like he owns it. He wants it. Moffitt to the inside.
They were door to door, and that's going to open it up for Creed.
Around.
Oh, Creed goes around now after the contact from Infinger, and the caution is out.
That started from Moffitt going in there 3 wide. And
so here is Infinger and Creed battling, and that opened the door for Moffitt.
Yeah, and Moffitt has a position, but when Infinger goes up the hill, he runs into Creed and spins him around.
We're not done yet.
No, we're not. There's still I still think 23, maybe even the 4 are both faster than our leader, Grant Infinger. I wonder what Shelton Creed thought about that move.
Intensity of that battle a little bit. Both Crafton and Zane Smith would be in if it finishes as it is now, but we've got a caution, and it's Hocevar around again. It's been a tough night for Carson Hocevar. He's looked good at times tonight, but
he stayed on the lead lap, Vince.
Of that right front fender. Infinger in the 98 truck powers his way back.
Oh, and Rhodes gets into the back of the 4 of Lassard.
Wow.
And the 18 of Eckes might have gotten some contact in that as well.
So did Brett Moffitt. He hit the 4 of Lassard. Ben Rhodes spun.
And there's the damage to the 20th. And the silver lining for Moffitt is that he has already grabbed one of those final 4 spots for next week. And there's what happened. Rhodes got into the back of the 4. I don't know if Moffitt had gotten into the back of the 99.
Yeah, Moffitt hit the back of the 99 and ricocheted him into the 4.
Sure did.
And then nice job on the bottom by Zane Smith, Derek Kraus. There's Danny Bone. Danny Bone's running inside the top 10 in that 30 truck. All of them taking evasive moves to the bottom. Watch this pack go low and get by this mess.
Oh, and Eckes, he could have gotten a little worse off than he did. He was hitting the back end there, but suffer any front end damage.
Rolling on the bumper cam. We're going to get used up here. This actually off the turn 4, down the front straightaway. I mean, look at this. This is with everything on the line, looking to the outside to kind of get that nice run, and then he gets hit and then shoved right into Lassard. That's how quick it all happens.
Boy, and watch Matt Crafton somehow get through there without suffering any loss of position or damage. Finger or Rhodes should win this race. The 21 and 88 are battling for that 4th and final spot. Here we go at Martinsville, a couple of laps left. Who's going to win it? Infinger gets the edge on Rhodes and takes the lead.
Eckes was fairly nice right there. Rhodes is not so
Eckes
nice.
With a big hit into the back end of Rhodes, but Infinger is going to continue to stay out front. Eckes takes the spot from Rhodes. 1 lap left.
What is Rhodes? He's running into everybody.
He sure did, and that's going to let Infinger walk away with this.
Infinger. Oh, and a spin behind, but Infinger is going to come around. He has to win the race to make it to the championship 4, and he's going to do it. Grant Infinger wins at Martinsville.
And Zane Smith and Crafton were trying to battle for that last line. And right now, though, the track conditions and that setup are match perfect. But you've got to keep up with the changing track conditions all day.
You know the competition's going to work on their truck, so you got to do that as well. You have to anticipate what this track's going to do. We've got a spinner.
And another problem. That's Corey Roper behind the smoke. And there's a good look at the CarQuest Ford. Roper had gotten out of the
overcooked the corner there, Vince. He said locked them up and around it went. Tried to keep it spinning, but wasn't able to do so. Look at the leader go by.
Ooh, a little closer than Todd Gilliland would have preferred. Hey, we were talking about Gilliland, and Jamie mentioned.
At the same time, you're trying to get that problem fixed.
We're going to go to break, but you won't miss a thing. Going to keep it side by side and keep on trucking from Martinsville, where we're going under caution. And just as we were going to commercial break, you saw Wood sideways, and that's why Corey Roper into the left rear.
I think Corey Roper thought Jack Wood was going to stay up on the high side. Jack changed lanes. Corey was committed, and around goes the 24 truck.
Corey Roper's got a lot of damage.
But you're trying to conserve the rubber and build it up the temp smoothly and be ready for when the stage break happens.
Johnny Sauter trying to get third, and we've got a yellow again as the 34 has gone around, but several trucks involved in this one. Some pretty significant. Here's how it happened. Trouble at Martinsville. Attack there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, a tough mistake like that or a bad situation, that takes 20, 25 laps to recover from as far as gaining your track position back.
Boy, a gaggle of drivers as the 10 of Jinjo Cobb has gone around and brought out the caution for the 6th time this afternoon. Some damage there on the right rear. Speaking of up front, 21 is that truck. He's the leader. Zane Smith. Jamie has more. And a caution is out.
Coming into this race, Zane Smith, yes, and I'll continue that. John Hunter in the wall, Vince.
Wow.
Oh boy.
We talked about with John Hunter Nemechek just avoiding disaster today. And he has not, because that, my friends, is disaster.
That was just the pace truck that went by. They're asking about water pressure. I hope there's enough duct tape 4 lanes down, and there just wasn't room to get back. And, you know, he roughed up Self right there. All right. And he sees him get loose off 2, so he's going to swoop to the inside. But Self wasn't really happy about the turn 1 situation.
That almost looked like a hook, didn't it?
It definitely looked like a hook. That's a bold move for somebody that's not up front a lot.
Wow. And that was a big hit.
But at the same time, Hunter Nemechek just needed to nurse those points and protect the plus 30 that he brought into today. Man, as they can, they still want to try to stretch out.
And caution again. This time it's the 45 of Chris Hacker. And remember, Mike, you said earlier those drivers
starts with all the people that are all over him as you see Hacker go around.
That's the fastest truck, I think, on track. And now
again around, and that's Sage Karam in the 3, so the caution is going to come back out again. Karam able to fire it up and continue on, but heavy damage there in the left rear, making his truck
right on top of each other, you know.
Pick it up a little bit late there as you see Karam going around, and a little bit of help.
Oh, it was a chain reaction. 24 hit 41 and 41 hit 3. Sometimes, you know, you get hit, but it wasn't your fault.
Yep, he really didn't do anything wrong there. It's just too many trucks in the same spot.
Oh, he's just a couple of spots behind Gilliland. There's Enfinger, that 98 trying to get inside, was hoping to make it 3 wide, and the caution has come out again. And that's Parker Kligerman that has gone around.
When you watch them race like they are, Vince, you know the caution's coming. It can't not come the way they run over each other. And there it is.
And there's so many points on the line.
Yeah, don't really think anybody got into the back of 75. I have to see if we can get a better angle. It looked like he just...
Sauter.
Oh, here comes Sauter.
Johnny Sauter, maybe.
Yep.
turn 3 is turning into this funnel. You can't go and just jump over that curb on the inside. Some guys want to use it to block. If you want to use it to block, you may as well get ready to get hit in the left rear. So,
well,
something special for Zane and that whole group. He still has a shot at it, though.
Well, we said he had to be perfect, and he was.
Caution is out, and it's Johnny Sauter.
See, just when we're starting to run out of stuff to talk about, we get another restart.
Another restart. Only 23 laps to go. I don't think there's any way anybody's going to pit here and have a chance to win the race.
Yeah, I don't see
a little payback there from Kligerman. Ooh. Remember, Sauter got into the back end of Kligerman and spun Parker around. And
man, these people aren't very nice to each other.
No, short track, short tempers.
That's the earlier incident that got Kligerman facing the wrong direction. And
that'd be a pretty cool bar fight afterwards. Those two wouldn't back off from each other.
No, Johnny's.
Oh, he's on the line now.
Yeah, +1 is Creed.
Now that switch is over.
Friesen just took
around with Crafton.
Crafton able to keep it going. Heim is not. Fogelman in the 12th, and it's a traffic jam.
What an amazing job by Matt Crafton.
That may have just saved his championship hopes right there.
And just think, at our last race at Talladega, how many times did he save it?
This is a different incident. This is off. This is into 3.
Oh, he's bumped by his...
Oh, Enfinger.
What the heck?
Into the back end of Crafton.
Yeah.
His teammate.
But a perfect 360 spin for Crafton to get out of there and to keep as many positions as possible.
That is incredible what Matt Crafton just did.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. Thank you.
And
then this incident here, yeah.
Been quite a day for Josh. They've recovered from those brake problems and got back on the lead lap and ran up into the top 15. And then his hood went up. Move on.
Creed back in front of the cut line. Now Friesen is under.
Oh, watch out. Just clear on Creed.
Caution is out. And that's going to set us up in all likelihood for NASCAR overtime.
Why not? We've got it all today. We may as well bake that in there. Woo! I love this.
Heavy damage to the 41 of Dawson Cram.
May Water be pitting.
Reed's truck was done with the force he hit that wall with, and they've got that thing rolling good enough to make some passes and get back in the picture.
Wow.
I could see Corey Heim's intent there, you know, trying to dig on the outside. The kid's won 6 ARCA races this year, but this is Martinsville, it's Truck Series, it's a little different. Can't quite plug that hole. Should have just followed the 41 off the corner.
Well, they don't do that much around here, Kurt.
I'm sorry, that was my veteran
here.
NASCAR overtime at Martinsville for a chance to race for the championship.
There's a squeeze beginning already.
He's there. Can you drive it down in there and hold him down?
Oh, he got him loose. Some contact now. Zane Smith on the inside, making it 3 wide. Remember, Smith's got to win.
Is he going to put it in there? You can hit those both of them and get the lead.
Zane Smith, it's 3 wide as they come to the line. The white flag is out. Gilliland spins.
They took the white.
And the caution is out.
Wait, did they take? Is that it? Did Zane get it? Because they took the white.
Smith is the winner. They had crossed the line and taken the white flag, and the next flag wins it, and that is Zane Smith. Wow.
Did we?
The 15, as Mike mentioned. Currently his average finish 8.5, as you see Jack Wood involved in the 24, and the 44 is Chris Wright. Wright driving away, but definitely some contact and some damage.
More damage.
Significant for Jack Wood.
Was talking to his guys down in the garage here. Just so needed a decent run here for Jack Wood.
Oh, look at where it starts. Chris Wright just got around.
Looked like he just see his black marks there. Just too much gas up high on the racetrack.
Right in front of Jack Wood. Jack had absolutely nowhere to go. Bam, you see the contact right there.
Well, what a tough break for Jack Wood, who's, he's a rookie trying to get off to a good start this season, and he's got 3 of the 4 races he's finished outside the top 30. Just cannot catch a break for the youngster. First caution of the night here at Martinsville. Just 10 laps in.
He just decides he's moving over, and that's not fair.
It's all the way back for 22nd. Byron narrowly avoiding it, diving down to the inside. Ty Majeski following. Watch it again.
There's a lot of damage to Haley Deegan's truck right there.
Yeah, I'm afraid she needs to pit because that left front tire can't stand that much rub without blowing out.
Well, that's really unfortunate for Deegan. 3 straight finishes outside the top 30. She really needed a good run tonight, and doesn't look like she's going to get it.
Fresh air on your nose. You've got to go down. You don't have a clear view of the racetrack. You got to make sure you go down there and make some moves.
Lawless Allen bringing out the caution. Boy, it's been a tough night for the Nice guys.
Well, it sure has.
He's run well, though.
Right here. It's not over. We're good.
Carson Hocevar carrying the banner, though, up in the top 5.
For California. Several of them in the Camping World Truck Series. Getting a little help. Bringing out the caution. Seven going to the front.
Matt Crafton fills that hole that William Byron opened up.
Oh, and there's significant contact, and that's the 46 of Caden Honeycutt making his series debut with some significant damage. I think Dylan Stoyer green.
Oh, 3 wide at Martinsville.
Austin Wayne Self getting in there. That wasn't the 20 of Stoyer like I had thought initially. Here comes Stoyer. Oh yeah. So
nice
Stoyer
job.
didn't have any choice. Maybe a little bit of contact from that 20 truck, but the damage was already done.
Did a nice job, that truck turning right in front of his lap, right in his lap, and he was able to get by without any significant contact.
Tanner Gray got a little damage in that as well. There he is right there repairing that damage. We documented the
third, knowing that Williams' strategy has him in a good spot. Got to make up ground in a hurry.
Parker Kligerman in the 75, back just inside the top 20 with Haley Deegan and the 17 of Taylor Gray.
And they're going to be 3 wide. Oh, nice job by Haley around the top. Can she get in front of Gray? Yes.
Clear.
Nice move.
That
nice
was
move.
Awesome. That'll put her up to the 16th position.
She's held her own after they had that damage repaired from the contact with Johnny Sauter.
It's been a really solid race. Oh, trouble.
Man.
And you see Eggers come all the way down a full lane to try to block. Then the contact was made, and unfortunately, Stuart Friesen pays the price.
Yeah, Rhodes and Eckes teammates, and there was contact there for sure. And poor Stuart Friesen got the worst of it.
Jay Rod, as crew chief, was certainly trying to calm Eckes down, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think Eckes wasn't thrilled about the contact from Rhodes. I mean, that's 50-50, Phil. I don't really, there just isn't anywhere to go.
Rhodes won stage 2. He runs 8th. Zane Smith won stage 1. He runs 11th as a caution has come out, and in the midst of all that smoke is the 0-2 of Jesse Little.
Jesse was up inside the top 20, having a nice second. Unfortunate for that team. You see Little's around.
Don't know if maybe there was contact from the 30 of Tate Fogelman before we saw that shot. You see a lot of damage to the front of the 32 of Brett Holmes.
And Brett could, and you could see Chris Wright could not see anything.
There was contact right there. You could see it from Tate Fogelman. And then Brett Holmes with nowhere to go runs in the back of Tate Fogelman.
And when Jesse lit that thing up, Phil, you know, you can't see through that smoke. Chris Wright had no idea where that truck was. Man.
With Bono Mannion and Rudy Fugel on top of the box, guiding the way for William Byron. in the final lap. It's been a long time since he's run any sort of regularity in the Truck Series, back to 2016 where he won 7 times. He is back tonight, and he is back in victory lane. William Byron wins at Martinsville.
Good job, guys.
For a good run. There's a lot of new things going over there at Rackley War Racing. Oh, got a truck around. That's the 46. That's Thad Moffitt. Caution is out now for the first time this evening.
We're going to have to get rolling so we don't get lapped again here.
Thad had some issues in practice earlier. Had that brake rotor catch.
Is holding tight with the 71 of Caruth, trying to grab that spot. Raja dives down into turn 3. Oh.
Got Tanner Gray around the 88, stopped on the racetrack. He gets it going. And they all get going.
All your tires up?
Yep.
They're all up with Tanner Gray here, back of your screen, the 15 right there.
So Matt Kraft, looks like Matt's truck just went straight. Don't know if he hit the curb and caused it to go straight, but he made contact with the 15 of Tanner Gray.
That was all back there battling for the 24th position.
Getting a report from the pits that Matt said something in his steering locked up, and it looked like that. He just went straight.
Yeah, I didn't think he hit the curb, but for whatever reason, his truck went straight, and that's where the contact came from.
My steering's way off. Tell that.
Isn't this great, though? We talk about how many trucks could potentially win. 3 wide for second. Oh.
Lane Riggs goes around. That brings out the caution for the 3rd time.
Done.
Day.
Lane's on the outside. Jack Wood down on the bottom. Did Jack slide up, or did a shove from the back? Sammy Smith. Then did, you know, it's interesting. If you're Jack Wood, you say, I know I hit you, but somebody hit me.
Yeah.
Please relay that to the spotters.
Yeah, and Lane wants to know somebody to be mad at.
Yeah, that's right. And he deserves to be.
Yeah.
Just got turned. You see Stuart Friesen right there in the middle of that mess.
Lane Riggs started this race 3rd. Was running up there in the top 5. Came down pit road, had a slow stop. They had a problem with the jack on the left side. That got him mired back in traffic. Now you saw the contact there that got him around.
Brian Patty told me lap 80 was his number. He would pit at lap 80 no matter what. Let's see if he was pulling my leg or not, because we're going to be right on lap 80, and he doesn't need any stage points. He's not worried about that. That strategy might be indeed what he does.
Boyd, remember, he last pitted on lap 79.
Oh, no.
And a tap from the 43. Daniel Dye. 2 trucks go around.
Lane Riggs went around as well.
Spencer Boyd, we were just talking about him. He goes around. What a night it's been for Lane Riggs.
Looks like Lane's into that outside Boyd.
I think Spencer was doing a really nice job racing around some really good trucks.
He was. That's a shame. At least he didn't get any damage out of the deal, but darn, I think that could hurt that 38 truck. Watch him bounce into that outside wall.
Yeah, and Spencer really couldn't go anywhere because looked like Corey Heim was less than a half a truck length in front of him. Again, certainly no intent by Daniel Dye to run in the back of Spencer Boyd.
Well, we were live with Daniel Dye when this happened. Let's take a look at it again.
Just got in a little hotter than Spencer did.
So this is the next lap here on board with the 43.
These trucks running inside the top 15, and bam, that was a big hit.
Did he poke the bear?
You don't want to do that to Matt Crafton.
This is a big night for Matt Crafton. 550th career start, all
to let me do what I want to do, but the team listened to Majeski, and you see the way they've been able to run out here tonight. Well, the team told them a little while ago, hey, the 17, and you got a wreck out there on the track, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Caden Honeycutt.
Let's go, Caden. Get back in gear. That's a shame. What a solid run you talked about.
Yeah, we were just talking about him making his way back to the front. He's got some self.
Spins around. I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't either. And there was nobody behind him. He didn't get any contact from behind. He was trying to make his way underneath the 43 of Daniel Dye.
Let's go on board with the 43.
You can see 45's faster, gaining on him there, and tries to duck to the bottom. And then does he clip the curb?
If he clipped the curb or just buzzed the tires a little bit and around it went. He's going to lose all that track position.
Don't look like he hit the curb. It just buzzed the tires. I guess that's just didn't look normal to me.
And remember, I said every caution flag is going to help Christian Eckes. He was up to the 6th position, but he was still 7 seconds behind Ty Majeski. His caution is going to close him right up.
I got
the truck. Match just now outside the top 15. Oh.
Oh,
man.
That was a huge hit.
What a bad break that was.
Grant Enfinger straight into Dean Thompson. The caution comes out now for the 7th time tonight.
Dean had no time to react to that contact.
That was back in the 19th spot.
What a great run it's been for Dean, too.
Sorry, boys.
It's hit him sideways, and when he corrected outside, he went. And
he needed a little bit more room, and unfortunately, Dean's going to pay the price.
That's a shame. Look at that. Tight short track racing. Look at the contact, too. Truck up off the ground. That's just
destroyed that race truck.
Certainly did.
The performance he had tonight, that's one they were going to keep. Bring her back. We're racing here, by the way, at Martinsville again later in the season. It'll be the cutoff for the championship. So some good notes for them if they make it, you know, that far into the championship. They have a chance.
Isn't that wild? We're going to come to Martinsville and say, okay, how fun is that? We've had a lot of great, intense racing here at Martinsville when there's a championship on the line. Matt Crafton, remember in that bright yellow truck, just a little bit better tires. We saw him make that late pit stop, and he's making some good ground. Oh, where
trucks go around. Brett Holmes there in the 32.
Wrecking again.
And then 90. Ellis Allen, lucky there. Heads up by him. He was able, you see right there, that 33 truck just avoids Brett Holmes. He starts spinning. Real-time look at it here. That was a big hit.
It was.
Talk about speeds down to 65, 70 miles an hour. It still looks like a huge crash, doesn't it?
Eckes is beside Sanchez. He's going to have position on him when they get down here to the corner. Moves him up the hill a little bit.
And he gets it. Christian Eckes into the 2nd spot. The caution going to come out again. 4 trucks around Jack Wood, Cam Waters.
Yeah, Jake Garcia in the 13th
Lawless
truck.
Allen, who avoided the last incident. Now he's involved with quite a bit of damage on the front of that truck.
A lot of damage to the rear of Jack's truck as well.
This is, you can see, started going bad up ahead of Raja. Nothing Daniel could do. He was just a victim of all that went down. And he was right in the middle of it with our onboard camera. We'll see what he saw.
Mr. Highlight Reel right here, Daniel Dye. See Raja.
Do we lose our front bumper camera?
I think it was vulnerable from the time they threw the green flag. So.
But wait, he's got another camera. We're good.
Oh yeah, no, we're good. We've got a couple. We can look at him. We can look off the roof, but I'm not sure our front bumper cam has survived this.
35, been involved in some issues, called to the NASCAR hauler, but he's still digging. They're in the 12th spot.
Oh.
And they go around again. Lane Riggs is around. There's Daniel Dye, makes it through the 66, has big issues now. That's Cam Waters.
I think he might have
water.
He may have run into the back of his teammate, Jake Garcia. Said Waters is spraying water, Jamie?
I did say that.
You got to say stuff like that every now and then.
Daniel Dye taking us on board. Let's take a look at what brought out this caution. Hard to tell what happened to Riggs there.
Looked like just a slight nudge by Grant in the 9 truck.
Try to see the 66. You're exactly right. Oh, big hit into the back of Jake Garcia, his teammate.
I see Daniel Dye slipping through that mess. Maybe we can get him. See what he sees. Oh, barely enough room to slip through there.
The sights and sounds of Martinsville under the lights. Meanwhile, Eckes is like, okay, no more trucks to pass right now.
He didn't want another restart, though. He had opened up a couple 3 truck links over Majeski.
So it took Christian Eckes 63 laps to go.
See that orange truck top of your screen, Mason Massey, a great run for that 0-2 truck, now running just outside the top 10 in 11th.
That's great to see.
Trucks around once again. Stuart Friesen looks like he had trouble but was able to hang on to it. The 9, a Grant Enfinger.
Look at all the smoke.
Christian Eckes is like, come on, guys. Let's keep these things pointed in the right direction. I got to bring this thing home.
That was back there battling in the 14 spot. Oh, that's
Matt Mills. See the 9 of Grant Enfinger right on the back tailgate of Stewart. Looked like Grant thought Stewart was going to get in the throttle. Stewart didn't. Around when you see Matt run in the back of Grant, then Matt's also going to make contact with Stewart, slight contact.
Stewart kept her fired up and rolling.
It's amazing with all that smoke, we had no more trucks involved in that incident than there were.
Yeah, I don't think Stewart got on the gas quite like Grant thought he was gonna. Made contact, a couple of veterans racing outside the top 10. And I bet you Daniel Dye's been
there. He is on the outside.
Been around this mess. Watch all this smoke go up, Bill.
Remember, nice move to the outside by Daniel. That was a truck-saving move to the outside.
Stuart Friesen looking like he was going to have a nice top. Christian Eckes takes the white flag. 1 lap to go. Won it 2 races ago at Bristol, the first short track race of the season. Here at Martinsville, he's led the most laps tonight. Christian Eckes hangs on to it coming out of turn 4. What a perfect night it was. Eckes gets it done. He'll take home the grandfather clock at Martinsville.
Let's go.
You
Good job,
win.
buddy.
He wins this race. Still holding off Zane Smith. He's still there. But here comes Kyle Busch, and the 45 goes around Lawless Allen, and that'll bring out the caution. First caution this evening for contact.
Had a nice run in there and decided to keep it in, and Lawless said, I'm going to cut you off. And Phil, you know this, as a driver, if you decide to cut someone off, you open yourself up to be spun around. I think they, watch this, early off the corner you could see Daniel was making good progress, and I thought right there maybe Lawless was going to open up the line. He decided to close the door.
Keep coming.
That looked a whole lot like Martinsville racing right there. Yeah. People just trying to, you know, that's crazy too. And he's giving the boss, you know, a little bit of thank you.
Stuart Friesen.
No.
Fired up, leader off there.
Caution is out for the 4th time this evening.
There you see that left rear gone.
See a tire mark right in front of that left rear.
It's off the rim here.
As well as some damage to the left rear for Purdy. Brett Holmes, the 32, red and white truck right in front of them. Chase got a little bit loose, and then looks like he made that tire went flat immediately, didn't it?
He just rolled up into Stewart's left rear tire and cut it down immediately, as you said, Phil.
So Stewart makes it down pit road. That's swapped out.
Able to stay on the lead lap.
Only 4 laps.
Carson Hocevar starts to heat up Tanner Gray, and then William Solwich gets to the bottom, and watch this.
Yeah, Hocevar just turned left.
Yeah, big move to try to block him. I don't know if he didn't know he was there, but that was aggressive.
Look at that driving to keep it straight.
Little assist from Carson.
Caution is out once again. Daniel Dye, wow. Things have really taken a turn for the worse.
Have a hole until line now. You need to maintain as much pace as possible for when these guys dump each other, and hang on to it here. Hang on to it. Keep it running if you can.
Keep pace and
go on, we get a caution. Come on, get it going, get it going. We'll get a caution. Come on, go, go, go. Leaders are coming. Get it spun around, stay on lead lap if you can here. They're waiting on you.
I'm not sure he had it in first gear. It sounded like it was still in neutral.
That's Kevin Hamlin, his spotter.
There was a lot going on there for Kevin Hamlin, wasn't it? They were trying to be
3 wide. They are 3 wide.
3 wide on the exit of turn 2.
Hocevar wrecked himself.
Hang on to it.
Hocevar with contact. The caution is out once again.
It looked like he was trying to wreck. I think it was Taylor Gray.
Either that or his left rear was down.
Maybe so.
Just couldn't hold on to it. But they were ping-ponging off each other all the way from the time the green flag fell.
This is the coming off to when we hollered 3 wide.
There goes
a lot of
probably that tire. That was kind of a dive at him too, I think.
Yeah, but the tire was definitely flat. See Dean Thompson go down pit road to miss him.
This started as soon as the green flag came out, Phil. They started bouncing off one another going into turn 1.
See left of your screen, you see Taylor Gray in the 17 drive up beside the 42 of Hocevar. They're going to make a little contact. That's Matt DiBenedetto on the outside.
We're being told NASCAR is going to hold the 42 Carson Hocevar for 2 laps for that incident right there.
It looked like he kind of swarped over at him there, didn't he?
Yeah, you got to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt because of the left rear being down, but it certainly looked like what you said, Phil, that he just had enough. Taylor squeezed in there into turn 1, bounced off of him a couple times, and maybe that's all Carson could take.
Short track Friday night racing. Is this what we come down to the Xfinity Series or Truck Series and run 5? So he will be in at our next race at Kansas, and then he's running Pocono.
18 different years he's won races in the Truck Series, which is a record.
Let's go home. It's been a long day.
Problems for Raja. We're hearing that Raja got into the wall. He's just trying to feel out. He knows he's on the final lap of this stage, and Eckes is going to, gosh, come awfully close to submitting his way.
And we didn't see him for years and years and years at Martinsville, so it's special to get to do this. It's a big night. It's a playoff elimination night, and the caution is out for Caden Honeycutt.
Well, that could change things. You see some contact with the outside wall for the 45 truck, Caden Honeycutt.
He stopped just between turns 1 and 2. Now he's rolling again. He was 13th at that time.
Like it went in, maybe nothing happened to Caden Honeycutt. You can see some sparks, and he's down on the bottom, up into the wall.
Yeah.
He lost a right front tire like we speculated.
Yeah, I'm exactly right. Tough break for Caden Honeycutt, running just outside. He's going to be able to get by Sanchez, I think. He's still showing about 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there's that caution flag.
Brett Moffitt, a lot of damage to the left rear in the 81 at Corey Day.
Tanner Gray was involved as well.
That's the break that Taylor Gray needed.
I'm telling you, Phil, Taylor Gray is desperate.
Check out right here. That's Dean Thompson, the 5 truck behind the 15 of Tanner Gray. Whoa, that's just a situation where he's just going to dump him. Probably mad about the block. Looked like Tanner Gray was down the racetrack some, and Johnny Sauter was an innocent victim of that.
A lot of damage.
Well, with Eckes, Taylor Gray's on the bumper, gives him a little bit of a nudge.
11 laps to go.
Caution.
Caution is out again. Turn 2. Johnny Sauter.
Stuart Friesen had some piece to break this down. 9 gets hit by the 77. He knocks into the 52 of Friesen, and then, like we said, somehow back there, Johnny Sauter gets involved.
Heads up driving by Connor Zillage and Dean Thompson there. We're under. Coming out of turn 4. White flag is in the air. Christian Eckes leads it. 1 lap to go. Taylor Gray had his shot.
And he got a shot in the back that knocked him out of the way.
Christian Eckes wasn't afraid to be aggressive right back. It has been his night. He has absolutely dominated. Has led 187 laps, and he gets it done. Christian Eckes wins at Martinsville and punches his first ticket to the championship 4. Nike and that team, what a season. And there's the bumper right there. Taylor Gray not happy with the contact.
Probably some angry people there, but I was not going to let that slip. It's right.
Made enemies.
team trying to protect their driver.
You raised him like I fucking did to you. I fucking barely got you off the bottom with tires. You know how many chances I had to shit you the fucking fence? Okay, coming back next year.
We apologize for that language. That's NASCAR. It's all access. The microphones are on. The emotions are running high. He just lost a shot at running for a championship.